That's the only thing. But
I hit the wrong button.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it does look good on the stream.
See?
that's nice.
I figure we go right back into it.
Oh, okay. It's just I'm not caught up.
No. Hey everybody, welcome in. Appreciate you. Got a little bit of a late start, a couple minutes there, but
We good though. So wait, are we live?
Yeah, I think it's happening.
It's happening like right now?
I'm playing the sound back in there, you guys, aren't I?
A little bit, yeah. Just for a second there.
It's an Elsewhere podcast.
Dude, on our last live stream on our channel, we oh, sorry, go ahead. Is there an intro thing that I'm interrupting?
No,
right
that was
now?
it. That's yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was like, shit, my bad. I was just gonna say on our last live stream, on our intro to our last live stream, I'm pretty sure we overlapped the audio from our mute. Oh, that fixed everything. Hey.
Yeah.
Shit, man, we're so good at that.
Oh, let me see.
Wait,
What did it say?
can I-
Hard to hear. It's saying the audio. Let me listen to it. Wait, I'm gonna mute in Discord so I could hear it. Let me see.
Is there a
talk,
way? Is
we
there a
check it
way to
Hard to hear 307, of
disconnect?
course.
Can we disconnect like the like on YouTube the chat? Can I like make it a separate thing?
Oh, I don't know.
I have
I don't know
see.
if you can like
Pop out chat. There we go. Yep, found it.
Oh.
Because it's
Sounds
so jarring, like looking at
I think.
looking
the
at the
video
video
and
from
everything
both.
else, yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
There we go. That yeah, if you hit the three dots at the top near
Yeah. Oh yeah.
the
The little
chat.
pop out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello.
There we
please.
go.
I'm a king.
well, just for
Nice age
full
reference.
transparency, that was supposed to go a lot smoother, but then my daughter walked out, and then I forgot to change the screen, and then I was like, oh.
Sometimes you gotta roll with the punches, you know.
It's how it goes sometimes. I know the feeling. I've had streams crash and burn so many times. That's how I learned though.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure you deal with a lot of that doing the Omegle stuff. I'm sure you deal with that all the time.
With that, yeah, dude. It was streaming though, especially. Like, I feel like streaming is the ultimate teacher for Omegle at least, because like at least those videos are like I'm just recording, you know. And I always post them later, but like live is right now. Like everybody, there's no, like the worst feeling in the world is when the stream's starting and something's not working. And you're trying to fix it real quick, but you don't know what the fuck's going on.
Oh man.
It's the
Oh,
worst.
bro,
Yeah.
like the last
Feel it.
time that Exhorter was here on the Elsewhere podcast, we're like, hey, just come into our studio and like do the thing, and we'll say like we already have it set up. Turns out, it was set up, and then it wasn't. So we were in here like scrambling last minute, throwing cords everywhere, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Like,
No,
was a
that's how it
nightmare.
goes. That's how it goes sometimes. But eventually, you figure it out.
Yeah, for sure, man. Work out the kinks. And there's
I
always
remember hearing you guys like yelling in the background. Like, ooh, hello.
Oh,
It's like
yeah.
I can sort of hear you. We're almost there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Oh yeah,
No,
there was
I
one
had
point where you didn't even know which microphone that you were getting feed from, so you were like looking around trying to figure out which
Oh,
mic.
dude. Yeah,
Oh,
it
that's
was
too funny.
crazy. There it
Oh,
is.
nice, man.
Oh,
Nice.
All right, ready now.
That was classy.
Oh
Classy.
man.
Okay.
Classy, always classy. Thank you up, man.
Billy, they are saying that you're pretty low. It's hard to hear
Should I
you.
turn up on? I can turn up on my end. Let me see.
Yeah, if you can turn it up on your end,
Thanks.
I've turned it up on mine as high as it can go without everybody else like being.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's
That's what
probably
we
a
found out
Discord
through our
thing.
through podcasting on here too. Is we crank our gain when we're doing these live streams. It seems to help.
We got.
Yeah, you know what? There's like a lot of
Mom
settings and stuff inside of Discord that are weird that mess everything up.
Yeah.
I also just noticed like in OBS and everything, like when I'm just recording videos, the signal comes in differently than when I'm doing these lives. So if I leave
Yeah.
the signal the way it was when I was recording on OBS or Streamlabs, and then I just come on here, like I'm distorting. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Hey.
You clip
Oh, you know,
really
I can
bad,
do it
yeah.
here. I think. Hang on. Is that better? That's
you're
really
louder
loud
there.
though.
You say what up to the chat.
Yo, is that better, guys? How are we?
Great on our end.
How are we sounding here?
So yeah, I
sound
think you
good to
sound a
me.
little bit louder. Yeah.
Is that better?
That's good.
Let's see. What's
Yeah.
the chat saying? Chat, does that sound good?
Let us know, chat.
Everyone sounds equalized.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Ooh,
That's a nice word,
I like
equalized.
that.
I wonder what the
Better,
latency
yes, better.
difference is now.
Latency.
Because I know you did something to
right.
improve it, Kat.
Latency scares me.
Oh, cheers.
Guys,
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers, guys. You were here. It's nice to actually meet all of you guys.
Hello, everybody.
Here we
Yes.
go.
Hey.
Cheers.
Oh wait, now I'm out of focus. Focus. There we go.
Okay, so now now that we're a little bit set up to a point where I think I've got everything where it needs to be.
Yes.
Everybody, welcome in. I see a lot of people we know and a lot of people we don't know. We kind of figured that was going to happen because I see a lot of people that follow 307, people that follow Billy. For anybody that doesn't know, on the different screens, I'm Kat. Skullz. Well, I'm pointing.
I'm Skullz.
Like,
Yeah, you're pointing. Yeah.
and then of course we've got 307, which is Chris and Matt.
Yeah.
And then of course we have Billy Wilkins. Who, if anybody is not hip to him, then where the hell have you been? Check the description. His link is there, and you can check him out.
WMFGW.
Yeah, is that what we did in that episode?
That's what we did. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It was- and then we screwed up his last name. We kept calling him Williams.
Yeah,
because we
for
were
That's
some
close.
reason.
Well,
We called you-
technically, my last name. So my real name is William, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
But my last name Wilkins means son of Will.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
technically,
Oh, that's
I'm
pretty close.
William, son of William. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Like,
all right.
It's confusing.
I think I saw an episode where you explained that to somebody
I get
on
into
Omegle, right?
one of the Omegle. There's some girls
Yeah.
pressing me, and she's like, "Oh," but yeah,
Yeah, my-
that's pretty much what it means.
My name actually it means asshole. So
I feel that.
Perfect.
It depends which language you translate it to.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Depends on the culture. Depends who who you're talking to in the moment. A lot of
It's
variables.
always changing. Yeah, totally. 100%. So now, Skullz, you're from Connecticut, and 307 boys are from Wyoming. And Kat, where are you from?
I'm in Houston.
Houston. Oh, nice. All right, Texas. Very cool.
Yes.
I love that. I've never
we
actually been to
got-
Texas.
You should.
We got,
Everybody's here. Well,
Mr.
everybody was here
Hammer.
yesterday, so we had a bunch of people here
Yeah, I know.
yesterday, hanging out.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. What was it, F1 or something, or?
Well, I don't know. The react Nick the actor. He's a reactor. He was in town seeing his family, and so in the chat, Beats Bars and Delivery Truth, he jumps on a plane, and flies out to come celebrate my birthday, and we all met up
That's
at my
crazy.
house, and we were streaming
That's
forever,
awesome.
and we were just getting lit and having a blast. It was so much fun.
That's awesome. I love
Yeah.
that. That's fun.
It was really cool because like I met like when we started this, like I met Nick the actor. He was one of the first people that ever reacted to my music. Oh, hey Bailey.
Hey,
Hello.
what up?
So cute.
Oh my god.
But yeah, no. Nick was one of the first people that reacted to my songs, and then like a few months later, I met Truth, and then, like a few months later, they're chilling at Kat's house. I'm like
Like, what
the
happened?
fuck just happened? Yeah, like how
Yeah.
did that happen? It's
how it
crazy how
goes.
shit just spirals, and like
It
once,
is weird,
once you meet the right people, shit just starts rolling, and
the world becomes a
it just
lot
gets good.
smaller all of a sudden. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
That's really cool though. I love that. Now, how long have all of you guys been doing YouTube?
We started
In February of
last year. Yeah, February.
February last year?
2021. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
And
I
then-
think. No, go ahead.
No, you're good.
sorry.
I was gonna say I don't know about these other two, but
No, for me, I think it was like January 2020. I
Mhm.
think.
okay.
think that was it.
Okay.
So about
Yeah, so a
3
couple
years.
years.
Coming up
Yeah.
on 3 anyway.
January
It's
this
crazy.
year.
For this year, you know,
No
I
shit, that's when
like
you
Yep.
started?
Yeah.
I didn't
That's
take
crazy,
it
Pat.
seriously, man, until like because before, I mean, I've had this YouTube channel for like probably like 6 years, but I never really took. I only used it to post like my music video. Every time I dropped a song, I'd put stuff there. But I didn't start like posting there like regularly until like probably like mid the summer of the pandemic, like when it first started, like
Oh,
2020.
sure. Yeah, yeah.
So probably like April, probably around that, but right before summer. I think.
sure.
I think that's
So-
what it was.
So what's the thing that kind of drove you to be more consistent on YouTube and actually build the channel?
I was gonna ask if, it was,
dude,
like,
I
if
mean-
the quarantine drove you to actually start doing that.
Yeah, I think when everything first shut down, dude, I was just trying to find something to like kind of keep myself accountable for. Because before that, I was playing at the bar every weekend, and I had a lot of guitar students, and that's all I did. I played at the bar and teach. That was my life.
Okay.
And everything just disappeared so quickly. And ironically, right before everything ended, I was supposed to play. I remember I had like $5,000 in my bank account, and I I had a big show coming up, opening up for Harry Mack in at the
hell
University
yeah.
of Delaware for a charity event. So I was like, holy shit, he's gonna be sick.
That's
so I
dope.
spent all that money on like all the like a digital mixer and this whole rig for my band and like all this stuff. And sure enough, like the day before everything got canceled, I had so many shows scheduled for like back to back, like a little college tour almost.
Oh, damn.
And everything got pulled out, and it would have paid for that whole rig. So then I just end up, so I spent all my money on this rig. All the shows are canceled. So now I'm just home and I have this rig. I'm like, what do I do now? So we tried to, I ended up doing it on Twitch for a while and, streaming for like 6 people. And, and that's all I did for a long time. But back when I was like practicing guitar, I would go on Omegle like in middle school for a little while. So I forgot about it. And I remember I had an EP that was about to hit 1 million streams on Spotify.
Hell yeah.
So I was like, I just need a little bit more of a push. So I'm going to go on Omegle and try to get people to play these songs. And that's all it was at first. I was going on there and just trying to get people to listen to my music. And then I was like, yeah, maybe I should film this and like maybe it would be a funny TikTok because all my friends were blowing up on TikTok. Then they're like, oh, you're missing out, man. You gotta get in on TikTok and Instagram. So like, all right, yeah, whatever, dude. So like I tried and like nothing happened, but I just kept on doing it. I just kept doing it and being consistent. And none of them did anything. And then somebody was like in a comment on there was like, yo, you should take these and put them on YouTube. So I started looking at it, and that's when I started watching like The Do and Surreal Hess, Mr. Wobbles, and Brian Mendoza, like all those guys. And I'm like, okay, I think I could do this. So I started taking those videos, putting them together, and I posted it, nothing happened. Then I posted another one, nothing happened. Then I posted a third, was still nothing. Then finally, like by like the 6th or 7th video, and it was one that I remember I wasn't going to post it because I hated the way my voice sounded. You could hear like auto-tune warbles in it, and it was just dog shit.
God.
My video quality was like fucking like, 5 frames per second. Like it was terrible. And but I was like, whatever, I'm just going to, what are they going to say? So I posted it, and then that one blew up, and they said everything that I knew they were going to say. Right. Just all my insecurities were in the comments section, but it blew up, and I was like, wow. So like, it gave me a boost, and so I went from like, I remember I hit 10,000, then 15,000, 20,000. I was like, okay, like maybe I can do this. So I just kept on going, and then I started streaming, and I just never stopped, man. But it took a while to get that initial burst. But from there, that's pretty much how I got started.
Dude, that's so cool, man.
It was weird.
See,
man.
that's the lesson why. If you have any content, just put it out because you never know what's going to happen. Even if you don't think it's your best or if you think if you're nitpicking yourself, like, fuck it. Just throw it out there. See what happens.
Yeah. You know? I think a big part of it was like vibe over perfection.
Yeah, exactly.
That. And, but like, it's like, if it doesn't have to be perfect, I think people just want to see something. You just put it out there, and you, at the end of the day, you got to understand that all you are is you're just something that somebody's sitting down, taking a crap, and scrolling past. And you've got to be cool with that.
Yeah.
You've got to be cool with that. Maybe sometimes they'll click, and maybe they just keep on scrolling. That's all it is, man. It's not that deep, So
if they don't like you, they'll just they'll finish their shit and they'll get on with their day.
Yeah, they carry on.
It looks like Kat's talking.
I know. I just realized that I was on mute, and that explains everything.
Hi.
I
got it.
Welcome back, Kat.
I just wanted to give a shout out. Guy tipped $4.99. Appreciate you. And Bearcat, love you, bro. He tipped $20. Love you
Hey, what's
guys.
up, Bearcat?
Much love from down under. He's in Australia or
Yeah.
New Zealand. I always
Australia.
get the mixed up. That's what I thought.
We love Bearcat.
But thank you.
Much
We
love, bro.
appreciate you.
Appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, shouts out to Bill and Jess, all out there doing their thing. I believe my mama's in the chat there somewhere.
That's weird. My parents' names are Bill and Jess, dude.
Yeah.
Mama Chris.
Hell yeah.
That's awesome.
You got Mrs. Traumatos too in there. Hello. Got Jess.
That's one of those things that I tell like other reactors. They're like, well, what do I react to? And I'm like, well, what do you like? Like,
right. That's a good place to start.
There. And then, they're like, okay, well, what about this? I'm like, well, that has copyright just all over it. Like, you have to watch out for that stuff.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
like,
I know that feeling.
One of the things that I've been helping a ton of channels with is helping them get around their copyright issues. It's like, hey, look, when you click on this video, it's real easy. Go to the description, check your licenses. Okay, if it has SME, WMG, or
Any of
what's the other
you're
one?
done, yeah.
What's the-
Like UMG,
UMG and WMG.
Basically all of my videos.
Sony, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, right. Like,
That, literally
Yeah,
every
it's like-
video I've ever posted, I just went through hell with that, and I had a whole situation with YouTube, which thankfully like just recently got resolved.
Mhm.
But they ended up demonetizing my entire account, and it
Oh,
really put a hole in my pocket
what?
for a while, man.
Yeah.
But no, because as soon as I hit 100K, because normally, I mean, I get copyright claimed on every video, even when I play my own songs, like that's just how it
Yeah.
is. And like normally it's shared though. Normally they're shared, and like a song that takes all the revenue from the video, I just don't play again.
yeah,
You know, so that's like a lot of like David Bowie songs. I like the classic
Oh,
rock
yeah.
stuff. Anything by John Fogerty, like
yeah. No way, you're not getting
Anything.
away with that, dude.
no,
Yeah.
forget it. So it sucks because it's a lot of the music that I love to play, but I just
Yeah.
can't include it at all. Especially Led Zeppelin, and I can't play any of their songs in my videos.
Oh man,
Yeah, they're
but-
really picky. Yeah, I remember.
Oh
hearing
my
that.
god, man, it's unreal. But
Yeah, like I remember in School of Rock, like they were like they had to beg them to use the immigrant song in it.
I think
it was
so,
Immigrant
yeah.
Song. Yeah, they had to
Yeah.
beg them. They made a video begging them, and they were like,
it's
"Ah, right."
insane. It's insane, and like there's just such a dirty place of the music industry right now on YouTube, because like if I play like immigrant song for 30 seconds in a 20-minute video, then they then take they demonetize that entire video.
Yep.
So it's
Yeah.
just it doesn't make sense. And
Yeah.
you know, for the longest time they were sharing with me, and all the revenue was shared, and that was fine. But then one day when I hit 100K, somebody went through by hand every video that I've ever posted on YouTube and set it to ineligible for sharing. And they took
Damn,
100% of my YouTube revenue from that day moving forward. And it sucked, man. It really it was just, and then, you know, that was a big chunk of change of my income that I lost.
yeah.
hell
So
yeah,
I
I went to
went
battle with
sure,
it.
Yeah, man.
Oh, dude, it sucked. And, it's still it's like I got it back finally, because even YouTube looked into it and they said it's suspicious. But they, dude, it's still like a fraction of like what it used to be, and it's all this copyright stuff. Every video that I've ever played with, and the thing is, dude, like they didn't give me an email, not a notification, nothing. They just took it all, just like that. And if I wasn't
Man.
checking, I check my analytics like crazy, man. Like all I do is go
Same.
through that stuff,
Yeah,
and I all of a sudden just red. I'm like, oh no, what's that?
dude. Yeah, that's
It was a
scary,
nightmare,
man.
dude. It was a nightmare.
Going,
is
going into your
crazy.
content and just seeing all the reds where they used to be all greens. You're like,
Or at
oh,
least
yeah.
oh god, what happened?
Dude,
Yeah,
insane.
You know,
But
that
yeah,
happens to
it's-
me too a lot of the times. Like, especially if my videos get a lot of views. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, if I get like under 10,000 views, I think I'm safe. I got my money.
Yep.
But once I hit 10,000, I noticed with a few of Sony videos, like I hit 10,000 views right at 10,000. They
That's when they
took the
come
money in the escrow account, and then they were like, "Yep,
Oh, yeah, if you
we're
appeal
taking
it.
the money."
Yep.
Yep. But if I appeal it, they can just take it down, which sucks.
That's the thing. If you appeal it, they put it all into escrow too. It always
Yeah.
scares me. So I never appeal them.
Oh, we
Yep.
we appeal everything. We
You
fight.
do?
We do. We fight every
Really?
single video, man.
Oh, that's a lot of work, man.
I
It
put
is.
a dispute on almost everything we post. I mean, you know, it
And
pays
here's the
off.
thing,
It pays off in the
we
end.
Does it?
have- We have
I haven't
like
had
a-
success with it.
We have like a 95% success rate.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh wow,
Yeah, and
we need to
I don't
talk
know-
more.
You have to do it.
Maybe
I've
it's-
given up on it. Like I've given up on YouTube as a source of like revenue.
We've got
know?
we've got a pretty convincing little like reason for why we believe that our dispute is valid or whatever.
Yeah.
That we got from who gave us that?
We got that from Hillbilly.
From Hillbilly Reacts, another reaction
Yeah.
channel on YouTube that we were talking to, and I put that in the reasoning for every one of them, and like Chris said, most of them come back. Like
Yeah.
we
Really?
get most of them back. So
That's pretty
The-
sick, dude.
The other thing too is like with us being a reaction channel, and I've talked with Kat about this several times. It's one of those things where a lot of people will go, "Oh, but they're covered under fair use." It's like, well, technically yes. However, it has to be like they go, "Oh, what's covered under fair use under commentary," right?
Right.
Or what's the other word I'm looking for? Like basically to kind of dive in and dissect it and do a review.
like narration or something.
Yeah. So like that's cool, but you have to look at their definition of commentary.
Right.
Commentary, if you look at the definition of that, it's like meaningful commentary that either is educational or speaks to the
Informative.
skills and talents of whoever,
Yeah.
right? So like doing a reaction, you can't just go in and be like, "Wow, they're good. Okay, continue and play." Like, okay,
Right.
that's cool.
You
but,
gotta
like,
you gotta add something to it.
Yeah.
Which I feel
Yeah.
like you guys do a very good job with too, by the way, because like I enjoy watching your videos because you guys you'll start talking about one thing and the next thing you go on some tangent about like for example you guys were talking about I was laughing my ass off watching you guys react to the cigarettes and Chardonnay video because about the ice. So
dude, yeah, what is that, man?
So that's all right, so there's this bay over there and it freezes during the winter.
Okay,
so it's all ice. So that's why it looks like that. But it does turn into like this weird ice foam on the edge.
Okay.
So you're not totally wrong. It looks really weird.
Huh.
But yeah, so it's all just ice. But like you guys were talking about that, then you start talking about, oh well, I'm in this landlocked state.
Yeah,
so
man.
I was just dying, dude. Like that was great. Like I was laughing my ass off watching.
We got no oceans. We just got man-made reservoirs and a couple natural lakes, and then some mountains and rivers. That's it.
That sounds
man.
close enough to an ocean, man. Same thing.
Yeah, some of them are pretty big around here.
Lots of sagebrush.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, but like, you guys do a good job of that though, because it adds so much more like comedic value even to the videos. You know.
For sure, man. Yeah.
Thanks,
Thanks, dude.
It's one of those things that I've made sure, because I knew coming into a reaction channel before we started, like before we even started the channel, Matt didn't have any idea what a reaction channel was, but I was like, hey, he's got the gear and I kind of know what I'm doing, sort of, not really, but like we can make this happen.
Right.
But like I've taken, like, over the last couple months, like, I've got together with a lawyer who owns an independent record label. She also practices law. She's done, like, she's actually fought cases against Sony and for Sony. Like, she has worked with some big
been on both
labels
sides,
and stuff. Yeah. And just shooting her questions, like, hey, like, is this cool? Like, is this something I can actually get away with and do?
Yeah.
Like, what's the actual law surrounding all of this? And it's really complicated, but she's like, look, to make it easy, your commentary has to be meaningful, which, we always try to give something. Like, we've really got into independent artists. And one of the biggest things when we get into very small independent artists, we're looking at like less than 1,000 subs on YouTube,
right,
is how's your mix sound? And we definitely dive into the mix, and okay, well, like, the guitars sound really big, which is super cool.
Totally.
But, like, I'd like to hear the vocals a little more, and so, like, we dive into
you dissect it a
deep
little
into
bit.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't do that just to cover ourselves. We do that because that's just how we are. Like,
yeah,
that's
for
the stuff
sure,
that
for sure.
interests us.
No, that's the way you gotta be though. That's perfect, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, like, it's so tricky too, and I think that's a cool thing because a lot of smaller artists now, like even for me, like I'm putting a new song out kind of soon, and I'm making sure like it's DMCA free because like I want like channels to be able to watch. I want anybody to be able to use my music. I'd rather have people listening to my stuff, right, than have all these copyright claims coming in, and maybe I'll make a couple extra sets. Like
yeah, exactly. It sounds like a lot of work, man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. Even when I play my own stuff right now, like the stuff I've put out in the past, the way everything was distributed, I get copyright claimed for playing my own songs sometimes. Then I have to go to the label that I put them out through, say, hey, like, can we not copyright claim my own video? And then it's a weekly thing. Every time I play one of my songs, even on Twitch,
hi, I own the rights to that. I made it. So can we not copyright that? Thanks.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, man. So.
You can
yes, I know that's mine.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass, bro. It never ends.
That's crazy. You know what's funny? Actually, speaking to that, the Good Morning Tonight video that we did, my old band, we got a copyright claim on that. Now that you mention it, actually, we did
on your own thing, right?
On one of my old bands, and like we posted that video. That's from like one of my friends' accounts. Like it's not on any major page or anything like that, and we still somehow got a cut because it's on like CD Baby and stuff like that, right? So we got a claim for it. We got it back. Because I literally on that one I was like, I own the rights to this. Actually, I can say that I actually own the rights to this one. Like that's my music, man.
You are slaying the drums in that video.
Yeah, like that's me, dude. So yeah, so that one it's crazy. They will literally come after you every single time.
They do.
Oh, yeah.
Now I got a question for all of you guys. So how do you all know each other? How does everybody come together?
Oh boy,
that's actually a good question. That was actually a really good question because I was going to ask how you two met. Billy and three. Oh, well, three. I'm sorry. I'm like pointing at two screens.
Right, so 307. How did you guys meet?
Yeah, right.
So,
well, I'm actually dating Chris's cousin. She lives with me, so we live together. Chris was living in Spokane and working up there, and then made his way down here through.
Yeah. So right before or no, it was right in the middle of the pandemic. Basically, they had the whole Black Lives Matter thing, which is like whatever. But like,
That's
I had to get a military escort to work because shit was just getting out of hand. And I was like, you know what?
Yeah, all
Fuck
the
this
riots,
place.
right?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
So like, I moved a week later. I packed all my shit and I was like, I'm
man.
coming back to Wyoming.
Yeah, it's
and
crazy.
He has family here. His dad lives here and stuff.
Yeah.
So like
Gotcha,
easy to relocate. So
Yeah.
For sure,
then
for sure.
through working on cars, man, like we essentially met. Like, yes, I'm dating his cousin, but we really met because I fucking bought a Subaru WRX. And it was like one of the worst decisions I've ever made in my whole fucking life. And it was basically just a big ball of stress the whole time. So, I'd send Chris messages like, hey man, my car's doing this, what do I do? And we kind of got to know each other through Save Me videos pretty much. So
I was like, take it to your nearest GM dealer.
Just get rid of it.
Traded it.
Yes, get rid of it.
I mean,
I love that.
It's a sick car, dude, and I still love WRXs. I think they're cool. It's just if you're gonna buy a WRX, you have to be an enthusiast. You got to be ready.
Oh, you got to be ready to take all the things that come along with it.
Oh, believe me, Billy
just
knows.
got to be ready. Yeah, and you basically drive one. I mean, you drive a boxer engine car. You drive that Porsche, right? So
yeah.
So you know a little bit about it.
Mean Bill, bro. That thing. I just put a new clutch in that thing. And this too.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to talk about
bro.
it. But yeah. All right. So what about Skullz and Kat?
You want to tell the story? You want me to tell?
You go ahead and
Cat's
tell
hosting. I mean,
Okay, so
He tells it better.
what?
okay.
I don't know about that. So yeah, I started my reaction channel like back in January a couple of years ago, and I was just like playing around with it. I remember I was like worried if I could even do it or if I can just like talk for the duration of a song and like add anything to it. So I remember I did some like practice trials of it, which seems so lame now, but it's like it's part of the.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's part of the process,
Almost wish we would have done that.
Yeah, right.
But eventually I made a video that I posted. I think it was a Token song, and then I started doing Tom McDonald reactions. And Kat commented on one, and I remember she was like, "Hey, really good reaction, but your camera's fucking up. Can you like fix that?" Okay, thanks. And I was like, "Oh, she's absolutely right. Yeah, I gotta fix that."
It was bad.
And from there, I think I blacked out. I don't even know where I am from there. Like no, for real. Like it just so much shit happened. Like we just started talking. We got sucked in, or she sucked me into Discord. We started talking in there. We started forming a community. Started networking with people and meeting people, and we just. I don't know. We just gel right, like me and her. Like we got a good thing, a good relationship, and we're all about like spreading the love, meeting people, building bridges, and and that eventually led to the podcast. But yeah, we met through me starting the reactions.
That's
What's
crazy.
I said you guys do a very good job of that too. Like, it is wild since, and to be honest with you, this whole YouTube thing's a whirlwind. Okay, like to be honest with you, I can't remember the first time I saw Kat's name pop up, but I do know that I think somebody else, I think it was through Nick, maybe Nick the actor. He was one that I was kind of talking to another channel. I was like, oh, I kind of like his channel. He's got some cool stuff. Seems like a cool dude. So we just started chatting, whatever. And then I ended up talking with Carly Shay for a little bit. And the funny thing is I had no idea that they used to date. They were two separate channels, and I just happened to talk to them.
I didn't know that either. I didn't. When I found that out, I was
Carly.
like, "What?"
Carly and Nick. Not me.
That's what
Carly
I said,
and
right?
Nick.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just clarifying.
But anyway, so like I know I got to Kat through one of them, and then from there, I think there was like 2 weeks that it was like I'm Bearcat, Skullz. There was a whole list. There's probably like 12 or 13 people I just met in like 4 days that were like super dope people, and like that's just the thing that Kat is super good at is, oh, we like this person? Well, let me give you a list of like 15 others.
Other people that I like. Yeah, I love that. Well, that's the thing, man. Like with the way everything kind of like shut down and everybody was stuck, like the internet kind of became the world. You know, and
kinda
it's just
did,
so
huh?
weird. Like a lot of like the other YouTubers I became friends with, the same thing, just through comments and then through Discord and through streaming especially. I like I met a lot of my friends through the live stream aspect of it.
Yeah.
But it's just crazy how it all comes together, man. It's just like it's a lot smaller than you think, you know.
Yeah,
It is.
And if you think about it, at the end of the day, that's kind of how we met you, Billy. Was through
Yeah.
you know, like we started off doing reactions to your stuff, and then through one of our comments or maybe one of our live
I
streams.
was sitting
Through
there
the
on
live
lunch.
streams.
Through one of
Yeah.
the live streams, you guys ended up
He
chatting
had
through
he had
there.
a video premiere, right?
Well, no, initially someone had told us in one of our videos that like, hey, Billy's been talking about you guys over on his Twitch
Yeah,
stream.
because I was
And we were like,
playing
"Oh,
your
shit."
because I was watching you guys react. I was reacting to you guys reacting to me.
Hell yeah, reacception.
During my Wednesday streams, which were usually like pretty chill. So I'd sit there eating chicken
Hell
nuggets and watching you guys and getting
Nice,
a kick
dude.
out of it.
And so we were like,
you know,
we were like, we got to check that out. And then Chris had
Oh,
me
yeah.
catch one of your live streams after that, sent you a message, and then you know,
Yeah.
same kind of thing. We just
Well,
started talking.
see,
and
here's
here
the
we
thing.
are.
I was like, okay, well, the chat's slow enough. He'll probably see us.
Oh, 100%.
And I was like, okay, we'll wait a little bit.
you just gotta wait for the right time to strike.
And then I
The
was
timing
like-
is important though,
Oh, it
especially
is.
with the live streams. The timing is
Yeah.
really important because, like, even like, do you guys use TikTok a lot or?
I
you guys on there?
Used to,
Here's
but not
the
so much
thing.
anymore.
I used to
'Cause,
a
dude-
lot. I actually got sponsorships and all that stuff through it.
Yeah,
But I got shot at shadow banned so hard. I was like,
that's where I'm at right now.
forget
Man.
Yeah.
But man, it's so weird because like I'll tell you what, like when
Hmm.
I stream on Twitch, I'll have anywhere from like usually like I don't know, probably like 70 to like 200 people on like a given night, right? And
Hmm. Yeah.
that's still like it's chill, like, and I can read the whole chat, and you're able to have like intimate connections with everybody in there. You almost build
Yes,
like
for sure.
relationships with everybody in the chat, like they become
Yeah.
your homies, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then like if you like the other day I tried streaming on TikTok, and it's just like.
Oh my God.
It would go
Yeah.
between like 200 to like 2,000 people, and then the chat's going like, "Ugh," and
Oh,
you
shit.
have no time to have like any
Oh,
kind of
right.
connection with them, you know?
yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
go, go, go.
For sure.
So
Well-
I feel like the way I've built my community and stuff is because I've been able to have like conversations with people in the chat,
Oh,
and, like,
for real.
you know, and be able to get to know them a bit.
Well, that's what I
But,
think
yeah, I feel-
is being able to interact with people actually in the chat. It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, it's great when you have 1,000, 1,500. Yeah, because I have lots of experience with that.
Yeah.
But when you have that many people, right, it's great.
Yeah.
But then it brings that distance where now you're
Yeah.
like
It's
here
funny.
and then they're over here and they can kind of interact with each other, but it's just not feasible for you to stop and talk to everyone. There's too many people.
Yeah.
How's that showing up right now?
What is that?
My alerts from
Somebody's
Twitch.
following along.
Nice.
Wait, because I'm using the virtual cam. Wait, where? Wait, hide those.
He's all
Okay, there we
screaming on
go.
Twitch,
That's gone
dude.
now.
He's like, oh, shit.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
No, that's funny.
Well, by the way, Billy, like, congrats! I saw you just hit 200K on YouTube.
Thank
so-
you, dog.
Dude,
Dude, I can't
congrats,
believe that
man.
happened.
There we go.
Yeah,
It's
that's
weird,
nuts,
man.
bro.
You know what's funny, dude? Like I took, the past month, I took a month off. So it's funny, like a lot of the videos you guys have been reacting to, I filmed like 2 months ago.
Oh,
So
yeah, okay.
I was in, I really needed a break, man. Cause I don't think, like, you guys probably get it. Like it's a lot mentally to keep doing YouTube that consistently, man. And
Every
like,
single day,
I've been
man.
going 2 years without a break. I think I can count on one hand the amount of breaks I've taken. And I literally 2 or 3 breaks altogether. And that's just a week off. You
Yeah.
know? And so I really needed a break. So what I did was I just worked myself to death. I filmed a video every day for like 2 weeks, and
Man.
and I just uploaded. And so I had probably not every day, but like I had 2 months
Like-
worth of videos ready to go. And then I just kind of sat back and I just focused on streaming and just like kind of trying to clear my head and kind of reset and come back. And it was just a lot, man. But it's it worked out because like like those videos you guys were watching, you'd never know I filmed them so long ago.
Yeah,
You know?
for sure. Yeah.
But I had enough content where I could keep going there and keep going on TikTok. But now where I suffered though is on TikTok. I took a big hit. But YouTube, it's funny. I posted I figured out how to get YouTube to do a little bit more work for me while I was working a little bit less with by using shorts and using TikTok kind of as a proving ground for those videos. And by not posting a lot of them, because if you post too many of them, I think it ruins your channel because you get too many people that are interested in short form content. So when it comes to getting them to watch your full videos, it kind of tanks the
That makes
click
sense.
rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're basically using it like a trailer.
Somewhat, yeah. And
Yeah.
and pretty much I had the short doing all the work during the month I took off, right? And those videos were still going up. They weren't my best videos, but they were good enough where they could keep somebody watching for 10, 15 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
So that's how I got through it. And it's funny because I found my biggest growth spurt was during that time, which is
Nice.
weird. I don't know if it's like a coincidence. I think it's just because that short went crazy. But it just kind of, everything just kind of worked out perfect. Now I'm back, filming every week again. But it's just so weird how it worked out, man. I kind of like laid back a bit and it just went nuts.
Yeah,
So it was
no,
weird.
the funny thing is when we found, I think I found you originally on TikTok, which would make sense.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, well, he's kind of doing the do thing, whatever. I was like, I'm gonna check out his YouTube. So I go to his YouTube, and I remember looking. I was like, okay, well, he's got a decent following. Like, that's pretty dope. And then I looked to see if any other reactors are reacting to your stuff. And I think I saw maybe one, but like the lighting was
only
so
a couple.
bad, you couldn't even see. I was like,
Yeah.
dude, we need to get this guy out of here. Like, just get him out. And so we had and I was like, I know if we react to it, Carly's probably gonna see it, Nick's gonna see it, and if they take interest, they'll probably react to it.
Yeah.
And I know all the other reactors that we fuck with are gonna see it. So maybe
Or
something
if you
will
get
catch.
somebody who watches your reactions and is like, "That's pretty fucking cool," they go to all their friends.
Yeah.
And they
Oh, for
say,
real,
"Hey, you
yeah.
really need to check him out." I saw 307 doing it. They're pretty dope. And then people drop money and say, "Hey, I want you to react to this because this is awesome."
Yeah.
You
And-
get
Oh
people
yeah, on
that
the
do
live
that.
streams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's how a lot of the reaction guys do it during their streams. Like you so that's how you monetize a reaction channel, right? You get people to pay you for what you're gonna watch on the stream, or like, is that like?
Yeah, it depends on the channel because like
For
us, we don't go live all that often.
Yeah,
Right.
we
Okay.
like
we
maybe once a month.
I think
Oh,
during
gotcha,
our
okay, so
whole
you-
channel we've done like 6 lives.
Yeah.
like not a whole lot.
Right.
We just
Yeah,
do
most
the
of them
ad
were charity streams too. They weren't even for you.
revenue. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
We one of the, not the last one, but the one before that we did. We raised a bunch of money for Cat.
Yeah.
Is that the one where you shaved your beard?
No,
No.
that was the last one we did actually.
Just one- okay.
Yeah, the most recent one, man. That was amazing.
It's growing
Yeah, that was
back.
fun.
It's coming back, baby.
We're trying.
I remember
trying
you sent me an Instagram video the next day. You're like, "Yeah, man, my fucking beard's gone." I'm like, "Oh man, what happened?" That's why when I looked, I saw it on there. I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense."
Yeah.
What
Yeah, 'cause,
happened? Like you got mauled by an animal or something.
Hey, listen, out there in Wyoming, you never know, man.
Yeah,
It's true. It's possible.
Dude,
man.
they just tranquilized a bear and relocated it on 13th Street, which
They
is
did.
like literally the middle of town.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh, we got
Like,
bears
what?
here.
What? Yeah. Out on the East Coast, I know you guys got
Yeah.
bears out there.
We got a couple. Yeah, well, it's rare though. It's really rare.
Is
But
it?
you guys got real bears over there, man. You got like a
We got the Grizzlies. And
yeah,
It was a grizzly bear.
coming.
Yeah, there's a grizzly bear running around in town. Yeah.
Yo, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's crazy, man.
Well, and
That's
then they
insane.
have there's 4 mountain lions that hang out like less than a block from my house, but they never fuck with anything, so nobody really does anything about them.
Yeah.
Like, just don't walk your small dogs late at night. Like that's
Fair.
that's the
Fair,
rule.
easy enough.
Yeah.
I mean, even
Wow.
without bears, that sounds like a good rule to go by. So.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Right.
There's enough things out
Skullz,
here.
you probably have the same wildlife as me over in Connecticut, right? You got the occasional deer, coyote here and there.
Yep,
Some
we get some
awesome-
bobcat like
Yeah,
type
bobcat.
things. Yep.
Yeah.
What else? Raccoons.
Yeah, oh, we got a lot of those. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, a
crazy.
lot of raccoons.
Trash bandits, man. Fucking trash
Dude,
bandits.
my mom one day, I'll never forget this, bro. So my mom had a broken foot, right? And she's Billy, I think there's a raccoon in the garbage can. So I come out and I filmed it. I think I posted it on TikTok a long time ago. And I'm filming the trash. And there's nothing in it. I know there's nothing in it. But I kicked the can. And she doesn't see me kick it. And she thought there's a raccoon in it. So she
Oh,
starts trying to run away with her broken foot, like so slow. And she's screaming. I'm like, Mom, I just kicked it. So, oh my god.
Oh, that's
But
great.
They're vicious over here, man. They'll jump out and get you.
Typically the raccoons around here, they're not very like
They're not aggressive.
no.
They're just around.
The
They're just there.
badgers though.
Right, here,
Badgers,
here's
badgers will fuck you up.
if you go to the Discord, that's a raccoon that was outside my house.
Nice.
A little bit ago,
Wait, yeah, I
Oh,
gotta
like
see
a few
this.
days. Yeah, if you just go into
Oh,
the
that's
Discord
cute. That's
chat.
cute. That's like a
Yeah.
cute raccoon.
That's a cute
Yeah,
one.
I
That's
like them.
nice.
He was cool. We were buddies.
He was a
It's all
friendly
fun
little
and
guy.
games until they bite you.
Yeah, the ones who are
Oh,
like
he
foaming
ain't gonna
at the
bite
mouth, have
me.
like rabies and shit. Like New Jersey garbage is different, man. Like
They've been on a heroin binge. Like,
yeah,
this is
there's some
crazy.
stuff in there, man. They jump out. It'll come
Yeah.
through.
Yeah, they're trying to get a fix, not just food.
And one second, I'm gonna grab another can. 1 second.
Hell yeah, you go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, I found Saucy Dad because he reacted to the home free man. Found Star. Found 307 reacts to the comments. Saucy Dad. Yeah, man, I haven't checked in on Saucy Dad in a while. I need to do that.
Yeah, it has been
He's
fun
cool,
for us,
dude.
huh?
Well,
Yeah.
Billy, I was going to tell you when it comes to, you're correct that live streams with the reactions are a way to monetize a reaction channel, and I do know a lot of people that do. And there's basically there's two ways to do it, really, when you think about it. And then there's like two outcomes after the fact. So you have the ones that request whatever you want, $5, and then they just they don't really like sit and react and like post it and do all that. They just like listen to it and like, yeah, we all listen together.
Yeah.
Kind of like a jukebox, like a radio request kind of thing. Then there's also the channels that they're gonna sit there, do the video, potentially cut it up and actually post it.
Got you, like an actual.
And they
video
charge
out
a
of
little
it.
bit more because you're getting their full attention and
Right.
they're only taking a certain amount. And then
Yeah.
sometimes they post them and sometimes they don't. It's not always guaranteed, you know?
Right.
But it's definitely a way to monetize for people that they get copyrighted.
Yeah,
so they monetize.
Even for me, like I have to get really creative about ways to make money through these videos and through what I do, right? Because like every time I post a video, like I was saying before, those copyright claims come in and they kill it. You know, like
Oh, yeah.
normally, like if you got 1 million views, like you'd make a killing. You know,
Yeah.
for me, I'll maybe make a couple $100 off of it.
Well,
it's
everybody
like it
thinks
really-
you're rolling in dough, right? Because you've got, you've got, you know,
Yeah, but
this many viewers or this much following
meanwhile,
or you hit this
those
number.
record labels are. I'm helping
right.
them roll in dough like crazy. But no, like for me, like I mean, the way I've been doing it, and I'm starting to try to break out of it because, like, you know, I'm starting to gain more sponsorships and things like that. But like, you know, for a while, like my
Dude,
only
that
income is
Manscaped
Twitch.
ad, bro, that Manscaped
The
ad, of
Manscaped
yours
ad.
is fucking unstoppable, man.
Yeah,
That's
I've got
so
them
funny.
on TikTok. But yeah, man, like it's tricky. Like you've got to be able to get creative and like take that following somewhere else and figure out how to monetize it because that's the only way you'll make income from this.
Yeah.
Nope.
No, it's
So-
it's definitely like it.
Now, do you get the claims, Billy, from your interpretations of the song? Is that what it is? Like
Yeah.
because they're too accurate, they're like too close to the thing.
Yeah, you know what I think it is, dude? I think like it picks up on the melody.
Yeah.
And it knows right away.
It
And
just
sometimes
knows
it'll,
that-
even if I'm just like, I did a video once to try to get around it, where I literally just came up with songs on the spot. I freestyled
Oh,
the
nice.
entire time, right? And it still hit me with a claim saying it was too similar to this or that.
Sure,
And so
yeah.
I appealed, you
Okay.
know?
Yeah, and you're like,
but, like,
bullshit. No.
They hit me with like some song that wasn't even in English. They'll pull something. They'll get you no matter what. Like you
Oh yeah,
can't
they'll
win.
find something, man. There's a
Yeah.
plethora of songs to pick from. So
It's
Yeah,
unreal.
what are the different copyright claims? I know there's like a studio recorded copyright claim. There's a for the song
I have no
Yeah.
idea on this one.
for written. Yeah, there's different ones. For
So
this,
I know that if you post a video, like for example, I remember one time I had a video. I remember I was so pissed off. I had a video that I loved, and it was a really good clip, right? But there was this kid in the intro who had like a cowboy hat on, and he was dancing to like some Bruno Mars song, and it was hilarious.
Oh, no.
And if I changed the music, it ruined it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I left that little 5-second clip in, and that video ends up getting blocked in different territories around the world. And
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah.
gets limited. So if anytime you have a copyright claim where it's the actual song, you're totally screwed. If you have a copyright claim where you have where I'm doing a cover, normally they'll share it. That doesn't affect the viewability of it, and you're all right. But you just don't make any money off of it.
Yeah.
You know.
nope.
So it's usually one of those, or you get one where they just decide they don't want anybody to see the video, and you're at the mercy of that, where they can just say, "Hey, we're going to stop the world from seeing this altogether."
Oh, Sony is
And pull you
done
down.
that so many times.
We have, I think there's still one. I think it's a Pentatonics video
Yeah.
on our page that
Pentatonic, yeah.
we literally can't put it out. It's done. It's on our page. It's in our list. It's on our videos, but no one will ever see it because it's
Yeah.
just we can't. This video is
It's
blocked,
blocked.
forever. Like
Have you tried
it's
putting
not
like
a strike, but it's blocked forever. Like, well,
Dude, try putting it into an editing program and just putting like a filter over the screen because it
At
will
this point-
obscure it enough to do it,
Well,
and at least it
well,
will be out.
here's the funny
Sometimes.
thing, right? So because we did a whole bunch of pentatonics in one. Like, I don't know if you guys were watching our channel during Christmas last year, but we had so many people requesting home free, Voctave, voice play, pentatonics. We were like, you know what? We're going to take the whole month of December and just do acapella Christmas, right?
Yeah.
So we took the whole month and that's all we did. We had one of the pentatonics ones get blocked, and then another one, they came with a like removed in some territory.
It was a territory block, yeah.
So then we went and disputed it, and they were like, okay, you're good to go. And then they come back the next day and say, oh, well, that it's copyright claim.
Yeah.
So we dispute that, and they're like, oh, okay, well, the music, we'll let you have that, but we're going to copyright the video. So then we disputed that again, and then they were like, okay, well, we'll share it. It was like,
yeah, we went to
Jesus
like 3
Christ.
disputes on all of that stuff.
I bet.
Literally, that money's set in escrow for 3 months.
Yeah, and man, I'll tell you what. You know what's even worse than YouTube about this type of stuff, man? TikTok. And
oh really?
I had over 20 videos removed, and it's not even copyright stuff, man. Like it'll be like if you're holding a beer in this frame, so we're gonna remove this video for regulated goods, right? Stuff like that, or like it'll be a video where the girls in my videos, right? Like on Omegle, like 90% of the time these girls are vaping. Right?
Yeah.
They have a vape in their hand.
Yeah.
And TikTok will remove that shit. So I have to go through frame by frame now, dude, and blur it. It takes me hours to make a freaking TikTok now because of that. It's just painstaking stuff, man. Yeah. So it's been killing me.
That's why I quit TikTok, because I literally got banned from posting because somebody just decided one day to go through my entire account. And I think there was like close to 20 or 30 videos. I had close to like 300 videos posted, but there was 20 or 30 that got flagged for unsafe activities.
Yeah.
I'm a mechanic for a living, and I was standing underneath the car doing my thing, showing them how to do whatever.
Right.
And they're like, no, you can't do that.
It's ridiculous.
So I went through an individually fought every single one of those. And they all came back, which is cool, but I still couldn't post for 60 days.
Really? Man,
like,
they have me shadow banned, so I can't even get 1% of my following to see my videos right now, man.
Damn,
and I started losing brand deals over it, and it's been a tough thing for me to get through right now. But it sucks, man.
Is it because of what you were telling us, like the vaping and stuff like that, or is it?
Well, I think that's what caused it.
That plays a part, yeah.
I think that's what caused it. But now it's like, dude, like even when like when you have a brand deal, they're expecting a certain amount of views, right?
Sure, yeah.
And you have a certain threshold that you have to break. And so if you're not getting them the return on their investment, they pull out. And that's kind of like where I ended up. And it's not because my videos weren't good. I mean, I felt like my videos were pretty solid, but they're just not being
out
pushed
there.
out. Just TikTok won't let people see them right now.
Whoa.
So I don't know how to get out of that and how to get through. But it's just hard, man. Like it's scary, and I think that's the one thing, even for you guys, that I think it's so important to like start diversifying your platforms, right? Like having a big following on TikTok, having a big following on Instagram, YouTube, Twitch. Because this way, if like when I remember, dude, like if I didn't switch to Twitch, I switched about a year ago from streaming on YouTube to Twitch. And if I didn't, I remember if I got that demonetization thing that I had to deal with a few months ago, if that happened, I'd have no income at all, period. I would have been totally screwed.
That would have been it, right? Yeah.
And so that would have been the nail in the coffin. So thank God I switched over and had another way to do it, because when that happens, man, they can do it like that, and they don't tell you they're going to do it. It's just like out of nowhere.
You just wake up and see it, and you're like, oh boy.
Yeah, dude, it's so important. It's so important to put your eggs in multiple baskets with it.
For sure, yeah, man.
Yeah, that's definitely something I got to do. I got to look into Twitch, and I like YouTube. I like the way YouTube works, but Twitch is like hieroglyphs to me. So
do you freestyle?
I don't freestyle. No, just strictly.
It's more like composed.
Yeah, it's strictly rapping. Just like write it down, and I wait for my moment, and then I write.
I got you. No, I saw some of your clips on Instagram, dude. You sound really good, man.
Oh, thank you.
You've got a really dope voice.
That means a lot, dude, especially from you. I mean, your voice is killer. Your guitar playing is killer.
Thank you, bro.
For real. I was taking a walk earlier today, and I was just throwing on some of your videos on YouTube and just listening to some stuff. I was like, Jesus, dude, like you sound good, man. Like,
dude, I don't know what I'm doing, man. Like, at all. But I'm trying.
None of us do. None of us do.
I think the thing that impresses me the most about your vocal ability is I was listening to I Think She Likes Me. Is that the name of that song? I know that's the lyrics in there. Yeah. So there's a section in that song where you are kind of like in your upper chest voice, and then you kind of hit your falsetto, and then you come right back into that hard growl, like full chest voice, and it just happens like that. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
That was the that was the first one I put out that I produced all by myself. That
Hell
one was
yeah, it sounds good.
But that was a weird time because dude, my music journey's been so weird, man. So like, I started out doing like the whole rock and roll thing.
Yes, okay, I'm ready for this. All right. Oh, I've been wanting to ask you this question for a while, so I'm glad you're just rolling into it.
Hit me. What do you, tell me what you want to know.
I want to know your upbringing, man. Like you're
for sure.
You're from Jersey, so I know you dabble in punk rock and rock and roll, right? Like that's that whole East Coast vibe over there, yeah.
For sure.
So that's like right up my alley, man. And so and with your style and how you play and your voice, it's just like you've got all the ingredients there for being that the band kid. So I didn't know if you had been in bands previously or like what any of your musical background was. So without further ado, man, go. Let's hear it.
All right, here's my life story. So my dad played guitar, man. So he put a guitar in my hands when I was a baby, And, he taught me a few chords and got me started. And I remember, I was playing, I could play like I could strum along to Freebird by the time I was like 5 years old.
Hell yeah.
But then I didn't really take it serious till I was like 10 or 11. I don't know why. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I started going to this music shop when I was like 10 years old. And my teacher just stopped teaching me cool stuff. And I was growing really fast. I remember I was getting good quick. And my dad took me to this other guy after that wasn't working out. This guy named Carl Cochran, and he was like a legendary guitar player in New Jersey, man. He wrote a couple songs for Kiss.
Oh, damn.
He played with Joe Lynn Turner and Ace Frehley and a lot of really big guys.
I think I recognize the last name, but maybe that's where I recognize it from.
No, man, he's a legend, man. And I went to his house and I learned more in one weekend with him than I did in a whole year at that other school I was at.
Nice.
So I started studying with him, and I'd be 13, 14 years old, and Carl would be like, all right, every Thursday you're playing with me, at the bar. So he'd play all over the place, and I was the kid. He'd bring me up, and he would just keep me up there all night for songs I didn't even know. So it really, I was thrown into the fire. They'd be playing some Allman Brothers stuff, and be like, all right, here, play a guitar solo. I've never heard the song before. But like there's like 100 people watching me, and I had to get it right,
Hell yeah, dude.
So like I learned from messing up a million times and just being thrown into that shit. So Carl was the best, man. And then Carl ended up having a stroke. I think my junior year of high school, and he lost his right side. And so I would go over his house like every weekend and try to get him to play guitar again. Man, it was tough.
That is tough,
but I learned so much from him. And I think still with one hand, he could still outplay the shit out of me with just one hand. But yeah, man. So then I started getting into jazz. So I had there was a jazz band in my town. They were like the state champion big band. Like that was like the thing. Some schools have like a football team. We had the jazz band. So like I wanted to get into that. So my friend, I'm backtracking. This is even before all this shit. So for getting into high school, I was like one of the only freshmen that made it in, and my that's when I found out I had an uncle that I didn't really know existed for most of my life. My mom ended up having another brother, like a half brother. My grandpa had another marriage before, and the guy, my uncle Mike, he went to Berkeley. He's a professional jazz guitarist, and my mom reached out to him, and he started coming back around again, and he'd come over every Sunday and teach me how to play jazz. And so I started getting really into the jazz thing.
Dude, that is wow! What a coincidence, man! What a coincidence!
He went to Berkeley and everything, man. He's incredible, man.
So that's amazing.
So look, Matt, what's the lesson from this?
Go to Berkeley.
Learn from somebody from Berkeley.
Learn
from Aaron Hansen, Billy Wilkins.
Yeah, like that's. I need to find someone that's been. I just gotta start hanging out with Aaron more.
I'm pretty sure John Mayer came out of Berkeley too.
So all right, so we're almost there. So the Berkeley thing. So then, so I'm studying with my uncle Mike, and then I start getting into this thing called gypsy jazz, man. I watched this movie called Midnight in Paris, and the soundtrack, dude, had this crazy guitar shit in it. So I started learning it, and I learned every song. And this this guy, Stéphane Rembel, a French guy, was the composer, insane guitar player. became like my favorite guitar player. And I one day I'm in like a Sam Ash, and I'm just playing one of those songs, and one of the guys that works there's like, oh, you play that kind of music? He's like, you should check out this show. Hands me a flyer. It's that guy that wrote the song.
Oh,
he's
what?
playing in a cafe down the street from me.
Oh, that's
Like a little restaurant. I was like, what
That's
the
so cool.
fuck? So I went. Turns out he moved to New Jersey. So then the next weekend I went to his house. So I started studying with him. So I started learning all the Django Reinhardt stuff, playing with two fingers. He made me play with two fingers for a year, just like this, like Django did, learning all Django solos. And then he got me ready for Berkeley. Berkeley, I went there for a year. I had some crazy guitar teachers there, man. I learned so much from the kids around me too. Like I got shitted on every day. It was sick. But you know what, man, I'm just not a school person. Like I couldn't do that shit. And I tested out of my whole freshman year of school too. Like I started as like a sophomore.
Damn,
But yeah, man, it was
How
sick.
long-
Boston was fun.
How long
I
ago were
left.
you at Berkeley?
That was 2016. No, 2015 to 2016.
Okay,
sorry.
so he was there at the same time Exhorder was.
yeah. Same time Aaron was
Yeah.
there.
Exhorder.
That's
What's his
crazy.
name?
Aaron Hansen. He was a bass player.
Aaron Hansen. I think I know that name actually.
Seriously?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's
probably
crazy.
friends with him on Facebook. But-
Man, the world's getting even smaller right now.
yeah,
I was
man.
about to say, see, small world.
Yep.
Yeah, man. It's no, Berkeley was cool, man. I got to see all kinds of stuff. Do you guys know who Victor Wooten is?
Of course.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I'll never forget. So he was the guest teacher there the year I was there.
That's
And,
dude. That I think you were there the same year Aaron was then, because Aaron also said that he got
Well,
to sit in with Victor Wooten and stuff. So
Yeah.
Here's the thing with Aaron. So Victor Wooten came and did some special thing with the jazz band at our high school.
Get out.
Aaron's senior year.
Oh, was that here?
Okay, yeah. So
Oh.
that was here. So he
That's
did a
crazy.
thing, right?
What the fuck?
and he was impressed with Aaron's bass playing. He was like, "Dude, that's dope." So he bought him an amp and a stack and a new guitar. And
You kidding me?
It's still the guitar he still plays.
That's the same one.
That's so
Same
cool.
one. And not only that, he paid for his first 2 years at Berkeley, which was
Wow.
super dope. So that was the only reason he was
Oh.
able to go. And he ended up working with him, and then ended up like writing sheet music for other students and helping teach other students with Victor, which was super dope.
Wild.
Dude, Victor, he that guy,
He's
his whole
insane.
approach to playing, he's a monster.
Oh yeah.
But like, dude, you'd see guys like Victor Wooten, just like I remember, like one of my first days at school, like me and my roommate are sitting in the sushi cafe there, and we're eating. Then all of a sudden, my roommate just turns like white as a ghost, and I'm like, "Yo, what's up?" He's like, "You're not gonna believe this." He's like, "But Victor Wooten was just behind you." I'm like, "You're so full of shit." Like, just no way. And this guy sits down at the table next to us, and I'm like, "Yo, man," I was like, "Are you Victor Wooten?" He's like, "Yeah, man, what's up?" I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck?"
You're like, hold up.
Yeah, no, like you just see all these crazy guitar players there, man, and
Yeah.
it was cool. But then no, I dropped out, man, and I honestly I sat home for a few years. I didn't know what the hell to do with myself. I left and I went on tour for a while. I was playing guitar for a bunch of DJs, and the whole thing kind of ended like in some craziness, and everybody's wrapped up in some stuff, man, and I ended up leaving it.
Always, yeah.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes, man. But we
Yep.
had a good thing going. I learned everything not to do on the road.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I sat home for like 4 years, man, and it got to a point where my parents are like, this isn't working out. Maybe you should start figuring out the next thing. And my parents will support me to the end.
Yeah.
But I'm so lucky I had them as supportive as I did, man. But like it was to a point where I was just doing nothing all day. I got Damascus and Call of Duty. And it was like, you gotta do something. And then, dude, like I had a couple of shows booked. I started kind of getting back into the swing of things, and I was recording those songs like Cigarettes and Chardonnay, and
Yeah.
I made all those during that time, and I put all that out. And I met this guy. His name was Jerry Wunda, and he was the bass player for the Fugees.
Oh,
So
okay.
like Killing Me Softly, like all that. So
Yeah.
he kind of took me under his wing and taught me how to produce. And I'd go to New York City, and I was playing guitar for a bunch of rappers and stuff, man, and a lot of
What?
like big artists.
Dude, that is wild.
It was weird, man. But I got really into like hip hop and pop, and like, okay, you got to sound like this, you got to do that, and this, and it kind of like it kind of fucked me up a little bit. But I learned so much from it though, like from a production standpoint, because Jerry is a master producer. But it was from like a lot of other things, like the way they like my people were trying to make me sing different and stuff, and it kind of killed me for a while. And then once I started making the Omegle videos like 4 years later, I kind of started going back to the way I used to be and figuring out like that rock voice. Like I didn't sing like that for so long. And I just started embracing it because I was like, wait, people actually like that.
Yeah.
Because if I did that in the studio in New York with all the hip hop guys, I'd be like, man, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
You know? So it was like different. So it's always like that producer that wants you to do less. And, you know, but I learned so much at the same time, man. Just from being around those kind of people and just a lot of the rappers, honestly, I learned a lot from those guys, man. And just producers that like Metro Boomin would be coming in there and like some big rappers and producers, man. It was sick.
Nice.
Bro, honestly, I would like to hear more rap mixed with the type of music you do. I think that would be fucking dope.
I've got it. It's out there, man. But yeah, man, it's weird. I ended up leaving all that eventually and just doing everything myself, man. I got screwed over on it wasn't their fault. But somebody that promoted one of my songs. I have a song called Dark Skies, right? And I made that song with Jerry and all them.
I love that.
But when we put the song out, I had a problem. This guy that Jerry had met around that time was like, hey, I'll promote that song. We'll get you on playlists and this and that. And I spent a shit ton of money promoting that song, and my parents helped me pay for it. And it was a big thing. It was a big chunk of change that I had left over from not going to college that my parents were willing to put forward towards this song and try to get my career going. And dude, I remember because like I said, I'm big on analytics and stuff like that. And so I'm going through my Spotify analytics. All of a sudden, dude, like on the first day, 100,000 streams.
Whoa.
I'm like, what? Like, what the fuck is that? So I'm looking, and the source, it'll tell you where the streams came from, and it says 99% unknown. So I'm like, this guy's putting fucking bots on my song.
No.
And so I called Jerry. I'm like, this guy's fucking us up. He's putting bots on there, this and that. And Jerry's like, what? So, it being this whole thing where this guy put bullshit streams on my Spotify account. The song ends up getting removed from Spotify. I get shadow banned from Spotify, my entire name as an artist. Jerry ends up in a whole situation with Empire. It's just such a bad look. Like, we all kind of got fucked.
Damn, dude.
And I learned the hard way. And ever since that happened, man, and I've just done everything from now on, moving forward, even after that EP, like, I do everything myself now, dude. Like, everything that I'm putting out from now on, I'm producing, mixing, mastering, writing myself. Everything's myself now. But I learned the hard way, man. I got so fucked, and I had no choice but to put the big boy pants on and actually learn how this shit works.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And I can't play that song anymore. Like, it's just a lot of shit like that. So I learned the hard way. But yeah, some crazy shit, man.
Dude, and that's what we do in here, man. We do everything in house for that same reason. Like, if we do everything in here, that means we own everything. We get to make the decisions for everything, and we get to keep everything forever. You know, like
exactly, man. 100%.
Hard drives with our copyrights on it. You know, that have our songs on it.
Yeah.
It's like that's where the original master is at, and that's where it stays forever. And we have that forever, right?
You know what it is, man. At the end of the day, and I learned this from my dad, man. I really credit him because my dad's like a builder. And he does like mason work and shit, you know. So, but he'll do everything himself to save money, you know.
Yeah.
And I learned at the end of the day, if you want something done, you've got to do it yourself because nobody's going to give a shit about what you're doing as much as you will. Nobody.
Yep.
Nobody ever will.
And even on a project, you know, around the house, your car, your lawn, your yard, anything.
Everything, man.
Yeah. No one's
I think
going
it's
to care about
important to build
your
a
stuff.
team.
Yeah.
But I think at first you've got to do everything yourself. At least that's my philosophy of it. I don't know.
I think it's good. I think that's smart, man.
Don was asking, how does an old fart like me on Social Security income even begin to learn recording, editing, just for YouTube? What kind of software do I use first? Watch a bunch of YouTube videos on it. You'll figure it out. Like that's what we did.
I mean, and
just click on things.
Yeah, anymore nowadays too. You go to like music websites and they sell little like podcasting bundles for like $150, $200. That'll be like a one channel input and a decent little mic and a couple of cables to get you started and a set of headphones, and then that's it. That's really all you need, honestly.
Yeah, at least to get started.
Thanks.
So
that was hard for me at first, man. That shit. I was editing my first Omegle videos on my phone, dude.
Oh yeah,
on some app.
There's a lot of content creators that do that. I mean, Pappy D is the first one that comes to mind. His videos look so good and they sound so good, and he does all of his reactions from a cell phone. Like that's it.
It's crazy.
Like
it's crazy.
And it's wild to me because like me and Matt have played in bands, and the funny thing is before me and Matt knew who each other were, we knew about our bands, but like never played together.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I was in Spokane in a band, and I get a message from my cousin. Hey, I know this guy. He's in this band called Records. They want to come out and play a show, right? Which our band was doing fairly well. We'd only been out for just under a year. We were opening for Breaking Benjamin, Motionless in White, Quiet Riot.
That's crazy.
Like we were playing
That's dope,
insane
man.
shows. Yeah, man, it was a lot of fun. And I go, okay, well, cool. We can put you on a bill. And I'm messaging him. I have no idea it's him, right? I'm like, yeah, so we can put you on a bill. Do you have any merch to sell? Do you have any music that you can sell? Do you have like Spotify? Like it, do you have any of this? And he's like, well, we're working on it. And I was like, cool, hit me up when you have it. And then never talked to him again until I moved back.
We got that. We got all that stuff, but then I'm bad at. I by that point had forgotten that we had even made contact, and it had been years since that happened. So it was like it just kind of got lost in the ether. But yeah. So we actually.
But that being said, I've been surrounded with just music equipment for years. I mean, my grandparents were in a bluegrass like gospel band. They got to play the Grand Ole Opry and stuff like that.
That's so cool.
And so I've always been around the music equipment. And I'm like, well, it just makes sense to use this for all your audio and then just find a camera and sync it up.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how we've always done it. So like doing all of this stuff off of your phone is just like completely foreign to me.
Yeah,
like
no.
it's completely foreign.
It's nutty, bro. It's nuts.
I can't even imagine. Like,
what are your primary instruments? I know, and Matt, you play drums, right?
I am a drummer by trade. Yeah, I can kind of do everything, but like I'm a drummer by trade. Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, I when I was in the band, I played rhythm guitar and very little lead. I'm not real good at the solos.
Dude, I'm not good at the rhythm, so
solos are hard, man. I think the reason why I find solos difficult is because I'm not really well versed in scales and like
for sure
the understanding of theory of different keys and scales, right? And I feel like that's a big like foot in the door for being able to write solos. Yeah.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Man, the way I look at the guitar, it's all like I remember my guitar teacher Carl. He gave me a chart of all the modes at my first lesson. And my dad printed them. He printed them out, and he put one copy of it in every room of the house.
Oh wow!
So we had it because my dad collects guitars too, and so we had a guitar in every room of the house. So no matter what I was doing, if I was watching a movie, I'd be looking at those scales. Okay, and no matter, I did nothing. I lived those scales for years until they were like my second nature.
Yeah, you just knew them. Yeah.
Yeah,
and I know the scales better than I know like chords and stuff like that.
Right, that's crazy.
So it worked for leads, but for rhythm, I didn't start learning that till later.
The instrument I actually started learning on, I went to a pawn shop when I was 14, and I saw a mandolin, and I just had to have it.
Mm-hmm.
So I picked it up, started trying to learn how to play it, and realized, holy fuck, this thing is hard to play.
They are really hard to play.
So I started like just kind of learning basic chords and stuff, and I was like, you know what? I bet you it would be easier with a guitar. So then I got a guitar, and then whatever I learned on mandolin, I learned on guitar, and then vice versa. And then from there, bass was super easy for me to pick up.
Right?
It's just another form of guitar. So, I mean, pretty much anything that's a plucked string instrument. I even experimented with banjo for
Cat
a
in the
year.
chat because I play 0 instruments.
Yeah, dude, Cat can play a mean radio. I've heard her play
a mean radio.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's sick, man. That's crazy. No, because if you learn the one, then you could start to pick up other things,
Yeah.
And for me, that's the one nice thing. Like over the years, like learning music theory and stuff. Like if I were to sit at a piano. I mean, I'd be slow as hell at it, but I could figure out how to play the chords to a song if I wanted to. I'd be slow, but if you know the theory behind it, you can do it.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a pain though. I suck at it.
Dude, music theory in high school and college was the bane of my existence. Like once we got to the circle of fifths, everything after that, I was just like gone. Like circle of fifths made sense to me. Everything else after that. Like, we had a test in high school. They were like, okay, so you're going to play all the major scales, and then you're going to go ahead and play all the modes. And you have to get, I think it was like at least 7 of them correct. I got like 3 of them.
I still have PTSD from this one class at Berkeley. I tested into it, but I shouldn't have because I wasn't ready. It was like one of those things on like the entry test where I just happened to guess shit the right way.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But it's like it was a class. It was called Ear Training 4, and I'll never forget, man. You'd sit in a room. The teacher would play something on the piano, and you would have to take that just from hearing it and write it as notes.
Yeah,
Which-
oral theory, like
Yeah,
oh my
like
God,
just like
dude.
that. And man,
Yeah.
the fucking worst part was there was sight singing, right? And it wasn't just like you had to sight sing the melodies. You had to look at every note and decide what solfege tone it was, like do, re, mi, fa.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
you
and
know,
sing
like
and
shit
sing
like
it in
that.
solfege.
And
Yeah.
sing it. And you had to sing it in solfege, and they made us
Yeah.
do that to jazz.
Dude.
The jazz.
We did
Dude,
that.
you are stop. You're bringing up past trauma, right? I forgot. I went through all this
dude-
shit in college too, man. I went through this horrible sight reading solfege.
Bro, I got
bullshit.
so good at sight reading for a while, and now, like, if I were to look at a sheet of regular music, I can't do it. I've just
It's
blocked
like a
that part
foreign
of my
language,
brain
right?
out.
You're
I
just-
used to be really good at it.
Insane.
It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
Isn't that
Yeah.
crazy how we do that? We're like, I don't need that
No.
anymore, so it's gone, dude. It's
Well,
out
Dude,
of
the
there.
second I dropped out, I was like, nope, no more.
Gone.
Never good.
Yeah,
it was
right.
crazy when I was in vocal jazz. That's how you tested to get in, and somehow I made it. I don't know how, but I made it, and it was crazy because I didn't take music theory until the year after that, and so I had no fucking clue what I was doing.
Dude, you know what I just remember? I'm having flashbacks now. It was I can never listen to this song again. It was Straight No Chaser. Was
Yes.
the song.
Oh yeah.
That was the song they used. And I'll just whenever I hear that, I'm like, oh god.
Mm. Oh god.
Yeah, bad,
Please
man.
no. Please no.
Yeah, no, it's tough.
It's like your alarm clock going off. Like, oh
Dude,
god.
it's so bad, man.
It
So
is.
yeah. How old are all you guys?
Old enough to party, you know.
Hell yeah.
I'm 33.
You're 33? Okay.
Yeah.
And then 27.
27? Oh, okay. You only
Yeah.
got 2 years on me.
Yeah.
No, and I'm 31.
31? Nice.
Mm.
yeah,
How old
man.
are you?
I'm 25.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
Man, it's funny, though, because I feel like we all kind of got thrown into, like, this online shit at the same time.
Definitely.
You know what? Once everything kind of shut down, it's like, oh, okay. Well, this is where this is going now.
This is what we're
It's
doing
just so
now, yeah.
weird. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just so weird how it happened. I
Dude.
feel like we all get, like, at least 2 years cut off. You know? Like, we get them back.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
get those
right.
back for sure.
Yeah, fuck that, man. I don't want to
No,
be 25, man.
It was crazy during the pandemic, like how much just online content just exploded. I mean, there was a ton of shit to watch online to begin with anyway. But
Right.
then all of that happened and just everybody was like, you know what? Fucking I'm gonna just start making my own shit.
Online content.
Yeah.
man.
And like there was a lot of bad stuff, but there was a lot of good content that came out of that. And there was a lot
There
of people
was.
who made a career for themselves.
Yeah.
And it's been wild to watch because we didn't start till the end of the pandemic. I mean, it was really I mean, as far as Wyoming was concerned, it never happened at all.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
like that's
Wyoming-
South Jersey.
Yeah, Wyoming was
Yeah.
like, no, dude,
Yeah.
we're good.
Yeah.
But it's been wild to see because you would think with an oversaturation of content, there would be less people actually making it. You know what I mean? And that hasn't really been the case. I mean, there's been a ton of new reactors, and I only say that because that's who I've really been watching. Is because one of my I just love to help people who are genuinely good people trying to make their content and their reaction thing,
100%.
because it can be a dangerous thing to get into, especially legally with copyright stuff, and not a lot of
Yeah.
people realize that. And but like there was a ton of reactors that came out. I mean, Carly Shay came out of she was one of the ones that started doing it during the pandemic, and she's doing it full time now, like, you know, just killing it. And I don't know if Nick the actor was before the pandemic or if he started during it, but I know Pappy D started shortly after.
Right.
There was our boy Saucy Dad. Saucy Dad started during that, and he's killing it too. I mean, it's just wild how many people started during that time and have like made, if not a full-blown career, at least like, hey, I have like an
A good-
extra $500 to $1,500 a month.
For
Like,
sure.
that's
Yeah,
dope.
exactly, man. Exactly. It's crazy, man. I wonder where it's going to go, because I feel like, especially, at least with TikTok, I feel like we're starting to get to a place where, like, I don't know if you guys remember how, like, Instagram used to be. Like, back in the day, like, Instagram, you'd post something, and if it blew up, like, you'd go nuts. Like, I remember, like,
Yeah.
I started out just posting guitar videos on Instagram, man, and, like, I had a couple that just went nuts, and they get reposted by other big accounts, and it just keeps on going, right? And then eventually Instagram totally changed its algorithm, and it just became so oversaturated with the same shit. And they kind of closed the door, and it just became so much harder to grow on that platform, right? And I feel like even YouTube, I feel like has been the most fair so far. I feel like YouTube, if you work hard and you keep grinding through shit, eventually it pays off, but you have to be consistent. But like TikTok, I feel like it's starting to like close the door a little bit, where it's getting harder and harder to break through because there's so many new people coming and oversaturating all these different markets. So I'm really curious to see where it's going to go and you know how it's going to be. If it's going to become like a pay to win situation, like on Facebook, forget about it. Like you have to pay to get your people to even see it.
Facebook is a joke these days. Like
it's like eventually everything's going that way.
But that's the thing that kind of sucks about those pay-to-win kind of things is, like, you can end up in a situation like you were in where it's like bots. Like, those, you're just getting bots. Like, that's what I felt like happened on Facebook when I was trying to spend some marketing
I've tried that too. You know, it's funny you say that. It depends. Like, if you run ads, like, I remember I've tried doing that a few times to promote music. And, like, it felt like some of them weren't authentic views. You know, it didn't seem right.
Yeah.
But and the crazy thing is since we've started this YouTube, it's wild how many fake accounts on Instagram tend to follow us.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
I'm sure you get that all the time.
All the time. Yeah.
There's like anywhere between like 3 to like 15 a day that I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm real. I promise. Both of you.
Me too, by the way.
It's okay.
I'm fake.
I follow you guys. Yeah.
Just DM me. I'll let you know.
I'm a bot.
Yeah,
I'm not real.
You know what freaks me out the most? So like I'll get one of those accounts that are following me but has my profile picture.
I
haven't had that.
Billy, I post in my Discord, and you can ask the people that from my Discord in the chat. I post in the picture sharing all the time when I get Tom McDonald number 85, Mad Child number 38.
Yeah.
I had a fake Keanu Reeves at one point. I was kind of proud of that one.
Oh my god.
And I post him because to me that's hilarious. Because it's you think I don't know, because by the way, fun fact, not all of the ones I listed, of course, I'm not like buddies with Keanu Reeves, but don't come at me with a fake profile for somebody who I'm friends
I'll probably
with,
know who is,
and they're
or
verified, and I follow them, they follow me back, and then you try to follow
Yeah.
me as a fake account, like, bruh, come on.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Like, that's the dumbest thing, is to like, well, hey, this one follows Brandon, and they follow each other, so let's pretend to be Brandon. Like, does that make sense?
The funniest is like I have a couple of friends that are like their content is all like crypto type of stuff and like stuff like that. So it gets really that alone is like its own whole thing.
Yeah.
But then like you get people that are making fake accounts of theirs and then saying, "Oh, this is my backup account. You should put like $1,500 into this right now. I'll send you the link. Here, click on it." I'm like, "Wait, whoa!" Like,
Wait a second.
Doesn't sound suspicious at all. Click.
yeah, definitely real. And you'd be surprised how many people actually do it. It's insane.
It's a
People
whole
fall for
industry,
this
man.
stuff.
The scam industry is an entire industry, dude.
It's huge. It's one of the biggest industries in the world.
It really is, yeah.
Here's
Unreal.
one of the things that's never made sense to me. Okay, so Stephen He brought this to I mean everybody's attention. It was hilarious. On Instagram, there's a Stephen He fan page, and it's labeled Stephen He fan page, right? Which is cool. Fan pages are cool. You're just like sharing favorite content, whatever. It had more followers by like 5,000 than Stephen He himself.
That's what happened to my friend. The same thing. Because you know what happens? You know what they do? They hack somebody big's account, and then they turn it into their own, pretending to be somebody else. And then that account becomes bigger than the original.
Yeah, and that happened to Ryan Upchurch a couple years ago, but it didn't matter because Instagram hates him and takes his stuff down a lot. But
it's insane. People are very gullible, man. It's kind of wild.
Oh, okay.
You know what pisses me off though? Have you guys seen? I had a viral video of me singing "Through the Fire and Flames" to this girl, right?
Yeah.
And I posted it on YouTube. Every comment is people telling me I'm faking it.
Yeah.
Because when the video went up, it got like a little bit out of sync for some reason.
Yeah.
With the audio and the video, so like it doesn't line up perfect. And I already have like a little bit of latency with my setup as it is. But like it just made it like a little bit too off, and everybody's commenting, "Oh, it's just fake. Fuck this guy." And they're commenting, going through all my videos, commenting, "Fake, auto-tune, fake. Do it without reverb." I'm like, bro, like it's fucking reverb. Everybody uses reverb. What the fuck's your problem?
Yeah. We
drive me insane, bro.
I think we said that something because in one of your Omegle videos, the lady's like, "No, that's not you." Stop. Like, stop during your guitar solo.
Same thing with that.
Yeah. And she was like, no, like that's not you singing. And so you ended up taking everything out and just had the guitar and your vocals. And it's like, yeah, dude, like it's legit. And Harry Mack gets the same thing. People are like, no, he's reading lyrics off a screen. I'm like, dude,
like, how?
Possible? Like,
How is that?
How is that possible?
What? Like, yeah, no.
Yeah,
dude, Harry
it's
Mack
wild.
is a cool dude, man. I actually got to pick his brain once about kind of how he does what he does.
Mhm.
And it's just like it's so interesting to like hear him talk about it, bro. But like, there was an event like a little over a year ago. These other YouTubers put together, and it was just like all the Omegle YouTubers together, and like the judges were Marcus Veltri and Harry Mack.
Oh hell yeah!
You know, and so pretty much. But no, when Harry was performing, after his performance, we're all on like a Discord call together. So I'm kind of picking his brain about it. I'm like, yo, man, like when you're improvising, you know, when you're freestyling. I told him, I was like, I noticed you have things where like you'll pedal to, like, be like Harry Mack, this and that. I'm like, is that you thinking about what's going to come next? Like, is it like you build like a library of like these certain things that you
like
kind of pedal off?
It's his buffer. Like, are you buffering right there?
Yeah, and he's like, it's just like when you play guitar solos and you're improvising, you have like a bunch of licks that you know. He said it's kind of like the same mentality. Like he has a bunch of licks that he's pulling from lyrically in a way. They're like tricks that he uses.
Well, I'm good to know my theory was correct.
Well, I'm going to say
'cause we
something
talked-
about that because I got into, like, there was a whole fight started over this. Hold on, my cat's going insane. Sorry. Like,
Too much catnip.
He's about to, like, jump up, like, at me because I think they're like a fly flew by or something. But no, I was actually on a reaction channel and there was somebody in the live stream in the chat, right? And I was making a comment because, you know, of course I don't know anybody that is an independent rapper. I don't know any of them, right? I don't know any independent artists.
I mean, yeah.
Exactly.
Skullz is like, Skullz, come back.
So there's others as well. So I talk to more than just like one person. So it's not like I'm just making this up. And I told them, because they're like, well, how do they blah, 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 right? And it was a freestyle. And I said, well, fun fact, sometimes it depends on who it is it's the content, whoever's freestyling. Sometimes people be like, oh, I'm going to drop something on this beat. They catch a beat. They have something they wrote a while back or lyrics that they're real familiar with, and it just matches up.
Totally.
And they spit those. Some of them do actual freestyle, but they do those fillers, right? Because you have
100%.
specific like lines in between that kind of segue any way you want them to go, but it gives you something to build off of. It has easily rhymable or different like subjects where you could go like 6 different ways off this one line to give them the flexibility. This dude's like, no, that's not true. That's lies. Prove it. I said, prove it. How am I supposed to fucking prove it? He said, well,
I've had
he
to
said
like
it's hearsay.
really not look.
I'm like,
Hearsay.
like really? And then it's funny because
Without a
right after that was the trial. Like it hadn't happened yet.
Yeah.
So then the whole hearsay thing.
You
happened,
say
and
hearsay
thought,
before that?
Yeah, he was saying it before that.
Yo, I don't trust that guy. I got weird.
Yeah, you can't trust that, man.
He knows something, okay?
Hearsay. Objection, hearsay. Every time, man.
But they
Oh my
fought
God.
me, and I knew I was right because, well, number one, it wasn't like I was guessing. People literally told me when I do this or when I freestyle, right? This is what I do sometimes, and a lot of other people do too. And I heard it from multiple people. So, you know.
Well, you know, I think even with Harry, it's even beyond that. Like, sure, like there's always going to be like little pivot points that are kind of like, okay, I know I have this in my arsenal, but I think it's even more so like tools that I'll have, like where he'll like, if you notice, like when you watch him rap, like the moments where he's like saying, okay, and you with the gray hoodie, or like he like looking at something around him, like picking an article of clothing or something like that, right? I think there's only so many different ways that you can go with that, right? Where he feels and he's comfortable with it. It's almost like he's on autopilot when he's doing that type of stuff.
Yeah,
and
for
it's
sure.
like when he's saying those lines, he's thinking ahead at those next ones that are going to come, and that's when he's doing like the brain work to kind of get there. But it's funny, man. It's just really interesting to hear about that stuff, man, because it's really similar, like to like the guitar thing.
Yeah.
But it's just so much harder. I can't even imagine putting words together like that.
No, and it was funny because we were talking exactly like of that when we had Derek in here. We did a reaction to Harry Mack, and we were sitting there and we're like, okay, look, you can actually see him. Like, he's on autopilot right now. you can see his eyes scanning the screen, like, what's the next thing I'm going to talk about?
Yeah, just looking
and
over
he's
the.
just spitting. It's like, holy shit, dude.
I
he's not even thinking about it.
Yeah.
He's since we've been watching him, like thinking about his brain, like the way a hard drive works, right? Like he is processing so much information and filtering it all through so quickly, like what you were talking about when he's looking around the room and building a buffer. Even when he's looking around the room, he's buffering that also. Like he's got a buffer for that, but that's a pre-buffer for the lines that he's actually going to come up with. Like he's got so many layers of thought and filtering going on, man, and he's done it for so long that it's just like second nature.
Man, you know what the icing on the cake for it is? He went to school. He's a jazz drummer.
Yeah, that's what people have been telling us in the comments.
That's what I'm saying.
Man.
So it's like, but it's interesting though, like the way I feel like the rhythmic part of him, right?
Right.
Is like that's second nature from playing
Yeah.
drums.
Yep. I was
feel like
thinking
he's
the
already
same
got
thing.
that on lock, you know?
Yeah.
So
That's
for him,
true.
I feel like it was just a matter of grinding like these tools that he can use to like string these words together and figure out where he's gonna go.
Yeah,
Yeah, especially if he
Like,
knows like
he's-
jazz rhythm. Like jazz rhythm gets more
Yeah, man.
complicated than pretty much everything. So
Absolutely.
if he knows
Cool.
that down, then his instincts are gonna be freaking crazy.
He's nuts, man. He's nuts. And it's funny, man, because like it's weird because I feel like I've kind of been walking a tightrope. Like the guitar stuff that I grew up playing, like I listened to like a lot of like Chan and Polyphia type of stuff, and like a lot of like intervals and like all that stuff is like when they go perform live, all that stuff is a tight knit show. Everything's the same every time they play it. There's no improvising. It's crazy technical shit, right?
Right.
But I feel like I come more from the world of jazz and stuff where like most of the stuff that I play is off the top. Like any video you watch where I'm playing a guitar solo, it's improvised. It's all improvised. Everything that I do is off the top. So it's like, you know, a lot of people have like this like an expectation of it. It's going to be like perfect this and that, the other thing, but like it's all like off the top and like improvised music, even like the way Harry Mack's doing it. It's like when I go perform a live show, man, like I'll go off on like a tangent where I'm just playing one thing for a long time, then I'll switch and I'll try to just like sing to the crowd about one thing. But it's more so just like I like that part of music is so much more valuable to me, at least for what I do, than like having like the tight knit, really crazy technical guitar shit, which it has a place in my heart because that's how I learned the things that I do by learning
absolutely.
songs like that. But like there's always like my favorite thing in the world is just when you kind of just let things kind of vibe and see where they end up and just kind of
when you can just kind of let things go like that, you can tap into your intuition and like everything's just kind of working as one, opposed to when you like sit down and try to write something, then you're like you're not in that flow state. You're more just
100%.
like you're trying to like write something, trying to figure it out. You're more, but yeah, there's something, especially with music, you feel it, you know, that's what you want to do. You want to feel it. So when people can improvise that shit, it's unmatched to me.
Yep. No, it's crazy.
And bro, you do it fucking, dude, you're fire. Like for real, dude. You're fucking awesome. Like I remember, I think
it's all the guitar, man. It's all the guitar.
Well, I think 307 fucking. I think you sent me something, and I heard you sing, and I was like, oh okay, man, this guy can sing. And then I looked a little bit more into you, and then I saw you like soloing, and I was like, bro, this guy's no fucking joke. He can sing, he can fucking play.
Bro, that's been the hardest part of YouTube for me, man, because I really want to be able to be like a mainstream artist someday, right? But the thing is, the sad truth behind that is to do that, I kind of have to sacrifice people knowing me as a guitar player first for that to happen. And at heart, I'm a guitarist first, man.
Yeah.
You know, the singing is secondary. I'm not as good of a singer as I am a guitar player.
Yep.
But I've had to use my singing to be the thing that gains me my following. You know?
Yeah.
It's not because people don't give a shit about cool guitar
well,
solos
see,
anymore.
that's the thing. You can kind of.
Yeah, people listen to the words
I
first.
don't agree
man.
with
That's what it
that.
is.
People, that's the first comment I get.
There's some people that do, but the average Joe, the average consumer, they're not looking at that.
I get that.
You know?
Well, I've been listening to a ton of Tools, so yeah, I'm on Cat's side.
There you
right
go.
now.
You know, that place always has a spot in my heart, all the crazy technical shit. But I feel like my job. Go ahead, Kat.
No, I was gonna say I think what it is, and this is just my opinion. It's always just my opinion, but I get what you're saying because you kind of with the singing, right? Because people immediately like, ooh, right? But my favorite part is that you kind of go and you do the song, you do the singing. Of course, when you don't know it and you learn it right then, like. But anyway, you do the song, you do the singing, and then all of a sudden it's like.
Yeah.
And then anyone that knows anything about anything or has attempted to pretend like they know or listens a little bit or has friends that do it will just their jaw hits the ground and they're just like the thumbnails. Y'all know what I'm talking about, the thumbnails.
Yeah, I'm loving the freeze frames they're doing.
Yeah, someone screenshot. This is a thumbnail for the stream.
There you go.
No. I think it's all about pulling people in with the familiar and then differentiating yourself from there. And bro,
right, like you pull them
have
in and
the
then suddenly you're like,
familiarity.
hot, boom.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you have the familiarity, but you also have something really special that separates you from everybody else.
And if you have to
so it's just a
sneak it
matter
in
of like
there,
sprinkling that in there. Exactly.
Well,
You
sneak it in there,
I-
like, hey, I got you with my
that's
singing.
the key word.
But here's
I feel like my
the
main job, right? If I want to be a mainstream artist, because the things that I've learned from, I mean, I grew up studying gypsy jazz and like shred guitar and like shit like that, right? But I'm pulling elements from that world and from all these worlds that I've studied, right? But I feel like my job at the end of the day is to trick the average Joe into listening to that type of shit.
Yes,
right?
do it. You're doing God's work.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, you take those things and you apply them into making something that's simple. You simplify it. I don't want to say you dumb it down, because sometimes the hardest thing to do is to dumb something down.
You're
But
trying
like
to,
in
like,
a way, that's pretty much what I'm doing. Like I'm trying to take something simplified enough where anybody can enjoy it.
so that you can elevate them to like really listen to real music.
Right. It's like there's no
Yeah.
minor 7 sharp 11 type of shit going. You know, you don't need that. Like, but like you could take these other things and you could trick them into being, oh, okay, this is familiar.
Yeah, you can't teach or I'm not saying teach, but you can't show like a kindergarten kid fucking algebra.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
You could.
sometimes you throw. Yeah,
Right.
they're not. Sometimes you got to throw it out there, and then people kind of go through the journey and the growth with you, and then they have a deeper understanding and a deeper connection.
Dude,
to
I
more
went through
complicated stuff.
a tough switch. Like when I first started switching, like shifting gears towards being more of like a singer-songwriter, pop artist type of thing. Because my entire Instagram following back then was all guitar snobs, right?
Oh yeah,
And
sure.
that's like the worst kind of following to have, man.
Dude,
because
the
like,
worst. The
it's
worst.
the worst because like they'll be like, oh well, you didn't play it note for note, this and that, or like, oh, I wish you would do more guitar videos, this and that. But like I realized that that's such a small community, right? The guitar community is huge to us because like growing up, I was like, oh my god, like these guys are all my guitar heroes. This
They're
and that.
influential.
But-
Yeah.
Right, but in that community, in that world. But to break out of that spectrum, you have to do other things.
Yeah.
And the world's a lot bigger than just the music part. That's the thing I've learned the most from the YouTube thing, man. The music itself is such a small piece of the pie.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild. And I feel like there's so much more value in building a community that believes in you just for like being a fan of you and just like whatever you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because then
absolutely.
you could take, okay, here's a shred
church.
song. Here's a pop song. Take us to church, right? But it's like it's the same thing, man. Like it's just like you take these people and you show them just be your real self and see who sticks around and who doesn't. If they don't, then fuck it, But
Oh, dude, that has been one of the things. Like, we always knew. Like, I had studied before starting this reaction channel. I'd studied specifically heavily Ryan Upchurch and his rise to where he's got now. And it's all in the community. Like the music is good and everything. Like, sure, that played a part, but he has such a hardcore, like die-hard community. He could be like, hey, I'm going to Hawaii. Any one of my friends or any one of my fans that want to be there, like, show up, and they probably pack a whole island.
Probably,
like,
yeah.
it's
Right.
crazy.
Yeah.
And so you're like, okay, well, once I realized, okay, it's the community that's pushing him. And I mean, obviously everybody knows that, but they don't actually look into how, like, ferocious that community can be and how much they can do for that person. And
well, think
so
about it, man. Like, why do people go why do you go to a country concert?
Because it's just fun to go, man.
It's fun.
You check it
The
out,
people are fun.
Yeah.
The beer is fun. It's a good time. The community is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The culture is fun.
Oh yeah, and once
You know?
I like figured that out, I'm like, okay, well, how did he do this? And the formula is really easy. You be yourself, and you just stay consistent with what it is you're doing, and that's it. And we've had tons of people, like, I mean, I chew tobacco, grizzly wintergreen, right? People get all upset. Oh, I can't believe you like do that on camera. It's so blah blah blah. And I was like, dude, look, welcome to blue collar America. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Most of the other dudes in Wyoming are doing that shit too. It's just how it works out here.
and it's funny because I just noticed there was a comment yesterday about we did a Harry Mack Gorilla Bars. I think it was number 25 or something.
Those are crazy
And-
videos, yeah.
Dude, so good.
Oh yeah, and they were like, "Why didn't you just start at number 1?" And like, we didn't have to say anything. Like,
community
our
did it for
community
us.
jumped in, and they're like,
Yeah.
"Dude, it's impossible for them to start at number 1. If they went from number 1 to get all the way to 25, you realize that's
Forget it.
25 days. Like, that's a whole month. They're gonna have to dedicate a whole
Yeah.
month to this, and they have other things they do, and
Yeah, forget it.
and so it was cool to see the community know what we're about, because I tell people on our YouTube channel all the time, follow me on Instagram, hit me up. I may not reply right away, but I will reply.
Right.
And there's lots of people who aren't content creators that, they just, hey man, how you doing? Well, I'm doing pretty good. We have like an hour-long conversation, and that is
Yeah.
what it is. And the building of the community, man, it has restored my faith in humanity.
Absolutely,
Like,
yeah.
It's so
there's
important, man.
so many amazing people out
It's so important. The community is the most important part. And on top of that, man, too, even the thing is, like, for an artist, the community is there just as much as you are for them.
there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, like, for example, I'll have a day where, like, I feel like shit and I don't want to go live, you know?
Yeah.
Next thing you know, I hit that button, I go live, everybody comes in, we're hanging out, and the vibe, it just totally changes your day.
Oh yeah.
You're like, oh, okay. And you remember why you love doing this shit so much. You're like,
Yeah.
okay. And you see everybody hanging out, people like gifting each other subs. Like some kid will come into my chat, be like, oh man, I want to get a sub, but I don't have enough money for one. And
Right.
somebody will gift them one. I'll be like, yo, like that's what we're talking about.
That's dope.
That's the fucking family, bro.
Hell
Fuck
yeah.
yeah.
So like stuff like that, man. It just makes it so much more meaningful. And
Dude,
the
we-
music is dope, but
we
that
see that
shit.
we see that in your videos too, like we've seen at least one of your videos where you cut to yourself and you're just like, oh my god, okay, I love doing this, I love doing this,
I
Oh,
love my
job.
job. I love my job.
I love this, I love this.
Well,
As you're drinking
Omegle's a
beer,
whole. That's a whole.
and then by the end of the episode though, you found somebody or something in there that's that's inspired you, or you've made a really deep connection, and it kind of like it kind of turns the whole thing around. So.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll tell you, behind the scenes, the hardest thing to deal with when I on a really bad day of Omegle is the worst thing. I mean, the things
Is it
that
all
you
the
see is one thing.
penises? Like
That's one thing. I think I've got it down pretty good now. I've got it, I've narrowed down pretty good. But dude, the worst is like whenever I finish playing for somebody, I ask them for permission if they want to be in the video or not.
yeah.
Oh,
And the worst thing ever, dude, is because I had in the past, I didn't used to ask people. And once the TikTok started getting so big, like that, no matter what, like they'd see themselves on TikTok and then come from me and be like, oh, I didn't want to be in your video, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, shit.
And you start getting all kinds of shit. And, legally, it's a whole thing.
Oh yeah.
But so from now on, I won't post people in my videos unless I get permission for them. But that's hard, though, because sometimes you get a reaction that's dope, but they skip you or so, like some of those funny moments.
Right.
So on those, I kind of roll the dice.
Yeah.
At least for YouTube,
Yeah.
right? But, like, I had one that went stupid viral on TikTok where they hung up on me, I never got to ask. And the video blew up, and then they reached out to me like, hey, remove this and that, and started, like, threatening legal
man.
action. I was like, oh, fuck.
Oh man.
So I had to take it down after, like, 400,000 views or something. I was like, oh.
Oh, dude,
And,
I think one of my
it's the worst.
favorites when that happened is you were talking with this chick. She requested something, or she requested a band. And
Yeah.
I think when you played it, she didn't recognize the song. Like, she maybe only knew one. or
Yeah, I
two
played her what
songs
she
of
asked
it.
for. She didn't know it.
Yeah. And so about halfway, you started to go into a guitar solo, and then she just skipped you. And
Yeah,
you're
all
like,
the time, man.
Oh, and then it comes to the next guy, and you're just like, so there he's like, "What's up, bro?" Well, she skipped me in the middle of my solo.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, dude, that's
that's
me,
dope,
like,
like-
so desperate to just get done with that fucking song.
Right,
Because I've been trying to film this song for hours, and, like, I just want somebody to be like, just to put it in the video.
Yeah.
But the worst will be, like, I'll get a dope reaction. Like, recently, like, one of the most popular ones is Dream On. And that,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
they hit, like, the high note clip.
That was super good.
Kinda blew up. I've been trying to bring it back again, and I had one that was, like, one of the best reactions ever. And at the end of it, I'm like, hey, do you mind if I post this? And the girl's like, yo, no, you better not post this. I don't want to be filmed. This and that. I'm like, then why are you on Omegle?
Then what are you doing
Right.
on here?
What
Yeah,
are you
like-
doing? There's literally a warning on the website that says, like, don't, like, you might be filmed.
You
Like,
can
what
get
are you
recorded
doing?
here. Yeah. Like what?
And it's a whole thing, but, like, when it gets down to the nitty gritty and, like, the legal
Yeah.
stuff, like, it goes state by state, and it's just so complicated. And
It is.
my lawyer's like, just no, don't post it. I would.
Yeah.
That makes
So,
sense,
like-
man. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so annoying, man. So.
That's gotta be. Yeah, it's gotta be so heartbreaking.
Dude,
when you
it
get a
breaks
great
your
reaction.
spirits. It's been like 7 hours. You
Yeah.
finally get that clip you've been going for, and then it's just like, oh, and your voice is shot because you've sang "Dream On" fucking
Oh, yeah.
13 times, and it's just the worst, man.
Can you like
Yeah,
put just like a frowny face on top of their head?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just it's rough. That's the hardest part.
Yeah. Is there a way that like, can you get around that by like putting a filter over them? Like, can you do like?
I could, but like the whole point that people watch the videos.
It's to see
At the end of the day, people aren't watching videos for me.
Yeah.
Like maybe some are. Maybe
like,
a couple.
Hey,
are
bro.
watching
Hey,
for me.
bro. I watch your
Hey,
videos for you. Okay.
Listen, that's like, thank you. I appreciate you. But
Well-
the average Joe that's watching, they want to see how is this girl gonna react when he sings this song.
I guess that's
Well,
fair,
and
yeah.
That's like
what
the
we
average
were-
Joe mentality.
That's
Know what
we
you should
were
do?
talking
You should-
about with
you should
Harry
pixelate-
McAdoo the other day. Is literally the Omegle guys are reaction channels. It's just reversed.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Like,
100%. Well, it's all we're in the same boat, man, because it's all just reaction-based content.
yeah.
And the
Well,
face is the most important thing. People want
Billy,
to see
what-
what the face is.
What you should do, Billy, though, is you should pixelate everything but the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. Just see how it looks. Just see how it looks, because they won't be able to tell who it is.
Dude, it's just so much work. I'd almost rather just be miserable for an extra 2 hours and try to get
Right,
a clip. 'cause it's-
There you go.
But
like a
sometimes like, there's
filter
certain
on 'em.
clips.
Oh, I got a great idea. Why don't you go on Snapchat and just film the
Track
video
it?
you got with a filter on it?
Filter.
Yeah, exactly,
That's
exactly.
actually not a bad idea. I wonder if there's a way
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah,
Oh,
try it.
man.
See what
You
see what
can.
happens.
In post.
That's the best.
That could work.
Yeah, it might, dude. It's worth a
It'll save me a
shot.
lot of time from blurring, dude. Blurring frame by frame is a lot of work.
Oh, it's a
dude.
pain in the ass.
Especially
yeah.
with like more so for TikTok. YouTube's a little more lenient with it, but like for TikTok, it's just like if there's a vape in the video, I have to go frame by frame. They're moving their hands and they're vibing to a song.
I
It's like-
think there's a video effect. I think the company is Sapphire. Look it
Yeah.
up. I think the effect is called witness protection, and you can just
Really?
and you can just basically put it on there, and you just do it for the entire clip.
Because the ones that I've tried just don't have good enough tracking, and it gets to a point where I have to go and correct it. I'll be like, okay, track this face, and it'll go frame by
Yeah.
frame, and then it just like totally fucks up. So I have to
Yeah.
go through frame by frame and fix it every frame. It's like,
Well, the one I'm talking about, it won't track it, but you can actually like key it to move with the face.
I got you.
So,
I know what you're saying.
You know, so
Yeah, I
it-
wonder if it would work. I
like
look into that.
as it's playing in your editor, you literally move it with the object, right?
Yep.
And it just records that. Yeah,
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
that's how. Like if we use Filmora Pro for all of our editing,
Okay.
you can do motion tracking, and theoretically you can literally just take their little blur tool,
Right, just
blur
drag
it out
it.
in one frame, and then attach it to the motion tracking, and then it'll track it. And when it fucks up, you go back, and then you just have it.
Right,
okay,
then you get the
record
little-
this
but it's a little
movement, and
faster.
then- yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
man, it's stressful. That's the type of stuff that just gets me.
Dude, editing.
I
The
finally
potato
hired
filter.
someone-
I saw
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it's the worst. Absolutely the worst.
So one of the questions I wanted to ask about your Omegle things, right? So we were doing a reaction to you, and we were talking about what would be or what is number one, the most requested song that you get.
505.
505. Yes, I was right. I
Used
was
to be
like, dude,
Wonderwall.
Oh really?
Yeah, and dude, that's a whole other can of worms, man.
I
refuse.
Dude. Why?
won't play it.
Why is that a thing? Why is it?
I don't know. It's like there's
a meme.
there's
All
always
across
that
the
guy at
country,
the
man.
party. If you
Yeah.
have a party, a guy spawns in with an acoustic guitar.
He
and
every
he's
time.
like, anyways, here's Wonderwall. Every time it happens, fucking every time. I've
Where
seen
the
it
hell
happen.
did he come from? Dude comes walking out from
No,
the back room. He's
at
got an acoustic
Berkeley.
guitar. Where the-
Dude, imagine going to music school, like a music school
No.
party, and then everybody's singing along in 4-part harmony. Do it, and I'm like, I can't take it.
I would request
dude, it
Matchbox
just-
20. That's what I would want to hear.
Smooth by Rob Thomas.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and Carlos Santana featuring Rob Thomas of the Matchbox 20.
Or Push,
1999.
like from when I was a kid, like
Two-time
Push
Grammy
or
Award
3
winning summer
a.m.
hit.
or something. I would want something like that. That's mine.
That song, that was a Berkeley meme.
Matchbox
But-
20 is super cool.
Rob Thomas is dope.
We had an opportunity to open for them when I was in that band, but our band manager at the time was like, "Well, no, dude, because you have another show a week after that with Quiet Riot, and we
Right.
don't want to double book." And I was like, "Dude, the Quiet Riot show is literally a state away. Like,
Yeah.
why can't we?" He's like, "We're just not gonna do it." I'm like,
Hey, 'cause
"Dude, like,
sometimes I have a clock close enough, yeah.
yeah,
Man, one time, this and we found the Rob Thomas kick, Santana. So that producer Jerry Wonder that I was working with, he produced Maria Maria, which ended up becoming like Wild Thoughts by DJ Khaled, right? So before I
Something's
met
going
Jerry-
on with your audio, bro.
Oh
Like-
yeah,
My
okay.
audio?
I was like, hey Matt, is that my headphones or okay?
Yeah, it
Wait.
sounds like maybe your chords like maybe
That's
not
what I was
in
checking
all the way
too.
or something.
I was looking at all my
A little bit of-
settings.
A little bit of Optimus Prime going on there.
Wait, let me see.
Yeah.
Let me hang up and call back in. Hang on.
Yeah,
Okay,
you good.
okay.
Autobots roll out.
That works. I gotta piss anyway.
Yeah, go for it.
Before he gets back,
Oh,
hurry up.
dude.
Anybody got shit to say?
Yep. Me and Billy about to do
Oops, too late.
Smooth by Rob Thomas. Hey, Billy.
That helps. Still
Try it
better.
again. It's still kind of doing something.
Oh, fuck. All right, let me switch computers. Hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, I've noticed.
I love technology.
Wouldn't it be funny? Like Skullz is right here. If I just went like this, and you just saw a hand like show up on his screen.
Oh, that would be.
Oh,
the
that'd be
best.
weird.
That would be the best. I just kind of reach over.
Yeah. See, you're reaching the opposite direction for me.
Are you?
Same.
Yeah. What
Yeah. Because for me, like we're on the left side and all y'all are on the right.
the? Yeah, you're on my left.
Oh, okay. Well, that I
Like
mean that makes sense
multiverses.
on my screen. Yeah. Just having a drink with Jeff Bezos in the multiverse.
Yeah.
I
Wouldn't
talk
it be
more when
fun
I'm
to
not
switch
on
out?
camera, y'all. That's why I prefer not to be on camera. I don't talk as much.
It's fine.
I sit here and stare at
Really?
myself, like make faces. And then if I roll my eyes at my kid or my cat, then I'm like, I hope nobody thought it was about what somebody said.
I've been looking at the raccoon picture I pointed for probably
Video
half of
on us?
this.
Yes.
Is it
I'm
over?
just like,
No.
He's my friend.
Swapping computers.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, there we
Yeah.
go.
Okay. Yeah, we're on a different computer now. Wait. Let me see.
I wonder what happened. Huh.
I need to buy new computers. What's happening?
Facts.
We're getting close.
We're. in
But you
that.
got another one.
Hang on. I have to monitor through the
Technical
Mac
difficulties.
now.
And we did, I think we did hit 400 at this point, so.
We did. You did.
Oh,
channel.
You're
here's
doing
some
very good.
What
here's
happened?
some fodder. I mean, it's not really, you know, it's weird
Oh.
and sounds braggadocious, but I just hit 10K.
Whoa,
Let's go. That's
Yeah,
hype.
pretty
Congrats.
fucking dope.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'm kind of hyped about it.
Oh, dude,
Milestones for everyone.
we're getting
Hell
so
yeah.
close to that 25, and it's starting to make me sweat. Okay,
I'm not ready.
because
Dude,
we
a quarter of
minutes.
100. That's so many people, bro.
I know, but we have this thing where we're like, hey, at 25,000, we're gonna release another cover because we did one at 15. We did a rock version of Mary Did You Know? Put it up on YouTube. Well, for 25, we're doing. I mean, the end of it is very kind of punk driven.
Oh yeah.
The beginning is just like a more beefed up rock version of Freebird.
It's like if you.
Is this the thing you guys sent me?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Probably the thing we were gonna have you kind of do the collab thing.
Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah.
So it's like if Freebird had like modern metal guitars on it,
Yeah.
basically. That's kind of the gist of it.
modern rock and punk vibes to it for sure.
Yeah.
I love that.
But we got the song done. It needs to go into mix and mastering, but we still have to shoot a whole music video and then edit that together. And so I think right now I have like 80% of the drone footage shot. I just need to go out and shoot the rest of it. And then we got to get everybody together on the same day, which is hard to do.
Yeah.
That's the
It's
hardest
like-
thing.
It's
Dude.
like herding cats, dude. And get them all together and actually shoot the thing. And I'm like, dude, we are creeping up fast. Like,
Yeah, we still have a lot to do before we get there, and every day we look at the sub. It's great that it's going up, but
Yeah.
at the same time, you know, we get a little close to that threshold, and we're like, shit.
You're like,
okay.
oh shit. Oh, we gotta get
Yeah.
that done, man.
Yeah.
oh, dude, the Mary Did You Know music video, we literally edit it and post it to YouTube within 12 hours of it actually premiering.
When we were like, okay, this
Like-
one's gonna happen, and then we had to actually make it
Oh my
happen.
God.
Fire.
That's how it
Really
goes,
putting the
man.
fire under your ass, man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, it will. It really will. Because then you got to do it.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah, sometimes you need it.
One of the other
I
things
hear
I
that.
was going to ask is like, what's your favorite song to play? And then what's your least favorite?
Oh, that's really hard, man.
And I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be play, but like sing and play.
I'm sure it's
You know what?
changing. It's probably a moving target. What's
Right.
yours? What's your
I
least
think, you know,
favorite
my,
and favorite
my
now?
comfort song, the song I feel safest with is probably like Sweater Weather.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because that's one of the first songs I ever learned how to really sing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So that's always like a fun one. And I do like a mashup for it, like whenever I play it like on my stream. So it's always kind of a little bit different. So I feel like that's fun. And it's always like a good warm up for me too, like especially guitar wise, soloing over it. Like it's like a nice tempo. It's a good key for my voice, and it's like I don't have to do any like the crazy screamy shit or anything. It's like just like it's easy
for sure.
So that's probably my favorite.
He says
least favorite
easy,
Wonderwall.
Like you hit some of that.
You gotta pay me a lot of money to play Wonderwall.
Oh yeah.
That's the only way.
That's great.
Fucking Wonderwall, man.
So how do you get your actually this is going to be more technical jargon, just more for my personal information, but like what VSTs are you using?
Oh, that's always changing.
Oh really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm always trying. I mean, the most constant ones.
Yeah.
Let me look. I'll look at my vocal chain right now. For vocals,
guitar, vocals.
Okay,
either.
Guitar is usually Neural DSP Plini.
Neural, smart.
Yeah, I love their
Smart man.
stuff. I use it for everything.
I see you're a man of culture.
Oh yeah, but all the songs on my EP, like the Cigarettes and Chardonnay solos and all that, it's all back. I didn't have Neural back then. That was all on my xxKaTxx.
Okay.
So I used to do everything that way.
Okay.
But yeah, Neural DSP, great stuff.
Yeah, Neural makes insane stuff. They're
their pedal they make, the Quad Cortex. That thing is unreal. I wanted so bad. Once I start playing shows, like if I get on tour and like doing stuff like that, I'll probably pick one of those up.
Dude, and that's where I'm going to. I'm making the shift from like getting away from cabs and going more digital emulation.
It's starting to get. It's just so close now.
So close.
Where it's not worth it to lug all the big shit around me. I've got some big amps, man. I've got a lot of crazy shit.
Yeah, right in this room.
I never get to use it.
There's 412s and
yeah. You got the whole thing in there.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, man, I'm trying to figure out how to like make everything like really easy to kind of just bring and play gigs with. Like last gig I played like a weekend ago. I was just using my laptop and an interface and going into speakers.
Yeah,
it was weird,
dude. And that's how like I've considered even going that route for like live shows. Like, okay, I don't use a rig anymore. I just bring my laptop and plug into an interface. You know,
I'm in such a weird position right now with that because I have a big show coming up with my band. Yeah. It's the first one in a long time, and we're playing on the Seaside Heights Boardwalk.
Okay,
so it's like a big outdoor area. But I don't know how I'm going to run the sound from now on because, we used to do everything through like a digital mixer and through, stuff like that. But now with like the way I've been running everything for like the streams and all that, I want to be able to stream all my shows. No matter what. I'm streaming my shows no matter what.
That's cool.
So I want to be able to have like that line in.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it's just easier to just go through Ableton and just have like the whole band mixed and everything through that.
Like, I don't know anymore. It's an easier option is what it sounds like. I mean, it's just
accessible. I know like the guys like when you get to like there's always gonna be like the sound guy at a venue who's gonna be like, oh well, I need control over everything. I'm like, oh well how am I gonna do? Yeah, I gotta figure that part out.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it looks like the chat is saying for it they're like, hey, $3,000 and Billy sings
Wonderwall. Yeah, Wonderwall.
And
yeah.
Cat's like, fuck, for $3,000 I'll play Wonderwall.
Oh yeah. Also, guys, is my voice really loud on your end or is it just on mine?
No, it
sounds good on me.
Jeez, guys, so loud on my ears right now. I wonder if I can.
You can go into like your Discord and turn yourself down. I think
maybe. Well, I'm not monitoring myself from there. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
I got you.
That's weird.
No, if you want like a third-party cover of the song, I can do it.
Yeah. So all right. So So the Wonderwall me. All right. So you guys probably like, what the fuck. So there was months ago, probably like half a year ago. Somebody asked me to play Wonderwall. I was like, fuck that. I was like, if somebody sends me like $1,000, I'll play Wonderwall, right? Because I fucking hate Wonderwall. So finally, months later. The day comes, somebody comes into my chat, and it was this guy, the operatic physio. He sends $1,000, and he says, I want you to play Wonderwall. And I fucking couldn't believe it. I've never seen $1,000 donation before.
Yeah.
So already, I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm freaking out.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. So then I'm like, okay, well, the only way you guys can stop this is if somebody sends me another $1,000 donation. It'll stop me from playing Wonderwall. It'll cancel it out.
No, dude.
So there he's in the chat. Rusty sent another $1,000 right as I'm about to get to the part where it's like, maybe you'll be the one that saves me, right? That part. Rusty sends me $1,000 because maybe I'll be the one that saves you. I'm like,
perfect.
Yeah, that's
I couldn't fucking believe it. It was just it was one of the most
God.
surreal moments of my life. I'll never forget this. And Physio was so pissed. He was so mad. He spent $1,000 for me to sing Wonderwall, and then Rusty comes along and just shuts him down.
Oh,
Yeah, I was like, oh my
so
God, this is
good.
the most incredible thing that's ever happened to me in my career.
Yeah, right.
So I'm
Dude,
like,
those like we got our first over $1,000 donation on the last live stream we did. And that's how I lost my beard.
That's
yeah,
good.
it's always something like that, man.
Yeah.
But then get this, it gets worse.
yeah,
So I raised the price, so it'll never happen again.
yeah.
$2,000.
Oh, God.
no.
Here we
Right?
go. Is it the same
Months
guys?
go on. Physio sells his house.
Oh no. Oh
He
no.
sold his house. He comes into my stream. Bam! $2,000.
Fuck.
I'm sitting there. I'm like, Rusty, please. Like, he was- but no, nobody saved me that time. I had to actually play fucking Wonderwall.
Oh, man.
It was
that's
so painful,
great.
but I couldn't be mad at it though. I mean, this guy sold his house,
Yeah.
so I'd play it.
I mean, you made $2,000. That's cool.
Yeah, no, that's nice, but
Right.
like at what cost?
Right.
Yeah,
At what
right.
cost?
yeah, right.
It's like Thanos at the end. He's
His
like, what did it
home.
cost? And he's,
Apparently.
everything.
It cost him his
Oh, yeah.
house.
It did cost him his house. That's true.
The corrosion of your soul.
Hey,
So
you got
basically,
wild.
now where we're at in the saga, I've raised it to $3,000. So
Wow.
that's never gonna happen. Nobody's ever gonna do that. If somebody does it, it's just
Bro,
Imagine
somebody's
that.
raising the money right now.
I'll tell you
I
this.
swear to God,
Good
I'll
thing
freak
Nate
out.
Isn't in the chat.
Yeah, if our dude Nate was in the chat, you might be
doing
screwed. Really. Yeah.
Oh God. Oh God.
He's not. He's actually. I think he's like in the middle of figuring out if he's actually going to move down here or get a job here. He's staying in
No,
Gillette.
he-
yeah.
He's
definitely
gonna
got
sell his house. Look out.
Well, he owns a house in Gillette and he's considering moving to Casper. So
Well, he
watch out, dude.
Jeez.
here's what he told me. Okay, so here's the thing. Nate, super cool dude. He single-handedly bought my beard that day. Donated $1,500, and then donated another $300 on top of that in like
Shut
one
up.
live stream.
Seriously, dude.
It was wild. So then,
No.
he went like 2 days later. He was on Carly's live stream, and I jumped in there, whatever. And Nate's like, "Oh, 307. Should I do it?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude. I fucks with Carly. Share the love." He dropped $1,000 in her live stream. Like,
Oh
this
my
guy,
God.
this guy, what he does for a living is he works in the oil field.
Okay.
And his job, he has a crew, right? And he's the manager of this crew. And this crew's job is to take these guns. They're not like guns that you like shoot, but they're these big pipes that they pack with explosives, and they put them in the ground where they're supposed to be, and then basically blow up the ground so that way they can get past stuff into the oil. Well, he's like the manager of one of those crews, so he makes like a stupid amount of
So
money.
much money, man.
And he has to have like certifications with the ATF and all this
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
dude. Yeah, it's wild. Well, he tells me, he goes, "Hey, bro, this was like after all of this happened. He came and visited us. We gave him my bass. We signed it and everything for him. Super cool dude." He goes, "Yeah, man, I'm actually might be taking a job in Casper with some place, kind of doing the same thing, but then I'll have like fuck you money." I'm like, "Nate,
what did you have before?
you already
Like,
have
dude, you already have that. Like,
what?" No, and it was crazy. He's like, and he's such a cool guy. Not only because he just like gives money. I mean, that's cool that somebody would give that much. But he's like, dude, I have a truck that's paid off. I have a house that's paid off. He's like, I'm
No wife,
single,
no
I don't
kids.
have any kids.
yeah, like
He's like, I have.
Wait,
my
hang on.
toys.
Wait. I gotta stop. No, they're talking about crowdfunding Wonderwall. No. Everybody stop. This is why we can't have nice things. Stop it. Look at this shit. Look what they're saying. Did you see this?
I did crowdfunding
I'm willing to donate a
Wonderwall.
kidney to the Wonderwall.
Look at this. No, Rusty already sold a kidney once. This fucked. All right, yeah, but no.
Oh, God. Yeah, but
God damn it.
he told me, he's like, dude, all my bills are paid. He's like, and at the end of the week, when I look at a check for $15,000, what the hell am I gonna do with it?
It's like, I can't
Right,
take
you
with me
might
when
as
I die,
well.
so,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, he's got a super big heart, super cool dude. But
Man,
yeah,
it's
like,
crazy.
If he was
You
in
know
this
what
chat,
I've noticed,
he
man?
was-
Dude, I like when I first started streaming, right? I never thought anybody would send me $1. I thought it was
Yeah.
weird. I didn't think
Same.
there were people that gave a shit. But then over time you start doing it and like you realize, oh my God, like people actually just want to support you.
Mm,
That's the thing, dude. The people that are willing to give the most are the ones that just want to support you.
yeah,
You know, I'll have people that come to my stream. They'll send me like $3, and they'll be like, "Hey, can you play Bohemian Rhapsody, like some crazy hard shit, like some kind of fucked up, like they'll pick the hardest fucking song they know."
Yeah.
And I'll be like, "Bro, like what the fuck?" So it's like, I find it funny. Like the people that are willing to give the most are always the ones that like genuinely just want to support you.
Yeah.
You know, they're not looking for anything in return. They just want to support you. But then you'll get the fuckers that come in. They're like, "Play this, that." I'm like, "Oh shit!" And I try. I always try to do it because like I appreciate people sending me anything, man. But and I never thought people would send me $1 in the first place. But like,
dude,
I've crashed and burned pretty hard over some of those.
We had a whole live stream get not taken down during the live stream, but like when we posted it to YouTube afterwards, they blocked the video saying that we were like trying to scam people or whatever. And we had this lady in the chat, and like here was our deal, right? We're like, "Hey, $35 or more, we'll react to your request, assuming it cooperates with our guidelines for copyright," right? And so she donated like $5 and was like, "Check out like these 4 videos."
We were like,
and I was like,
"No,
that's cool, but our limit's 35 because it narrows it down, right? Because there's so many people that's like, if it's $5, fucking
everyone's gonna
all
do that.
day, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like I love doing it, but like, you know, I've got this is not my full-time job. So this lady donated like another $3 and then just gave a whole nother list. And then she kept getting more pissed that we weren't doing it. And I was like, so I said it again, just in general, not really like at her or anything, but I was like, yeah, so for $35, we'll react to one video.
Yeah.
One.
And so she's like, "Oh, well, I'll donate another $10, and that gets me up to like 20 or 25, whatever she was.
Then you got to start keeping track and like,
it's like,
it's
oh
hard.
my god. And so we never did get to her stuff, and she never met the $35 mark. And after that, I think she was the one who kept spamming the report button.
Oh my god.
The next stream we did, we banned her from the stream. Like,
man,
and all of a sudden it was fine. But
I had an incident. I don't know if you guys have dealt with this yet, but pretty recently
Billy,
I had somebody
before
come
you say
in.
something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Shout out to Bill. He tipped $5 for the Wonderwall Foundation.
Oh God, no! There's no Wonderwall Foundation.
And shout out to R Swears, tipped 1, 2, 3, 4 because of maths.
That's what they do. That sounds about right.
Appreciate
At least it
you
wasn't
guys.
$4.99.
Yes, thank you guys. Much love.
But yeah,
Carly
man, like
Shay's in the chat, man. She's super dope.
shit, that sounds familiar.
Oh, what up,
Shit,
Carly?
But yeah,
Hope
man,
you're
I
doing well.
had I had an incident recently where somebody came in and sent like several like pretty big donations, and then you know, like a week later, I'm going through my email and they fucking backcharged everything through their bank on
shit.
PayPal. There's several hundred, like hundreds of dollars worth of donos.
Oh,
And
no.
they keep coming back to my streams and being like, "Oh, I want VIP, this and that." I'm like, I'm not gonna say it in front of everybody, but like, I'm like, bro, like you just backcharge me, and meanwhile, I end up going in the hole by a bunch of money because for like every transaction that gets backcharged, there's a fee on top.
They
of
charge
it.
you, yeah. Yep.
They charge me, so I end up losing like all the money I made from the live stream over this guy.
Yeah,
and it was like a whole thing.
Yeah,
but no, dude, people do some like really crazy shit.
It's some dirty
wild,
shit.
though. Like I'm thankful that out of what are we at now? Like almost 23,000 or
23. We call
like
it 23.
22,000.
Yeah.
Out of 22,000 subscribers. Now, whether this lady was subscribed or not, we've only had to ban one person from our channel. Like
Yeah.
That's pretty
we've
damn
been
good.
extremely fortunate.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, that's really good.
But
I don't think
so
I've banned
I'm
anyone
gonna try
from
to
my
switch
channel.
back to the I'm gonna switch back to the other computer real quick.
okay, all right.
Godspeed.
Because the
Good luck.
audio's a lot better on there. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've banned anyone. There's a couple people who I told to fucking, kick rocks.
Yeah,
but
we've done
that's about
that.
it.
We've had
Yeah.
plenty of people in our comments that say something and we have to come in and just go, "Well, I'm sorry you didn't like it, but you always have the option to just unsubscribe and not be here anymore. You don't have to, no one's forcing you to sit down and watch these things at 4:00 when they come out, right? You're the one sitting down and watching it. So you can always just not, if you don't like it, it's fine."
Yeah, I'll never understand why people
What
I've
is
gotten
that,
so
man?
many comments where it's like people are like, you're holding them down and forcing them to watch it.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, I will fucking hold the door open and force you out. Like, I don't fucking want you here, bro. If that's how you're gonna treat me and you're gonna treat the other subscribers, like, fucking get the fuck out of here. Nobody wants you here.
Yeah, it's like, guess what? Our videos are still gonna come out regardless. So
Skullz, was that you that sent me that? I won't say the reactor's name, but it was he was just like going off on his chat one day. He was being racist as hell and like.
No, that wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
No.
I
That's
be honest
wild.
with you, I can't remember his name. Not that it matters anyway, but he was talking about how he wasn't going to react to black content creators and stuff like that. And he himself was a person of color, which made no sense to me. But then, like, this lady was agreeing with him and something in the chat, and he kicked her out of the chat for agreeing with him, and it was just I was like, what the hell did I just watch?
What
Like, it was a wild 30 seconds.
Well,
Like,
if you
if I
can
can find the
figure
video,
out
I'll
where
send
that
it.
video went, I mean,
Let's see.
check that out. Yeah.
It's just a
know
freaking
that I have
constant,
it
just a
saved on my
spiral of fuckery. That's what that
Oh,
sounds like.
Dude,
Just-
it's saved on my phone. I saved it. It was
Oh my
it was
God.
that great. I'll have
at
to
the
send
very least, yes. At the very least, send it to me.
Yes.
Oh, wait,
Guess
where's
who's
my?
back?
Can you guys hear me all right, or is it still doing that weird glitch?
No,
thing?
you're good.
Oh,
man.
you sound
All
good. You sound good.
Hell yeah, there we go. This is so much better. I need to buy a new computer. It's time. Oh man,
Yeah,
that's so much better.
We're kind of in that ballpark. We like
What are you guys running?
right now,
A
man.
Frankenstein.
I think right now
Yeah.
it's a MSI motherboard. It's like I built it, right? So it's a custom build. So I have an MSI motherboard, and I think it's a Ryzen 5 processor in there,
Oh, yeah.
and some 8 gig video card from it. That's one component that we need to replace. But video cards are fucking stupid. They're as much as cars right now. So I'm
Dude,
buying
oh
a
my
fucking video
god,
card.
it's insane.
So we're
It's
like,
insane
no,
right
this
now.
one works, and we're gonna keep it. But it's got it's
Yeah.
got a shitload of RAM and a shitload of hard drive space and a big power supply. So it's fine,
Okay.
but we're getting close to the
Dude.
point where it's like components need replaced.
Yeah.
It sucks because you know what? Like, I love that PC supports so much more cool stuff, but like, I'm a Mac guy, bro. So like,
Are you?
all of my workflow, like my editing and my music production, it's all done on the Mac, right?
Yeah.
But the streaming computer, I have a laptop that I that's pretty spec'd out, and I can run Ableton and everything off. I can do a whole stream just from my laptop if I want.
For sure.
But it's
That's what I'm
it
doing,
just
by the
doesn't
way.
run the stuff good.
yeah.
That's the way to go. No, it's a PC laptop, and the thing's nuts. Like I have a Ryzen 9 in it. It has like 64 gigs of RAM. Thing's like
Yeah.
nuts.
Dude, that
Oh,
processor alone.
I don't
is
have all that,
crazy.
but it's a laptop.
No, it's like a tank.
Yeah, that
But
is a
man,
tank,
I'll tell
bro.
you what, man, it's difficult. Like the one thing that says like moving files back and forth. Also, the audio quality goes down when I go from one computer to a second one that's broadcasting everything.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude,
yeah.
for
By
sure.
like a lot, and
Yeah.
my chat will always say like when I do like a solo stream from like somewhere different with just a laptop, they're like, wow, like this sounds so much better, and I'm like, shit, it does. But the second I open Google Chrome, then it goes to shit. I can't look up lyrics or anything.
Oh yeah,
So it's like a whole thing. So I've been looking at like those Mac Studios, which they're expensive, but I feel like it would be a good investment. But then I was gonna pull the trigger on it, but then I saw they announced the M2 chips like a week ago, and I was like, oh shit! Like now, as soon as I buy this, that's gonna come out.
Yep.
So I'm just constantly waiting for the next best thing to come out, man. But,
And you know that can be a lifelong wait with the way technology works, right? So
Oh, yeah.
at a
Right
certain
now, yeah.
point, at a certain point, you got to pull the trigger on
Forget
something,
it.
but it's so expensive and things are just so crazy.
I'm still waiting on the new Xbox.
Fair
The
enough.
new Xbox.
Yeah.
Dude, I couldn't even get the PS5. I waited in 2020 or 2019. I don't remember. I
Yeah.
waited in like 4 a.m. GameStop, bro, in fucking line. I was 5th in line, right? Good spot, like good
Yeah.
odds, right?
Yeah.
I'm getting a PS5 today. Waited there for I don't know 3 or 4 hours in the cold, and then I'll never forget. They opened the doors, dude. They let 2 people in. The first 2 people go in. They come back. Oh, we're sold out. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean?
They
What?
bought all of them.
They had 2 PS5s
They just
Oh
had
yeah,
two of
they
them?
didn't send shit, bro.
in my
It
town.
was
They had
so
2.
Oh.
Do you guys remember this
dude.
shit? I
Yep.
waited in line, and then I bought the PC. I was like, never again.
Well, maybe.
It was funny. My boss Jason, he was in Denver fucking around doing whatever, and he happened to be in the mall. And this guy's like, "Hey, dude, we have PS5s. Like, you want to buy one?" And Jason's like, "Dude, hell yeah!" So he goes in there. And he's like, "That's dope. How many do you have?" And they're like, "Well, we have 6." He goes, "Cool. I'll take all 6." He bought all 6 of them and then went and did the whole
Resold 'em.
scalper thing and resold them. He didn't resell them at like $1,200 or whatever, like something.
But you could, and they'd still sell.
Yeah,
They would, yeah.
but he made like, I think he had them all sold with like well under 24 hours because he only marked them up like
easy.
$200. Like
Easy.
yeah,
It's unreal.
it was wild.
All right, here, you guys got to join me. This is like my favorite thing to do during like my streams.
Yes.
We have a segment. It's called Rate That Crack. So what we do is we open this into the like kind of like what I do in the videos,
Yeah.
right? But we give it a rating. So
Oh,
we
okay.
gotta give it a number 1 to 10. It's
1
kind of
to
like
10.
Dave Portnoy with the pizza.
I got you.
That's
I
how
got
I'm
you.
with a can of beer or a
So,
White Claw.
so
It's like-
10
Nah.
backwards hats.
Okay, so we're
yeah,
backwards
exactly. Yeah, backwards hats. Yes.
Give us the ASMR.
All right, you guys ready?
Here we go.
Now we got the good audio back. Okay. Oh, that was crispy.
Oh, that was good.
That's pretty crispy.
That was so
So good.
God.
Rate that.
That one was really
crack.
crispy.
Bro,
Dude,
I
that
felt
was a
that
good
down
one.
low. I felt that
That one
low.
was good. That one was
Yeah.
good. I
Yo.
don't know. I'm.
Hold on,
What do you
wait a
guys
second,
think?
because I don't. Hang on, I don't have a control here. What's a perfect crack?
Oh, we haven't experienced it yet. There's never
Yeah,
gonna be a
so,
perfect
like,
crack.
That can mean
have-
a lot of different things to a lot of
It's
different
relative.
people.
It's relative, man. It's all
Relative
relative.
crack.
Dude, just
Even
off
crack.
just off of
I was
just off
gonna
of
say
my
like
experience.
Dude, we
7.75.
have 7.75. That's
Yeah,
like the average score.
I was gonna give it an 8. Just off of
I've-
like that's like the third soda, like maybe like second soda reverb crack I've ever heard in my life. So
here we go. The reactor is going to go through it. Now listen,
This
it's
is
a
good,
whole
this is good.
experience.
Okay, yeah.
Because not only did you have just the crack,
you had the follow
you
through,
had the follow through,
and you could hear the
Right.
tab
and
ripping
then
from the
the
metal.
then
sizzle.
you had a release, so it was a 3-part crack.
That's
For a
right. It
3-part
was.
crack. I'm going to go for an 8.9.
8 point.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right,
That's
I'm
a
gonna,
generous score.
bro.
Dude, I
I'm
think
gonna
you're-
give that. I'm gonna give that a 9.5 because that was like really satisfying with the reverb. It's sort of like
It was nice.
when you
It was
burp
nice.
in like a the parking garage. When you burp in the parking garage, I had that kind of satisfaction to it. You know what I mean? Like it just travels.
That was
It's
a
like,
good one.
yeah.
Skulls, what was your score?
I give it a 9.5.
9.5.
All right, Kat.
Nope.
What do you think?
I already
That
put
was
the
7.75, right? Yeah.
7.75. Okay.
So your total score is a 34.15 divided by our 4.
No.
Yeah,
that's it.
divided by our 4.
Okay, give me the mean. Give me the mean.
Your average was an 8.5.
Yes.
8.5. I was gonna say 8.5, 8.6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right there. 8.5375.
Let's give it an 8.53. 8.53.
I mean,
Let's go with that.
I think I rated high because there was a novelty to it. Like I don't hear a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
of
another. Yeah,
That's
cracks
okay,
like
yeah.
in
Plus, I've-
wide open spots. Like
I've rated a lot of cracks, man. This one was pretty good.
That was a good
It
one.
was satisfying. It had a nice sizzle to it, you know.
yeah.
Yeah, we have a whole
that was
chart and
great.
everything in my Discord. It's a big deal. This is like a big thing we do.
That's amazing. That is
We have them
super.
categorized by flavor. Yeah, it's nice.
A lot
Like
of
it's
these-
fucking fantasy football. Like,
Yeah, but it's pretty much. No, we got people placing side bets and shit. I'm like, oh, what's it gonna be tonight? 7-7? Nah,
the Deki Matsui.
That is so good.
That's
That is so good.
it's a good time, man. It's the little things. It's the little things.
Yeah, it really is. And
Rating
we talked about
cracks
that
can
in-
really like mean so many things.
It can.
Yeah.
That's why I like it. That's
I
why I
know,
like
right?
crack.
I'm just like, it could be
it.
like,
It's vague.
you know, you go downtown and like, you know, get people to give you a heads up on like what the rating of crack is at that point, or you
Yeah.
could
That's
like
a
go
whole
with
different.
like a rear end crack where you like judge the length. Like if they have, I knew somebody who had a butt halfway up his back. It was ridiculous.
Oh, bro, same.
See-
we have a guy that comes picks up our scrap metal at work. We call him ass back. Like that's not even a joke. Like,
Yeah, you
he-
see this in the
he
chat.
also-
Idaho goes, as a plumber, I've rated a lot of cracks. Also.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Kids.
You ain't got shit on the Liberty Bell.
Liberty Bell.
Wow.
Right?
Like
That's a
great
nice
cracks
crack.
in history.
well,
Is that where you're
phrasing.
going
He-
with that?
He
I
ain't
have
got
a beef
shit
with
on
this-
the Liberty Bell. Yep.
At the bars in New Jersey, right? If you order a drink that's in a can, they open
Yes.
it before they give it to you.
Mhm.
Do they do the same thing there, or is that like
Yeah.
a? They do.
They do here. in
So how am I
Miami, yeah.
supposed to rate the crack if they give it to me already cracked?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, and it's such a disrespectful. I mean, they just like put it out and they're just like, there you go.
Dude,
It's like
my
wait a-
Instagram
wait a
story would be
second.
so much more lit if I could rate them, as I did them.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Especially if you could go around to like brew houses and stuff and have like their house brand. And
That's
like,
what I'm
okay,
saying.
we're
It'd be
gonna-
good promotion.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, you could
yeah.
make like a series.
No,
You
I
could-
could. I want to.
You should
But I
travel
can't.
places and vlog
I
it,
can't
right?
because they're always going to open them for you.
I'd be so happy. That's a life right there.
There's a sponsor right there. Any drinks that want to sponsor Bill?
That's
25. 25 is the age. You got to be 25 for that.
Let's rate the crack.
But if you go to these local breweries and stuff, or whoever, the bars, it doesn't matter. And you tell them, look, I'm going to shout out your place, but you got to let me open my own fucking can because I'm not 5. I'm an actual adult. I can do it myself. And I want to record it. Like, I guarantee you that a lot of them will want the promotion and the publicity, right?
Yeah.
I have something so
and they
similar,
could put it in
so
their
different.
window, like, our crack is rated blah, blah, and then you sign it, and then they have that, like, framed.
Yeah, it's nice.
Today's your lucky day. I'm going to rate your
absolutely
crack.
nothing to do with the way it tastes. But it's like, the crack was like a 10, and then, like, the taste is like a 2.
So he's basically saying it tasted like ass.
Oh my god!
Get it?
I'm picturing the front of this brewery that has a sign that says "Our crack rated 9 out of 10." Right? All of a sudden, here it comes, like, ATF and FDA and everybody else. Okay, what kind of crack we talking about?
And all the junkies lined up at the door.
Everyone's like, crack.
Oh man!
But no, man, it's so funny. Dude, I have something so funny. I have the best gig ever this summer. So there's a coffee shop near me that I love. Like, it's my favorite place. But the coffee's expensive. Like, it's like expensive coffee. But it's good coffee. It's like, it's really good. And I go there every day. And finally, one day, they found my TikTok. And they're like, oh my God, like, you have to perform here. I'm like, oh man, I don't really play live anymore. I don't know. They're like, we'll pay you in coffee. And I was like,
good deal.
I was like, shit, like, you got me. So I'm playing there. I'm playing there in a month.
Hell yeah, dude.
I get like free coffee all summer, which is like the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Dude,
because all my money I make goes to coffee.
Right.
And White Claw.
That's good to know. It's good to know that you're a coffee drinker. I'm also an avid coffee drinker. I
love coffee.
me.
I mean, the coffee I drink is like bitch coffee though. It's basically chocolate milk. Like
that's dude. Look, I love coffee, but I also love my creamers and my milks and things like that. Right?
It's basically it's basically True Moo milk with some caffeine in it.
With espresso shots. That's it. Like 8 of them. I'm ready to film a video after that. That's how I do it. That's also why my tongue is like a sickly brown color in most of the videos, because I'm chugging coffee.
To be
that has
fair,
a lot of chocolate.
I think one of my favorite scenes that you did was the with the empty bottle. You're like, oh God, my voice. Here, let me get a drink. And the first thing I noticed, I was like, dude, there ain't shit in that bottle.
Dude, I tried to. So there's this guy, Brian Mendoza. If you guys haven't reacted to him yet, you guys would get a kick out of him.
Brian Mendoza, okay.
Yeah, Brian Mendoza. So his thing was he had the magic water prank. He's the OG.
Yeah.
So I stole that and I did the magic coffee prank in one of my videos. And then the great Leon, who's another one you guys would love. He did the magic coconut. He lives in the Bahamas. He climbs like a tree in his backyard and he'll drink from a magic coconut and then he sings like an angel.
Jesus.
But we all got that from Brian. Yeah. But yeah, man. So that video, the clip you're talking about, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I actually fucked up at the beginning. Like, I totally messed up.
Oh yeah.
But I was like, oh shit, and I played it off. Like, that's why there's no water left in it. But I played it off. I was like, okay, what would Brian do? And I'm like, okay, I got that. And then it worked that way. But I totally fucked that up at the beginning.
It worked out because it's one of my favorite clips. Like, it was so good.
No, dude, it's all improv, man. It's all improv. You got to be able to roll with it because I totally messed that up.
Dude, there's
times it happens to me a lot.
There's so many times we'll be sitting in the studio. And with us, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. We're just watching a video and making conversation. But like, sometimes I'll say something on purpose that I know is gonna throw Matt for a loop, and Matt's just, you can see it. He'll look at me like,
dude, I get this like,
what the fuck are you on?
I gotta check my surroundings and make sure that I'm
like,
still
what?
What's happening?
Like one of my favorite things is when we have stuff like this. Like, we come on the Elsewhere podcast, or we run another podcast, or doing a live stream or whatever. It'll be, so the way we do our videos is we record Mondays and Tuesdays. So we record all 6 videos within 2 days. And then the next 2 days, we just split up the editing, and then all those videos go up next week. So we're always filming a week ahead. So it's really funny. Like last week we came in here to record and I was like, And don't forget, guys, June 23rd, 6:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, we're going to be live on the Elsewhere podcast. And actually, that's going to be Thursday of this week. That's in 2 days, guys. And
right, so you got to think ahead.
And we're a week out from it, and I'm like,
yeah,
what?
It's hard.
You can see the panic set in Matt's face because he's like,
yeah,
fuck, dude, that's in 2 days.
Oh my God, we're not ready.
No, bro, roll with it. Okay, roll with it.
No, it's a
hard,
week in
man.
2 days. Yeah.
And even
it's hard. It's hard to be on top of stuff like that. And I've been struggling with that, like because I just started recently batching stuff and like trying to post ahead. And now I ran out, so I got to actually start filming again.
Oh,
like, but yeah, man, I totally feel that. It's hard. It's hard to stay on top of everything, man.
Chris is really good about remembering our scheduled stuff. Like he's the dude for that. He'll come in and he's like, and remember, go check out this. We got this thing coming up. Go look over this. And I'm usually just sitting here. You see it in some of our videos. I'm just sitting here like,
it's funny.
Yeah, that go do what he's saying. Do all that stuff. Sure.
We filmed our videos this week for next week, right?
Right.
And I sit there and I go, yeah, and if you guys missed it last week, we were on the Elsewhere podcast. We had a good time, blah, blah, blah. And, like, of course, none of it has happened yet.
Yeah.
And Matt's like, yep, we had a great time.
I'm pretty sure we had a good time, yeah.
Like, it was...
Man,
but
there was
those beforehand, yeah.
There was 1 week where I was traveling, so I couldn't film. And I had a video that it was a week video, and it was just all leftover clips that never made it into one. Yeah. And you guys ended up reacting to it. I remember seeing it pop up. I was like, oh shit, they watched that one. I'm like, oh no, this one sucks. And I remember Matt's like, in one clip, he's like, oh, he changed clothes. I'm like, oh shit, they're on to me.
Oh yeah, we talked about that.
Oh, he's got a different shirt on.
Because I was like, dude, how much you want to bet he had such a hard time in Omegle, he just gave up for the night and tried again the next day.
Dude.
That was our theory.
Yeah, I was like in Canada, and I was like, oh shit, I'm like almost out of stuff. I'm like, okay, I have these clips I didn't use. And I cut all these from the other videos. They weren't good enough. I was like, well, you know what? It's better than nothing. So I put it up. Do you guys have an editor, or do you guys do everything still yourselves?
We did. We had an editor for a little. When we started out, I was doing all the editing. I was doing literally every episode, every thumbnail, all the shit. And
hell yeah.
Needless to say, that takes on its own. It's exhausting, especially I'm working 40+ hours a week underneath that too, at a regular job. So
well, he made it to about 250 episodes.
Yep, and then I was like, I'm good. I'm done on this. So
Skullz, what about you? Are you still you do everything yourself, or you got an editor?
Oh yeah, I edit all my stuff.
You do?
All myself. Yep. I'm so sick of my voice. That's why I don't talk.
I feel that, dude. I know that
we're back to editing our own shit now because
bro. Well, I'm a musician. I'm a musician.
Right.
I fucking do the reaction stuff, bro. So many times I'm editing myself and I'm just like, I'll like listen to me rant for a while and I'll just be like, deleted. Like fuck that shit. Like shut the fuck up and get to the point, kind of thing.
Yeah, dude, it's
just
hard.
Like,
you gotta be like very self-aware and be like, oh, okay, well, the average person doesn't give a shit about this. Like sometimes I go too long with my intros. Like my old intros, I'm talking about this and that, taking my sweet time. I'm like, oh wait, like okay, I gotta get into this video.
Yeah.
But
dude,
I finally my editing is like so what I'll do now is I'll film my videos, right? And then I'll go through, because I'll have like 8 hours of footage. I can't just give that to an editor. So I'll go through all that, and I'll do all the jump cuts myself.
Yeah. Oh,
and
nice.
then I give all those to an editor. So I have all these individual clips, which works for me because I end up making the TikToks myself and all that. That's all easy. Yeah. But I'll do the jump cuts, and I hired somebody finally to like put it all together into like one cohesive video.
Oh,
so
nice.
I give a guy like 10, 15 clips a week. And I'll be like, okay, here, put these all together and do all the zooms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I finally, after around like my 100th video, or maybe even right before that, I think I finally was like, hey, please. So it freed up like a couple more days of my week. But dude, the editing is like the most of the time. It's like, it kills everything else. You don't have time for anything else.
Dude, anyone can come in and shoot videos, but it takes all of your time to edit that and put it out. And that's I think that's the hardest part of the job really is editing and posting. I mean,
100%. And then when you're posting, figuring out like the keywords and like metadata, all that shit, man. It's like
it sounds so easy at the top of it, like, oh, we're just putting this little video inside of our video, and then you start actually getting into it, and you're like, there's so much more to it than just this simple like little overlay thing. Like, and especially if you want to stay, if you want to stay attractive and relevant and things like that, you got to keep up, like you said, you got to be on top of keywords and like, you got to stay relevant, man.
Well, what sucks for me too is like with my channel, like it's like sort of what's become the backbone for my channel is my tool videos. I do a tool Tuesdays. Every Tuesday I do a tool song, And
Oh, yeah.
people have really gravitated towards me really dissecting the lyrics and what the song's doing. So those videos end up being really long, and people like them long. So like I'll do my raw reactions for those can be anywhere from like 40 minutes to 70 minutes. And
Really, yeah.
then I edit it down to about anywhere between 20 and 30 minutes.
Right, you got to take so much and put it into like a little.
But when I do like pentatonics and stuff, like it's much quicker. It's like it could be any acapella groups, like anywhere from like 8 minutes to like 15 minutes.
Oh,
You know?
That's awesome.
That's the opposite for us. Like
Really?
acapella groups can go on for like ever. We just, in fact, let me see. We have the Hallelujah. We're doing a Hallelujah acapella group. It's coming out next week.
Oh yeah. That's like a 40-minute video.
It's like a 40-minute video.
Mhm.
Like we really jump in and dissect, but like, you know, being musicians and singers and stuff.
Exactly.
Right,
It's like,
that's all the different parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're much more knowledgeable about the music theory and everything, so you can look at it from that angle.
We try.
I'm more narrative driven, so like I can like look at the narrative of things, and like I'm like really big on psychology and in philosophy, so like I can really dive into that stuff. But if I had to do a whole bunch of stuff about music theory, it'd be a short video.
That's where we got lost in Tom McDonald. Tom McDonald actually watched one of our reactions and posted in the comments. He's like, "Damn, dude, I didn't know you guys are doing reactions, whatever." He's like, "I'm gonna watch this one. 47 minutes, damn."
Yeah, I think that was our fake wolf reaction. Yeah, it's almost an hour long. He was like 47 minutes though. Damn.
Yeah.
Like that's a movie.
That's how it goes, man. It's tricky, man. I feel like I've tried making videos that are like all different lengths. Like I've tried doing like 10-minute videos, and I've tried doing 15, then 20. I used to do 30, 40-minute videos too.
Yeah.
And when I was growing on YouTube, this is interesting. I found that as a smaller creator, like when I was really first getting into everything, I found that my longer videos helped me a lot more in the long run because they gave me more watch time.
Yeah.
Sure.
As long as you can keep that watch time during them, right?
Yeah.
But then I think that really kind of like helped me grow my following. So my videos used to be like 20 to 30 pretty consistently. But then I started finding like a sweet spot where I'm at now, where it's like, okay, I have a lot of people that are following me from like short that blew up, right?
Okay, yeah.
So they have shorter attention spans.
Yeah.
And so now that represents 50% of my following now, because I got to 100K without the short, and then the short blew up, and now I have all these other people, right? So half of them.
Yeah.
So I started making my videos a little bit shorter, like 15 minutes now. 15, 16 is like my sweet spot right now. And looking back, I find that like the videos of mine that have gotten the most views seem to be in like that 15 to 20-minute mark. That seems to be like the spot for
and they say that 20 minutes is like the nice sweet spot for YouTube.
Yeah.
And we have found that to be true. However, I think there's coming a curve where that 20 minutes is going to be like 10. Just because of society, the way it's going,
getting shorter and
like,
shorter, man.
The attention spans are just shorter and shorter. And it's funny, like you were talking about your long intros. It's almost become a meme on our channel, right? With our long ass intros, because we do a little bit of B-roll, just like fucking around talking about whatever. We'll put that at the beginning of the video, and then we'll actually introduce the video and then get on some tangent and then actually watch it. And it's funny because there'll be like one or two people down in the comments that are like, reaction starts at like 6:08 or like 5.
They'll tag it for us when the video actually starts playing.
It's funny,
dude. One of the most useful things I think I ever did is I did a collab with Mr. Wobbles. I don't know if you guys have checked him out yet, but he was one of my favorite YouTubers.
We haven't reacted to him, but we've had people tell us like you should check out Mr. Wobbles. So
dude, he's amazing.
We did one, but it was one of our scuffed ones where we forgot to record.
Might have been.
It happens.
Might have been.
But dude, he was like the first like big YouTuber to like reach out to me and like be like, "Yo, like you're dope," and I was like, "Holy shit!" Like, I've been watching you for years. What the fuck? But I ended up doing a video of him. He lived out in South Dakota, so back in I think in January, I flew out to South Dakota to do a video of him. And one night we're sitting there on his couch, we're having a couple of beers, and like, man, I'm like, he was like, "Yo, dude, thank you for coming out here." Like this and that. I'm like, dude, I'm like, shit, like I'm honored to even be here. I'm like, I have one favor to ask you though. And he's like, what? I'm like, can you just like go through my YouTube and just fucking roast it? Like, just like, let's see here. I just want you to watch a couple of my videos, just fucking destroy, rip them apart. And he did. And he kept going. The one thing that I learned the most is he'd look at my video and he'd be like, okay, we're a minute in and your shit hasn't started yet. Yeah. You're still talking. We're a minute in, you're still talking. A minute in,
Why are you still talking? Yeah.
He beat me up on that. I was like, holy shit. I was like, you're right. So I started doing that, and the views started going up. You know, like little things like that, like just little tips and tricks, and like I just learned from like watching those guys, and like, he was like the first one to like really show me that shit, man. But it made such a big difference. Like sometimes it's like the problem with YouTube, man, especially when you're first starting out, is there's so many small mistakes that you have to make to learn not to make them again. And it's not like something that like somebody could tell you not to do. It's like shit you have to do and actually fuck up yourself, and then be now I know how to correct it.
We put out what, like 40, our first 40 or 50 videos we put out, our first handful of reactions we put out. We didn't realize that at the beginning of them, we were tagging all of our videos. We started them with 307 reacts, and then we would put on, what we were reacting to. And I can't remember what some other reactor reached out to us and was like, "Hey, why are your videos titled that way? If you start your video titles with the artist that you're reacting to or the song name, then when people go to search it, they're more inclined to have your." And we're like you said, a small thing like that, it changed our entire channel.
It's like the littlest things.
It flipped our whole channel around. Our views started going up, and everything. People started finding us. We started getting subscribers. It was like, damn, and it was such a small thing. Go back and retype your titles.
Right. Whoa. It's always like the most subtle little things, man.
Yeah, it's amazing, dude. It's amazing and
I've
crazy
been using,
at the same time.
I've been using this thing called TubeBuddy. I don't know if you guys have checked that out yet, but it's cool. So every time I make a title, I put it through like this keyword explorer, and it'll give it a score, like an SEO score. So whenever I make my videos and I do all the data and shit, I'm always trying to get that to 100. And so it's tricky, but I run all the titles through. It's a little pricey, like it's like $50 a month or something. And like a lot of the biggest creators that I follow, like some of the biggest YouTubers, like I look at their scores, and their scores are all like 20, like really low. And then like, so I don't know how much of a difference it really makes, but I think it definitely helps. Like it definitely makes me think about things a little bit differently when I'm titling them, and it kind of gives me like a peace of mind, when I'm trying to figure out.
It at least gives you a like you were saying, just a different frame of mind to think about titling things. Because there's sometimes I was like trying to come up with a title for the video, and I'm like, we could do this, and then Matt's like, well, what do you think about this? I was like, that sounds way better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
I use bounce an idea off.
I use vidIQ too. I use TubeBuddy and vidIQ.
I've heard of that. Oh, you're using both.
Yeah, I use both at the same time because
smart.
They both have different like features. I don't pay for it; it's the free versions and everything.
I'm gonna open all of them.
But yeah, no, I think with like the bigger artists, like the fact that their scores like suck most of the time, it's just people already know them. They already won the marketing game, so it's like they don't really need to do that. Yeah, so like whenever anyone's typing in exactly what they want for, like they're probably looking directly for them. But it's like people.
The lower SEO scores usually go in tandem with the guys that are like daily posting.
Yeah.
Like, or for example, like Charlie, like Penguins on YouTube. If you guys watch him, it's like all of his videos, like the SEO scores are always like dog shit, but his videos always get crazy views. Views.
That's literally the conversation that Truth and Nick were having in the kitchen yesterday when I went live, and we were waiting on him like, are you coming? Like, you're in the kitchen. Are you coming over here? They were talking about Penguin. That's what they were talking about specifically. And all of that. He got me into like the TubeBuddy thing, and they up there got me into the changing the what's it called, the titles. However, with this content, I didn't see a big difference if I was like, I mean, I didn't say anything shocking. I'm not going to say something crazy that like just to get. It wasn't feasible to put what I wanted to put and make sure that the person that was being featured was in there, and then on top of that, put like talking about this. I didn't see any difference, but I'm also not big enough that it will make a huge difference yet. Not yet.
It's hard to tell sometimes.
Up,
like even like. When I change something up, like I believe in like if you're gonna try something new, you gotta try it consistently. Because I feel like with YouTube, a change is kind of slow sometimes. So I'll give it like a month worth of videos, and I'll try a new thing like consistently for a whole month and see what happens. It's kind of a hefty chunk of time, but it helps me kind of gauge it out.
Yeah, and it's funny because I was talking to Carly Shay about this. She was like, I feel like I'm reacting to the same people over and over again. Like, do you have any recommendations? And I was like, well, check out The Do and check out Stephen He. Check out those two to start. And
Yeah.
so she did a Stephen He one first, and she was like, oh, well, like, the views aren't what I thought they were going to be. And I was like, no, give it time. Check out 2 to 3 to 4 of them, right? You have to have a couple of them on your channel before it'll start to pick up. And the crazy thing is we did like 4 Stephen He videos, and like within 48 hours they would average 120 views, maybe
It was less than
100.
less than a couple hundred
Like,
usually.
right.
So it wasn't great, but what we found out is, like, with that specific video, once we did a bunch of them, it kind of became a slow cooker because it's now the #1 most viewed video on our channel. It's
That's crazy.
I think the Stephen He emotional damage, the whole, like,
150
where the meme came
That's 150,000 views now, I think, on our channel.
Yeah,
Get outta
it's, like,
here.
just
Yeah,
wild.
it's wild. And like we just went and checked it, like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
We just went to our most viewed video and it was like, what? It's a Stephen He
Like, what
video?
happened?
Holy
Like,
shit!
how'd that
Like,
happen?
yeah, it was wild.
Out of the
man.
feeling.
But that was the thing I told her. I was like, when you try something new, you have to give it more than just 1 to 2 videos.
Right, you gotta be
Like,
consistent
Like,
with it.
splash it in once a week and see how it goes. You know,
Once a
try
week
it
for
a month.
Once a week for a month, or,
Yeah.
or 2
Yeah, like
months if you're doing it
something,
once
like,
a week
yeah.
or something. Yeah, exactly.
Totally. So it's
Yeah,
tricky, man. It's so hard to figure it out.
It is.
Nick is going to be in the chat talking smack. I know, and he could. You know what's funny
Uh-oh.
is he could have been here,
Nick
but you know,
Compton.
Yo, Nick downplaying himself, bro. Yo, Nick is a professional drinker. Like, don't be too hard on yourself, bro. Like, have you seen these amateurs out here, bro? You're doing your thing. You're fucking. You're putting in the work. You're putting in the hangover hours. You're doing it, bro.
Hangover hours, yes.
Keep at
Someone's
it.
got to do it, man. Someone's got to
Yeah.
fight
It's
that
gotta
bullet.
be
It's a
done.
hard
It's gotta be
job,
done.
but someone's got to do it.
Somebody's gotta do it, baby.
No God's way.
I can't anymore, man. I get too drunk and my hangover lasts. I'm over 30 now, so my hangovers last like.
You know what, man?
4
I'm starting to get to
weeks.
that. Like, I turned 25, and all of a sudden, it's like, whoa.
Dude.
I don't get
What the hell is
hangovers.
that?
Yes, I remember like when I turned 25, that seemed to be when they started to hang on a little bit longer, man. Like,
Dude,
I went from
I
being
can't
able to
believe it.
recover in a night to like having you wake up the next day and you're like, oh my god, I can't move. Like,
Dude.
I'm not gonna move for the whole day. Like,
we went crazy until 4 this morning. I was up to work by 8, and I'm still
yeah.
like I'm good, and I mean, I was a little bit
I
tired.
don't know how you
but that's
do it.
how'd you
Yeah,
do that,
like-
Kat? How do you do that?
Cat's an animal.
Yeah,
Cat's an animal.
I used to be like that. Like at Berkeley, even like, cause I had to keep up with those classes, man. I would get up at like 5 in the morning, hit the practice rooms because you couldn't get in them during the day. There's just too
Yeah.
many students trying to get in there.
Yeah.
So I'd get in there like 5:30 in the morning. I'd practice, figure out what I had to do for the class coming up at like 8.
Yeah,
and
right.
I'd get my shit done in the morning, and I'd be out. But the night before that, I'd be out at like partying at like MIT, and then I'd
Right.
come back at like 2 in the morning. So you're getting like 3 hours
Yeah.
of sleep, and you're keeping
Yeah.
up with all this shit.
Yeah.
But I can't do that anymore. I can't do it.
No, man, it catches up with you for sure.
100%.
Cat's out
bro.
here just being a badass.
It doesn't catch up with Cat though, apparently.
Well, here's the thing. Like, that was kind of, I know this sounds so stupid, and it's kind of like toot toot, but still. I have proof now. There's proof. Not only is there video proof, right? I mean, anybody
Yeah.
that tuned in last night, like, I'm just
Nick the
saying.
actor goes, hangover, don't know her. It's like, hangover,
But on top of that, like, I have people actually, you know, care what they think. They to vouch for me. They were present. They can, you know, they can say, and I could say that they got fucking lit, and it was great. But now, because of that, I'm on camera today. Now you can see my camera, like, y'all can see it. It's got
Let's go,
these
Cat.
lines. See this?
see it.
Yeah, it's like
my
VHS.
laptop. Well, last night's different because Nick brought his apparently like gold-plated sparkles
He had a
blowing out
DSLR,
his ass like camera with a thing on it. It was ridiculous. And then I go to this, and at first it was okay, but apparently my computer is like, I'm kind of tired of seeing your fucking face, and so it's like putting lines to make it interesting, I guess. I don't know.
They
So-
are interesting.
It's probably just a lighting thing. It's getting darker.
Yeah, it's your
So-
camera trying to.
Yeah,
to
it's a
adjust to the
frequency
Lighting
aspect.
is the
thing.
key, bro.
Yeah. I think we have
Light
a little
is
too
the
much
key.
in our.
Yeah, ours is like I turn my soft boxes and just completely wash my face out. Like, you
That's
know.
nice.
Yeah, no, that happens though. Like
a
I
good
remember I
look.
shot a
There's no
video
good
for
spot for them. They're just everywhere.
but I shot a video for someone like what 6 years ago, and I used 3 different cameras and I think it had something to do with the frames per second too. Like, but
Yeah.
like the light fucked with the camera. Yeah, it caused a flickering and a weirdness in it, like it was like wobbly too.
There's a setting that I have on the camera app on here. I can click and it'll fix that.
Really?
I think it's called the flicker rate. I think it's actually what it's called.
Yeah, flicker. Yeah, I think you're right. Yep.
I just love that your room's pink.
Oh, in here, yeah. Well, it changes color. It's always different.
Wait, is your
pretty
shirt
consistent for a while?
Is your shirt pink or is the lighting so pink? Okay. I was like, is he wearing a pink
shirt? The lights are kind of that light's pink. That's pink right there. Then we got the purple gradient up there. You guys can't really see, but that's nice. I love my cool light. I feel like I can't work unless I have like cool vibey lights. That's like the most important thing.
Yep.
So I don't know, but the past like year, like I've been building this room out for making content basically, and it's just been I built the whole thing around that. But behind the camera, there's like this weird ledge, and it's just like if you guys get like cringed out by the cable management, it would fuck you up. It's pretty bad.
Oh, same.
Mine's probably just as bad. Mine's probably just as bad.
Everything that's not on the camera is a mess. Let me tell you, it's like.
Oh yeah.
See, dude, and like I work for a cable company and like an internet company, so I get off on all that cable porn shit where it's all.
Oh yeah, I know,
like,
me too. But it's my I can't. It can't be done in this room the way it is.
Right? I try so hard in here, and no matter how organized I make it, I look at it at the end of the day, and I'm like, I might as well have just thrown it all back there.
No,
you see these like
Cat's
those
face
soundboards?
Look at that monster XLR.
I hide everything behind those. And it's like they're on this side too.
Yeah,
it's when you go through all those things where you get your cords and like those little, and actually I showed them last night. I have these magnetic ones that they just kind of like
and
they clip all the cables together. Yeah.
Well, not like a hard, just like a real easy like to just hold it without it being like hardcore, because
I think I know what you're talking
my
about.
ex used to zip tie all of the cords, and he'd get everything put it together and he'd everything set up, and then he would zip tie the wrong one, or we'd find out later we need to change something, and then you have to like dig through 85 zip ties, and then you lose the cable, and then everything's just a fucking mess. And so I'm just like, I just let my cords like hang, like let them like balls out hang, just throw them back here. I turned my table to do this so that I have this behind me instead of my entire house over here. And there's like the cords that were up against like the shade, so nobody would see them, are just in the middle of the room now, and I'm just like,
it's crazy.
I don't care.
I wish I could do that, but I have to move my stuff so often. Like if I travel or something, I got to be able to bring it all with me. Yeah. So it's like I have to be able to. Everything has to be easy to break down and just throw into a case. Yeah. So like I can't really put the cables somewhere permanent.
Definitely.
Also, I bought 2 of every cable, which would be.
Dude, and then you run into that. Yeah, you run into that situation we were talking about earlier, where you've got cables all over the goddamn place.
Everywhere.
Yeah, it's just it's not.
Just
not
I hate cables. I hope that in my lifetime, like by the time I'm an old man, like my grandson will play with like all wireless shit, like the computer, everything, wireless everything.
It's getting better, man. It's just like VSTs and virtual instruments and stuff, right? It's getting better. The wireless and the Bluetooth stuff is getting better every single day, so we can hope for that for sure.
When I was in a band, I used to have a like a little wireless guitar thing for my amp. You plug one end of the receiver into your amplifier, and then the other end into your guitar.
Yeah, like transmitter and receiver thing.
Yeah, and the only thing that kind of killed is you'd have to boost the gain a little bit. You'd lose some volume.
Sure.
But, I mean...
It's right here.
What do you got there?
Oh, mine was not that fancy.
Oh, yeah, that's... Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, everybody was... It was good.
Oh, yeah.
I loved it, though, because, like, we played... we played a whole bunch of shows with it, but I think my favorite one was Cruisers, which was a biker bar in State Line, Idaho, and jumping all over the tables, and like it was a fun time. It was really.
You guys probably get a kick out of it. You guys probably seen this one. Every band knows this.
Oh, dude, yes.
The Galaxy audio packs.
Yeah, dude. Holy crap. I think every band I've been in that with a guitar player who's played wireless has had one of those little Galaxy packs, man. Like
that's the best, dude.
Very reliable.
Oh, dude. It always breaks too, but I love that thing.
Yeah.
Most of the batteries die. I think that's a better.
Yeah, there you
go. Man, I used one of those. I took that with me to when I played with Dragon Force, and I took all that shit. And I get there, and the guitar tech's looking. I have like my pedals, and I have this wireless rig, and I see I walk into the room where they have all the shit. It's just like a wall like Herman had a wall of Kempers and wireless units.
Oh yeah.
And I'm sitting there with my pedals. The guitar guy's he's like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, just put it
I
down.
guess I'm not using this then.
Yeah, I guess I'm not using this tonight, huh? I was like, I've never seen anything like it, dude. I was like, wow, technology.
How was that experience? Like, what?
That was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life, dude.
I can only imagine. Yeah.
It was fucking scary. Well, so that's a whole. All right, so Dragon Force. This is a crazy story, man. So that TikTok blows up, right? Everybody's tagging Herman Lee in it, and of course, like that video that blew up. Like I don't know Through the Fire and Flames. Like that, it was just me half-assing it for some girl, like to challenge me on the internet. I was like, whatever. So that video happens to blow up on TikTok. It's like 16 million views in a couple days. And I'm like, what the fuck? And everybody's tagging Herman Lee. I'm like, oh my God, Herman Lee's going to see this. And I fucking butchered the song. He's going to hate me. You know, I fucking ruined Through the Fire and Flames. Of course, that's the one that goes. And one night, I remember I was waiting for it to come. I knew it was coming because I know Herman like does TikTok a lot and Twitch. He's pretty on top of that stuff. Yeah. And then finally, there it goes. Herman Lee duetted you. I was like, what the fuck? So I watched it and he liked it. He liked it a lot. And then like the next day, I got an email from the manager of Dragon Force. She's like, hey, like Herman wants to do a collaboration with you. You know, would you be interested? I was like, I remember I was in the coffee shop that I was talking about before.
Nice.
And he started screaming like, "Oh my God!" They're all like, "What the fuck? What's wrong?" I'm like, like you guys wouldn't understand." It was like the Guitar Hero. So I write back. I'm like, "Yes, let's do it." Blah blah blah. And so originally we agreed on just doing a TikTok, like a little 30-second clip. But like, so I kind of tricked Herman into this. So I sent him the backing track for this TikTok, right? And he plays over it. And originally it was just my guitar and him playing a solo, right?
Yeah.
I took that and I was like, okay, I recorded this at 169 BPM. If I wore the same outfit that I wore in the video that I sent to Herman and just made a whole cover out of this, I bet it would probably do pretty good on YouTube. So that's what I did. I made a whole cover. I had Herman send me a couple bars, and then I put my own guitar solo in it. I made a whole thing out of it. I didn't even say anything. I was like, yes, I made it, and I posted it. He ended up loving it. I thought he was going to be pissed off, but he ended up liking it a lot. And then I rated him on stream. This is before I even posted that video, but I rated Herman on Twitch. And he's like, Billy Wilkins. He's like, wait, you're the guy from TikTok. He's like, I looked you up. He's like, you could play guitar. He's like, you know, we're going on tour. He's like, he's like, where are you from? I wrote New Jersey in the chat. He's like, oh, he's like, we're going to be playing in New York. He's like, you should come out to a show. He's like, actually, he's like, you know, we have a little guest spot in the show, like where you should, you know, you can come up and jam. I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
Dude, and you're talking to Herman Lee. Like,
I'm like freaking the fuck out. I'm like, what? Like, I learned a bunch of Dragon Force songs like growing up, and it was just wild.
That's insane,
so I'm like,
bro.
this isn't real. So I'm freaking out, and my whole chat. So a lot of the guys that are in the chat right here right now are like, yo, what the fuck's going on? So Herman's like, well, you can't back out. They all said you can't back out. So it's whatever. So I get that. I get the backing tracks for what I'm supposed to play with them. It's like some bluegrass thing. They have like a little meme section of their show where they bring out their friends. They shred over this bluegrass part, and that was cool. Yeah. Until like 2 days before the show, I'm going through. I don't know if you guys are like familiar with like all these crazy guitar players, but there's this guy. His name's Angel Vivaldi.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's one of the best guitar players in the world.
Beast, dude.
I saw him open up for Marty Friedman a few times when I was at Berkeley. I've been to a bunch of his shows, and like Angel's a beast, man. I wasn't nervous about it until that. I was like, okay, well, it's one thing to be playing with Herman, but at least I know I've been on Zoom with Herman. We've had some conversations. Like he's a really nice guy. But that Angel, I don't know, and like I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm freaking out. So I get there, and it's the day of the show. First, security wouldn't let me into the gig because my name wasn't on the list, like spelled the right way. Like one letter was different. And it's Reverb Nation people or Live Nation, whatever. So Live Nation's giving me a hard time. They won't let me in. So finally, I get in. I meet Herman. I walk into the guitar room. And I'm chilling, and all of a sudden comes Angel Vivaldi, and he just comes in. He's just like making all these fucked up jokes. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like, I'm like, bro, like I've been to like fucking 4 of your shows. Like, I love your shit. And you know, he ended up being really cool. So I'm hanging out with Angel, and me and him are chit chatting with this other guitar player like backstage. And this guy pulls out this guitar, and I could tell it's really heavily modded. I have my guitars with the lights, and I get a kick out of that stuff. and this guy has there's some battery packs fired to the back of it. I'm like, what is that thing? And he takes it out. The thing starts shooting smoke out and like glowing. My God. I'm like, yeah, what the hell? And then he's like, what's your name? I'm like, oh, my name's Billy. I'm like, what's your name? And he goes, oh, my name's Gus. And then it hit me, bro. In the opening band, this guy was playing the opening band. It was fucking Gus G. He played for Ozzy Osbourne. A lot of people. I was like, there's no way. I look at the headstock. It says Gus G. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh shit!
I'm like, what am I doing here? I'm like, I should not be here. Damn. So I'm hanging out with him. They're all really cool, dude. They're all like really cool dudes, and like a bunch of people in the crowd recognized me from TikTok. It was weird. I'm not used to that. And then so I'm waiting, and you know. I thought Herman was the night before they played in Boston, and there's this girl that plays violin on TikTok, did a Through the Fire and Flames cover that went pretty viral too.
I follow her.
And they asked her to come out. Yeah, Mia, she's amazing. Yeah. And they invited her to come play Through the Fire and Flames with her, or with them. And I'm like, oh my God, like, is Herman going to ask me to play Through the Fire and Flames? Like, I got 16 million views. Like, maybe he's going to ask me. I'm freaking out. And so I learned the whole song like the right way, like, you know, just to be able to back them up. Not like the solos, but like the chords behind it. So at least I can do something, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so I'm waiting and I'm waiting. I'm sweating it out. And I won't leave Herman's side. I've been sitting next to Herman all night, just like a lost puppy, right? And I'm waiting for it to come. And there was a lot of like drama going on at the venue that night. And I think they were stressed out and everybody just wanted to get out of there. So I think he would have asked me earlier, but finally I'm like, in my gut, I'm like, okay. And I'm like, we have 10 minutes until Dragon Force gets on stage. I don't think he's going to ask me. I'm like, I can either ask Herman if I can play Through the Fire with them and be that guy, or I can not do anything and regret it for the rest of my life. Yeah. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to be that guy. So I'm sitting there with all Dragon Force. And I'm like, Herman, I'm like, is there any way I could like join you guys on stage just for the beginning of Through the Fire and Flames, just for the intro? And he's like, I didn't know you wanted to. He's like, you should have said something sooner. I was like, what? I'm like, well, shit. So then he's like, let me see if the guitar tech will do it. So I made the guitar tech liked me, and he was a nice guy. And he's like, yeah, we'll let him up. So
yes, dude.
Herman runs down, tells them they make the plan. They give me a wireless pack. And Herman's like, okay. He's like, remember, we do that stop at the beginning, right before we go into the main part, like over the top part.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, yeah, I got it. I got this. Right? Dude, we get on stage and like the adrenaline hits me, and right,
you played through
that
it,
part,
didn't you?
right before they go into the main part, bro. You can hear it if you watch the video I posted of it back. You can hear my pick scratches the string. I was about to do it. I was about to ruin the concert, and then I caught myself. Thank God, dude. And then they go, "Yo, what's up, New York?" Blah blah blah. And then I caught it. I was like, "Let's go." I got the beginning. I got out of there. And that was it, man. Dude. It was a dream come true. And after that show, man, because Herman posted some stuff of me on his Instagram, and a bunch of my favorite guitar players started following me, and I was like, "What the hell's going on, man?" And it was like the most surreal night of my life, bro. It was like the Guitar Hero 3 final boss fight, but in real life, bro. It was just so weird. I was like, I should not be here. Like, how am I here? It's just so nuts, man.
That's what.
Nah, bro. Don't sell yourself short. You deserve to be there.
That's one of my favorite things is to hear that, you know. Because everybody got there at some point. Everybody started here, no matter how, if they're up there or if they're here. It doesn't matter. Those moments where things change, those milestones, those little bitty ones that people, like, I tell people all the time, I'm like, if you have 100,000, you don't notice those 10 subscribers. But if, like us, we just hit 400 tonight. Yeah. So, like, you notice the one. And then it goes backwards one, and it goes forwards one.
Yeah.
So and he just hit 10,000, like huge. Yep. You know, he's been working for it, and he just started picking up momentum. And then like when you have the artists that you mess with, right? The people that you really rock with, and the ones that. And I'm not saying that anybody is better than or less than. I'm just saying, you know, the ones that you're like, oh my God, this person, it means the 100%. Most. And then suddenly something happens where like they follow you or they comment or respond or reach out. And it's just like, and those.
It's the most surreal thing.
Yeah, it's but hearing that someone like, for example, like your momentum is going crazy right now. It's insane. Like your views and your streams and your, like all your videos, your subscribers, and you know it's because you're talented and you're finally hitting that moment where your stride is just, you know, it's snowballing, and that's a good thing. But
I got you.
To hear someone that everybody's like, oh my God, you know, he's so great, he's so talented, to say, look, this person is huge to me, and they reached out to me, and it meant everything. People forget those firsts and those moments.
Yeah.
Before they're at that
it's huge.
same level, right?
And that was one of those things, like when I was with my old band, our band manager hit me up one day and he was like, hey bro, like so Stubborn Will, if you guys have watched our channel, our reactions to him or that band, my old band was made up of a couple members of that band and then one other band that hasn't quite launched their stuff yet. But anyway, our band was called Insidia back in the day. And there was like a kind of a super group band that was being put together called Nvidia. And they were like, oh, we're playing a show in Spokane, like, let's just find a local band, right? And they saw Insidia is a local band in Spokane. They're like, oh, well, their names are close. That's kind of cool. But, like, let's hit them up and check it out. So our band manager hits me up. He goes, hey, bro, I got a guy here. I'm sitting in a bar. I got a guy who, like, wants to talk with you. And I was like, bro, it's fucking 9:30 on a Monday night. Like,
Like, what?
I got to work tomorrow. And he's like, no, bro, like, for real, like, get down here. I promise you won't regret it. And I was like, dude, I swear to God, okay? So I drive down there, and it is, I am so bad with names, but he is the guy who wrote and sang Lips of an Angel from Hinder.
Oh, Hinder, yeah.
Yeah, and I sat there and had beers with him,
That's
the old
insane.
lead singer of Hinder, and he's like, yeah, dude, we have, like, you know, a couple musicians from this band and this band, like, we really want to do a show. And I was like, dope, well, when you come through, let me know. And I said, well, we'll make it happen. But that was one of those moments I walked into the bar and just about shit my pants. It's like,
Yeah,
dude,
no, it happens.
huh? What? Like, it was wild. And
Yeah, man.
and it's cool to see because, like, even having conversations with you, I kind of freaked out for a minute when I was, like, sitting in the truck on my lunch break. I was like, fuck, dude, Billy, like, responded. That was dope. Like, man, maybe we can do something.
It's
together
so
one
weird
day.
to
Like,
hear
that'd
that,
be
bro.
dope.
Like, for me, it's so weird to hear, like, be on the. It doesn't make sense to me. You know, it's, like, weird for me. I'm not used to that. But
and
it's
it's
cool.
funny because it had, like, Pappy D just messaged me. If you haven't seen his reaction channel, he's got a good channel. He messaged me. He's like, bro, you're, like, talking with Billy Wilkins right now? Dude, and you tell me you aren't famous. I was like, bro, I ain't famous.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Bro, I ain't even famous yet. You kidding me? But no, it's so cool though, dude. I love it. It's funny, man, because like the world of like I feel like the main thing here is like consistency, right? Like I feel like the more and more you keep throwing stuff out into the world, right?
Yeah.
It takes time, but sometimes like things hit and they keep going, and it's like you never know what's around that next little corner.
For sure.
Sometimes it's like the smallest little thing has the biggest ripple.
Yeah,
For sure. Absolutely, man.
for real.
But yeah, man, it's crazy. Even like, cause I saw your guys' videos too. I was like, you guys just seem like a bunch of like fun dudes. I was like, let's go, this will be fun. You know?
Man.
Thanks, man.
But yeah,
And
man,
that's-
no, I think it all works out, man. It's crazy. It's just so weird, man. It's surreal. Some surreal shit.
Dude, even tonight, we were like dicking around in Discord, and like, you know, me and Skullz and Kat were hanging out in here, and then all of a sudden I see your little thing pop up, and Chris had
Matt
just walked
comes
out of the room.
flying out of the
I'm
room.
like all of a sudden I was just like shit, and I like ripped my headphones off and ran out into the hallway and was like, Chris, Billy's in the chat, and then like I didn't even know, I lost
And
control of
that's-
everything.
That's when I walked in with steak fingers. I was like,
That's
bro,
what- yeah.
steak fingers.
Yeah, I have a feeling.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Bro, when we did this fucking there's from Blue to Green, there are other Omegle YouTubers. They did this thing like Omegle's Got Talent. It was also the thing with Harry Mack and I was talking
Oh,
about
cool.
before.
Yeah.
There you go.
But the other judge was Marcus Veltri.
Ooh.
And so
dope, dude.
I'm in a Discord room with Marcus, and I remember when Marcus came in, I was like, what the fuck?
You're like, oh my God.
I was like, what? And dude, so like when it comes time for me to perform in front of Marcus, right? On Discord, I get called into the voice chat, right? Or video chat. And I start playing my set. I start playing a loop version of Redbone. And my entire computer crashes, shuts down in the middle of it.
Oh,
It's a whole thing. And it was a talent show.
No.
And so I called back in. I was like, oh no, I'm freaking out. Like when something goes wrong,
Yeah.
you gotta it's the worst feeling.
Oh,
There's like
yeah.
1,000 people watching. I'm like, what the? Like, you know, I'm like, not in front of Marcus, bro. Like, not now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I get back in there, and I was like, yo, and he let me restart, and I played it, and then I ended up winning. So sick.
Hell yeah.
But I just remember that feeling, dude, when Marcus popped in. I was like, it's just weird. Like, I was what? You're the
You get
guy.
that overwhelming. You're like, oh
Yeah,
God.
it's like it's weird, man. It's like a weird feeling.
Dude, and like you pop up on the screen and it looks like I'm watching one of your Omegle videos, but it's just you in the thing, right?
You're
Like,
in it. You're trapped,
fucking-
man.
it's crazy,
You're
dude.
the subject now.
Yeah,
That's
right.
crazy.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, it's weird.
I did
Surreal.
one of my buddies, he lived in Snoqualmie, which is just a couple hours from Spokane. He goes, hey man, I'm working at this casino, and they're having like a talent show for the employees. He's like, I want to sing a Justin Bieber song. Would you come play guitar for me?
That's awesome.
Dude, I guess. So I learn it, right, and I go up there, and
My mama don't like you.
yeah, that was the exact song.
I know it is.
I sit
know
there
I
and
just
finger
did that
pick and
one.
whatever.
it.
And I look like I didn't know how anything was going. I was just hanging out backstage with my acoustic electric, just like waiting for the thing to happen. He was like, yeah, bro, we're going up next. I was like, okay, cool. So I hadn't seen the room that we're in front of because they brought us in some like weird back way where all the walls are cement and like it was really kind of
Oh
creepy.
yeah. Oh boy.
But so I get out onto the stage and I see two judges that I don't recognize, which I was like, okay. But the guy in the middle, I'm like, fuck, dude, that guy looks familiar. And I'm sitting there and I start to play the intro and I look out again. I'm like, that's Danny Bonaducci. That's Danny Bonaducci. Like, what the fuck is going on? That's Danny Bonaducci. And so after the whole thing was done, I was like, I gotta go shake his hand at the very least.
Oh
I
yeah.
gotta shake
Yeah.
his hand.
100%. Yeah.
So I go up there and he's like, he's like, man, I really don't like that Beaver fella. And he stops and he goes, when I was his age, I was like burning down houses and getting into trouble and all this crazy shit. And like, it was cool to just see that like the personality he portrays in some of his TV shows is how he is in real life. And it was amazing to just sit and talk with him for a couple minutes.
Hell yeah,
But
dude.
that was another one of those
Bro,
moments
some of
I'll
those
just
guys are
never
like the
forget.
coolest people.
Yeah.
I had the most bizarre encounter of my life. This is a crazy one, man. I went to LA in 2019 and I was trying to become a songwriter.
Yeah.
And so I was just staying on friends' couches and like, I was roughing it for a couple of weeks out there and just taking every meeting I could get, just DMing people on Instagram. But
Yeah.
one night I ended up staying at I have a distant cousin that lives in like Agora Hills, which is like a nice neighborhood there. So I'd been staying in like Skid Row. So like I go
Hell
back
yeah.
to this nice house in Agora Hills. It was a good time. And she's like, my daughters are best friends with the daughters of the singer of Hoobastank. You know that song, like The Reason?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, like I love Hoobastank. Like, what the hell? And she's like, yeah. She's like, I hear. Like, she's like, she gives me his phone number and tells me to text it. Hey, this is Christina's cousin. I do music. Will you meet me tomorrow or something? Like, whatever, something bizarre. And so I text him, and the next morning, this motherfucker met me at Starbucks in Agora Hills in California, and just had a deep conversation with me for like 2 hours. Dude, and I'm the whole time like, yo, what the fuck? Like, you used to be like, you're like best buds with like Linkin Park and Incubus. Like, you guys are like, it was just.
You're famous. Like, you're totally
Yeah, I was like,
famous,
what the
man.
hell is going on? And he's just like this dad. He's just like this typical like dad out there just chilling. Dude, he was like the coolest motherfucker. And I was like, it was like, I couldn't believe that he took like that much time to just sit there and talk with some random kid who's never met before about that. But like, you'd be surprised. Dude, some of these people, like, they're willing to like, to talk. Like, they're willing to help out. And it's like the craziest thing. I never thought that was like a thing, but there's some really cool people out there. Like these guys that are big artists, like they're just really cool people too sometimes.
Well,
Don't get me wrong, there's some that definitely suck. But
I've met a few.
but he was cool.
Definitely a theme, is being able to talk to people, is being able to talk to people and realize that people are people, first and foremost.
Yeah.
And to be completely honest, I don't care what anybody says. People are inherently kind in general.
Yeah.
And people that aren't generally have a reason not to be, whether it applies in that current situation, they've gotten to that point. But
Right.
the community, like this channel, I know 307's channel, I know Skullz feels, obviously, well, he's my co-host, we feel the same way. Getting somebody on that someone is like, oh my god, excited to see you, and you get excited to see somebody else. Like, that's just how it works. And people forget that, right? Like, people, not only do you forget how much influence you have on people, that, like, when you follow somebody back, it's like, oh my god, they freak out, you know? And you don't realize that because you're just doing your thing, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I may or may not have sent Kat a picture of you following me on Instagram. Billy. It may have happened. I was like, oh shit.
Oh yeah, let's go. Well, dude, you're good. I listen to your shit. You're really good. You have some crazy videos out there, man.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate
for real. I really
that.
mean that, man. But no, I had
That's
to.
dope.
But
That's
you
so
know,
dope.
the shit that makes me laugh though, dude. You know, it's probably like really funny to think about. Like for musicians, like for example, like I met like Paul Gilbert, right? And now he's like God, like guitar god. He's one of the best guitar players in the world. You ever think about the fact like Paul Gilbert probably walks into a grocery store and like the average person has no fucking idea that they're standing next to Paul fucking Gilbert,
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
Isn't that the craziest thing to think about?
Like the clerk's checking him out and just treating him just like this regular Joe.
To
like,
us, like that's
shit.
like what? That's like the guy.
Yeah.
Like it's insane to me.
Oh,
It's so funny, bro. But yeah, it's crazy how it works, man. People are just people at the end of the day, man.
Yeah.
And
My experience with people like super famous people that I've encountered has, for the most part, been a pretty pleasant experience. I mean, like you're saying, most of them are just people. You know, like the fact that they've got a good
100%.
following and they made a career out of what they're doing is just their job. You know, and outside of their job, they're still just a person. And they, for the most part, my experience has been that they understand that too. So, like you said, though, there are dickheads out there. I've come across.
There are definitely a few that I've met
Well,
that suck.
I've noticed a lot of them, they get mad when you approach them like creepy.
Like starstruck.
Yeah, because like they get that constantly. They constantly get like people don't just have a conversation with them. They forget that they just want to talk too. They don't need to be worshipped or put on a pedestal. They just want to talk. Like
I had the weirdest. So back when I was playing guitar for a lot of rappers, there was this one night where somebody, I'm not even gonna say names, but like somebody like pretty big comes into the studio, and I didn't know who they were because like I'm like really oblivious. Like I don't know hip hop like that,
dude.
This guy's like he's a big deal, and he comes into the studio and I'm blah blah blah. I'm just kind of shooting the shit. I'm like, oh, I just talked to like a nice guy, like whatever, having a nice conversation. I'm like, oh, what's your name? And then he goes, you don't know what my name is, and everybody else in the room stops. They're like, you don't know who that is. I'm like, oh shit.
No, you're that guy. Like,
but the guy ended up being kind of a dick over it too, because I didn't know who he was. He kind of just kind of kept throwing shots at me all night. Like it was just kind of shitty. Like I was like, all right, like
this is a kid that doesn't know who I am. It's like,
no, it's just weird.
That's bad energy though. That's bad.
Yeah,
energy.
it was really bad vibes. It was like it was weird, man.
Yeah.
But it happens. It definitely happens. There's some that suck.
I've always like given myself because like when I was in that old band, I met several just famous musicians, right? And so the first time that I met one, it was really awkward and weird, right? But then after that, I give myself the 2-look rule, okay? If I look at him and go, wait, is that so-and-so? And I think about it for a second and I look back, that second look, I have to maintain that, go up and at least shake their hand and be like, hey, man, really love what you do. Hope you're having a good night, like whatever, right? Because anything more than 2 looks, creepy. Who was it? Escape the Fate, the current lead singer for Escape the Fate. I believe his name is Craig. Yeah. I was sitting at the Knitting Factory during an I Prevail show, and they opened for them, and we were kind of sitting in VIP, but they had a separate VIP for like the main artist and shit. Craig comes up behind me and my girlfriend at the time, and just takes a seat behind us. And he's just sitting there with his beer, all chilling and shit, like watching the show. And I stand up to go get another drink, and I turn around, and this dude is like
right behind.
Basically, his head is right at my chest. Like, I mean, the rows are really close together.
So you're stuck,
And so I was like, I can't second look. I'm already looking at the dude.
It's
Good to meet
there,
you. Like, you know, can I get you a drink? I'm going to get something. Like, he was a super dope dude, though.
I've got a hilarious instance from some of the boys you might know, Billy Wilkins. Census Failed. You know the band Census Failed?
Oh, of course, yeah.
From out there in Jersey. They're your hometown boys. We played with them in Casper. I had an opportunity to open for them in Casper, and they're like one of my childhood favorite bands, right? And so I'm walking into the venue, we're like getting ready to set up, and I see their bus to the side, and like I get to go into the same door that they're going into and stuff, and I'm walking by, and there's a dude standing outside the door, and I recognize him as one of the members, but I don't exactly know who it is. And I walk up and I'm like, hey man, how's it going? He's like, good, dude, I'm Justin. I play bass in Census Fail. And it was in that instant that I, like, the whole wave of that nervousness,
like, oh my God.
I was like, oh shit, this is an actual, like, member of the band. And so I lost all control of any cognitive reassurance. And I reached my hand out to this guy and I literally said, hi, man, my name's Matt. I play drums in Census Fail. Fuck, I mean, good morning tonight. And then I was like, no, you're in Census Fail. Shit, all right. See you later, man. Good to meet you. And that was my interaction with him. But he was way cool about it. He laughed and like came up later and hung out and had a beer and stuff.
Begins to roll.
Dude, I was like, damn it. It was just
I'll be honest with you. I've only had one like situation where I've met somebody like that where I've like really fucking choked.
Dude,
and
I choked so bad.
It was a bad one, dude. You guys know the band Periphery?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
So, all right. So when I was at summer camp at Berkeley, in high school, every summer I would go to summer camp there. And one of my friends was this drummer. His name was Jeremy Schaefer. He's like one of the best drummers I've ever seen in my life, man. This kid's a freak. But his teacher was Matt Halpern from Periphery.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Yeah, so the kid, he's nuts. And one day he calls me. It's like 10th period in high school, senior year. He's like, hey, man. He's like, do you want to go hang out with Periphery later? I was like, yeah. Yes, I do. So he drove down from upstate New York.
That's not something you just like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, like what? What do I say to that? Yeah. And it was right after I built this guitar. This one right here.
Love that guitar, dude.
Dude, so this, so they play their set. They crush it, right? We go, so Matt invites us back. We're sitting on the tour bus. So me and Jeremy are on the tour bus. And then it's all cool, right? But fun fact, the pickups on this guitar, they're bare knuckles. They're juggernauts. Misha Mansour signature pickups right here.
Yeah.
Right? They're metal pickups.
Yeah.
So
they're like the metal pickup. That's a Misha.
Oh yeah, they're the best.
Like,
they're amazing.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there, and then all of a sudden Misha comes onto the bus.
Oh shit.
And he's like, and Matt's like, oh hey, this is my student Jeremy and his friend Billy. And then Misha goes to shake my hand. And he's like, hey, what's up, man? And I'm like, I have your pickups. Oh. And I just fucking froze. And he's like, cool, dude. But I was like, oh, fuck. It was so bad. And I just fucking left.
Those cringe moments, man, where you just you want to say the right thing. That's what I did. I literally told the dude, I was like, oh, wait, I don't play drums in Census Fail. You're in Census Fail. You know that. I see ya. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to fucking remove myself.
I'm just going to go hang myself.
Bro, your senses failed. Like, that's
exactly. Every one of them, dude. I was out the door.
Dude, it hurts when that happens, man. It's bad.
It's those moments that I can look back now and laugh, and you know, we can all have a good laugh at it. But God, it's something I'll never forget. That's for sure. I met a super famous band, one of my childhood heroes once, and totally blew it. Completely.
And what's great is that band probably talks about it from time to time. Hey, remember that weird guy in
played
Wyoming?
Casper?
Yeah. I always wonder that. I wonder if they ever talked about it. They're like, hey, no more people on the bus.
You brought that weird dude on who couldn't talk to me.
I can't wait. Someday I know I'm going to meet him again.
Yeah.
I'm going to be like, hey, man, I have your pickups.
I have your pickups.
You're just hoping he doesn't remember you. You're like, hey, you remember me, man? He's like, yeah, and you're like,
fuck. That's what I'm afraid of, Skullz. Like, if he's like, yeah, and I'm like,
yeah, you know why.
There's good and bad things about living in Wyoming, and one of those things is that Wyoming's really unique, right? So when instances like that happen, it's easy to remember. Oh yeah, remember that time we played in Wyoming? No, of course, yeah. You don't come across many of us, so like, yeah.
Well, unless you're me and you think that you live in Wisconsin, because I get the W names mixed up.
Kat sends me a message on Instagram the other day, right? Kat goes, hey, are y'all okay? And this was like at the same time that Yellowstone was like freaking out and flooding, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh, Yellowstone's like a couple miles north of us. I mean, sure, our river's high, but like, yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, I was talking about, she sends me the story of like all these tornadoes tearing through Wisconsin. And I'm like,
nope,
bro,
we're good.
That's the wrong state. She's like,
oh, so the answer would have been yes. We're fine.
We're fine.
You know, you didn't have to remind me that geography is not my friend.
Standing.
Hey,
by the way,
laugh,
my camera, obviously, it shut itself down, and then it like, it like on my screen, it flashed like weird and made like my laptop made a buzzy sound. So it's off at this moment.
Oh man,
just FYI, RIP camera I've used once.
RIP. It was nice while it lasted.
I think that it's like, man,
That's
you've
crazy.
never used me, and now you're abusing me, and I'm not cool with that.
Yeah.
So I need to like give it time to breathe.
No, mine does that sometimes. If I take a break for a while and I come back, it just dies in the middle of like filming. I gotta wait till the next day for it to charge, and not fun.
Oh, yeah.
Not fun. Does happen though.
Give
There's
it a
always
pep talk.
something. Something always breaks.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well, it wouldn't be on
it's-
brand if it didn't.
Yeah,
No,
it's
exactly.
inevitable.
No, it
It's
keeps it
absolutely
special.
on our last live stream, the one where Chris sold his beard off. When we were literally just trying to set our microphones up for that day and get them to run through OBS and do all the shit, right?
Oh yeah.
And then stream. We lost 2 microphones. We blew them up. I don't know what happened, but they don't work anymore. They're in our like graveyard of microphone
Big
shit up
microphone
there.
graveyard. Yeah. I
Yeah,
have one of
we
those.
just I popped one and it popped and I was like and then it fuzzed out and I couldn't hear. I was like fuck. So
I
then
have one
I
of
went
these
to,
that were in the graveyard thing.
oh that's
Damn,
a
that's rough.
that's an
this thing-
expensive price tag in a graveyard.
Because this thing right here heats up and it melted like part of the housing on the other one I had.
Yeah, is that
So
just
I
like
called
a
it Sweetwater. I
Oh,
was like,
wow.
what?
is that just like a heat sink off the back of there?
Yeah,
or-
this is a tube mic. This one, so I've got
Oh,
the
okay.
box
Yep.
back there. But
Yeah.
dude, you know the thing about this is it uses those 7-pin XLR instead of like the 3.
Oh yeah, sure.
So like I went into Sam Ash by me. I was like, hey, like I need a 7-pin XLR. I thought it was the cable at first.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, what? He's like, what kind of microphone are you running? I'm like, oh, it's like a warm audio, man. Like he's like, oh, we don't have that here. You got to special order it. I'm like, oh,
Oh,
fucked
great.
up. I didn't know that was gonna be like a thing, but
It's
I didn't
almost
even
like
know
a-
that was a thing.
It's almost
I
like
didn't
a
either.
7 pins?
Don't they almost look
7
like
pins.
yeah, it looks like a MIDI
Yeah.
cable or something almost, doesn't it?
It does. It
Yeah,
looks just
that's what
like
I would
I
think,
don't
yeah.
plug it and show you, but I'm scared it's gonna blow it up.
No, yeah, don't.
Don't do it.
It's exciting.
We'll
though. It's
Google
pretty
it. I'll Google
Yeah,
it.
It exists, I promise. But,
I believe
man,
I just got to see it for myself.
yeah. I'll send you a picture later. But yeah, man, it's crazy.
That is
Yeah,
great.
You
there's
say
always
6
something-
prongs or 7?
7.
Yeah, my nerd
was looking
ass
it
is
up.
all fucking interested. Hold on.
Skullz is all typing
It's
to
pretty
Google
cool,
right
dude.
now.
I guess it
Yeah,
uses it
literally
to,
looks like a MIDI. Yeah, that's
yeah,
crazy.
right. It's
Yeah.
weird
Yeah.
looking, man. It's
That's
just
great.
it's like an XLR, but with 7 of them.
Don't they
Yeah.
call those? Aren't they called like demux cables or something? Can't remember. You get into
I'll Google it.
Dude, I don't know.
Skullz is on it. He's like, I'll
Back to Google.
I learned how to roadie rap like a year ago. You know, like I'm the wrong guy.
Yeah.
It's just rough, man.
Oh man.
I used to roadie for my dad, so I fucking know how to
Your
do
dad
that.
does music too.
He did. He passed away 8 years
sorry.
ago. So no, that's all
Okay.
good, bro.
What kind
But,
of music?
yeah.
though?
He was a jazz man, dude. Jazz and
Get outta here.
classical. Yep.
Yeah,
He
my
played the
kind of man.
piano. He played
That's
the
it.
piano. He played the saxophone. Amazing composer. I gotta post some of his stuff at some point, you know.
That's
but
sick.
he's
Dude,
got
I got
some
mad
amazing
respect
stuff.
for anyone that can fluently play the piano, dude. It's
Piano's
an
hard.
instrument that's on a level of, it's similar to drums or like some sort of multi-brain type of, and I guess guitar's on that same level too, but like with the left hand right hand kind of I don't know, there's something about piano that's always escaped me, and I took 2 years of piano in college and like got pretty good at it for a while, but even when I was good at it, there was still something about the mechanics of it that just didn't make sense. And like it did make sense because muscle memory and everything, it just kind of makes it happen, right? But when you're watching your hands in front of you do things that your brain isn't really controlling, they're just
Yeah.
making it happen.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That connection was hard for me to make in there, and it's to
I
this day
get
I'm still
that.
like, it's amazing. I don't get it.
If
I
you
get
guys
that
ever
because
wanna-
like I've like picked up the guitar and like because I picked up both. I picked up the piano. I just like from like the very beginning. You know how like sometimes you pick it up and be like, oh, I could get good at this. Like
Yeah.
I didn't get any of that from piano. But when I picked up the guitar, I was like, okay, I could fuck with this. I could fuck with
yeah,
this.
I feel that.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something like more instinctual or more like physically involving with the guitar that
I don't know.
I don't
yeah,
know.
I
Maybe
mean,
it's
that's
just
a-
more compelling because
I
of
get
that.
that feeling with pasta, not necessarily musical instruments. Like,
Pasta could be an instrument if you wanted to.
It's true. Anything can be an
I
instrument.
mean, mayonnaise
can
is
be.
an instrument.
no, I'd rather just
Horseradish.
eat
Charlie,
it.
Charlie
It's
just
cool.
use a light switch.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
There's that guy
We're
on
gonna
the internet-
figure out. We're gonna figure out how to play the pasta. Okay.
Well, I
We're
can
gonna
play a
make an instrument out of
triangle.
it.
Like I can
In New
hold
Jersey,
it up
that's
and
all
go
we do.
ding. You're welcome.
That's all there is in Jersey. Playing pasta.
There's not much.
Just
Dude, if you guys
busters
ever want to
out
react
there
to some
playing
crazy,
intro hits.
the best guitar player in the world, man, this guy named Sean Lane. He's a freak. He's
Sean
an absolute
Lane, huh?
freak.
Okay.
Sean Lane,
Sean
dude.
Lane.
If you guys ever want to react to, like, it'll blow your mind. And he's a great guitar player, but then he'll go to a piano and he plays. The guy was like a savant, man. Like he could do like scary shit on both instruments.
Dude.
And he would have these sections of where you guys ever hear of Buckethead?
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
I
So
actually
Buckethead-
met the lead singer for the old lead singer for Buckethead. He came and opened for
Get out of here.
Struggle Jennings. He has a new band now.
Oh, that's
called,
right.
That's wild.
What the fuck was that?
I can't remember the name. You're gonna be lost on me, but
I'll think of it. Carry on.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
anyway, he was a super dope dude.
Dude, well, Buckethead does this thing. He does like this 8-finger tapping thing where it sounds like a computer exploding, right?
yeah.
And he thought that Sean Lane was doing all this crazy shit, so he's trying to learn it. But in the recording that he was listening to, Sean's actually like switching to a piano and playing this crazy diminished thing. And Buckethead's trying to figure it out on guitar. And so that's how he came up with that weird tapping thing that he does. But it came from Sean Lane just switching to a piano mid solo. And it's like the most bizarre shit.
Damn.
But
Dude,
it's really weird.
That's wild.
That's my biggest inspiration on guitar for sure.
One of my favorite things when you're
A Killer's
live, Billy,
Confession is his band name.
is your loop station. When you do looping, looping blows my mind
looping.
because and let me just, from a listener's context that knows half-ass nothing about half-ass stuff. So, like for example, people build beats with it, right? Like how to know, okay, well, I can section off this portion, and if I repeat it enough, it's going to make sense. And then, of course, you go the next layer, and you blow people's minds by not only that, but you, like, take it away here, but then you bring it back, and you take it away and bring it back. And I'm like, you just lost me down the street and around the corner. For example, Rachel, she does that too. She plays the instruments, she loops everything, and it's fucking fire. And I saw that you were doing it. I'm like, and of course, you know, the beatboxers, they do that too, which is awesome.
Yeah.
But then I saw you doing it, and I was like, how do you, like, just know? Of course, if you can listen to a song and then be like, hey, I'm going to play this in like 3 minutes, then I don't really need to ask. You just know how to play music. But how do you know how to section it off in order to know, okay, this needs to be looped, and then this has to come in here? Like, how do you just, like, do you
That's a good
prioritize,
question.
or is it like instinct, honestly?
A little bit of half. I mean, it's definitely not a natural thing. I think I've just been doing it long enough and like playing at the bar and everything where I know how long each part is going to be. With my setup that I'm using currently, I mean, when I used to loop, it used to just be all free time, right? And I just have a looper pedal and do it. But with this setup, I'm doing everything from via Ableton. So I have to know exactly how many bars I want to loop for with my setup. Because I'm a guitar player, so I can't just take my hand off the guitar and hit the button again, re-trigger it. So like if I'm playing like Redbone, for example, like I know it's a 2-bar loop for this one section, right? And then I know there's another section where the chords change. And maybe I'll just actually play that part and I'll cut everything else out but the drum, so I have a beat behind me. And then I go to like the hook, and again I play over that. I add a synthesizer in, and like I don't really know how to explain it. I just kind of instinctually do it sometimes.
Your experience plus your actual, like, your ability plus just, you know what I mean? Like, maybe
I kind of cut everything into like numbers, music theory wise. So like the way this is laid out, I don't know if maybe if I switch this actually. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
So like for example, if I were to make a loop right now of Redbone, right? So first I set a tempo, like. So right now you guys are gonna hear what I hear when I normally do my videos. Let me lower that. That's really loud right now. So I have a click, right?
Mhm.
So let's say I want to play.
Bringing out the big guns.
Sound of the click.
Everybody get your phones out. Everybody get your phones out. It's time. It's happening.
Loop me.
Or even like I'm trying to think of something that'll be like more different parts to it. Maybe like Sweater Weather actually is probably a better example. But yeah, let me switch to that because so I get the tempo in my head, right? And I know how many bars I want. I know it's a 4-bar loop. Just like almost instinctually. Let me get this all set up. Wasn't ready. You hear that?
Yeah.
So that'll loop. I definitely lowered the volume in the middle of that though. Wait, we gotta fix that. It's always something that drives me crazy. So that'll go like that. So now I know what key I'm in. I know I'm in B flat. So I'll program this to be in B flat, right? And in my head, I'm thinking about what the progression is from a theory standpoint to play on this, because I can't play piano, but I can play this thing. I also have a MIDI guitar, but it dies all the time and has a lot of latency. It's a bitch. But this is a lot easier. So I know it's like this, like a 4, 2, 6, and then to the 1. So those are all chords. All those numbers are representation of the chord in the key. Yeah. Right? And I can hear that. That's kind of how I improvise. But like same thing with the bass. So that's like the most basic loop right there, right?
Yeah.
Then I'll add like a little beat to it, and the beat doesn't have to be 4 bars. I can get away with doing 2, like. And Ableton freaks out a little bit. Might have to correct something. No, we're good. Okay, we made it. So now that's our bass layer, right? Now I'll double that. Let's add another layer into it. So like another instrument. I have some instruments like pre-saved onto this, right?
Yeah.
Then we'll play a major 7 here, like. Give it a little bit of break from the other synth, right? I'll duplicate that again. Now we'll add another layer inside of the drums. So now it's building.
Yeah.
And I know later in the song, I'm gonna wanna break it down a little bit. So we'll get rid of the drums. And if we want to throw people a curveball or something, like one way to do that is like, if I were to do something like, we could put it in like halftime maybe. Like put like a halftime beat instead. So, get to the top. So now I fucked up. There's a mistake in there. Hear that kick?
Yeah.
It's not right. So I fix it. So let's resequence it through here. So I've learned how to use this thing like pretty good. So I can get rid of the metronome now. You guys don't need to hear that anymore. Normally I have that going in my ears the whole time though while I'm working on a song.
Right.
Yeah.
But then I can like play over it. So like if I'm going back to the oh fuck it, let's play the song. Do it like
Hell yeah.
Get your phones out.
All I am is a man. I want the world in my hands. I hate the beach, but I stand in California with my toes in the sand. Use the sleeves of my sweater. Let's have an adventure. Head in the clouds, but the gravity said no. Touch my neck and I'll touch yours. You in those little high-waisted shorts. On the next layer, like she knows what I think about. What I think about. One love, 2 mouths. One love, 1 house. No shirt, no blouse, just us. Find out nothing I won't tell you about now. 'Cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater. Bring it back down. Do like a little bit like. it down a little bit.
Hell yeah.
And then if you want, this is where it gets fun. You start some distortion on and go to the big hook part where like the cymbals come back in. I don't know, but like shit like that. But it's like you build these layers and build these layers, and you can come up with like a whole arrangement. It's nice, like, because I can throw all these different things together, kind of however I want.
Hell yes.
And I even program like little filters. Like if I were to go back to this, like something I like to do is like mash up songs and do it.
This motherfucker, yo, this motherfucker really said, "I don't know."
I know.
For doing that. He was like, "Oh, I don't know." What do you mean you don't know?
I saw
You know,
like,
you know everything. Like Jesus.
I don't. But dude, like, you could take like I saw you were saying something about like Fleetwood Mac in the chat before, Cat, right? So like I could do like something like this. We'll filter it out. Right now we're vibing.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'm going lo-fi a little bit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's take the bass out. So thunder only happens when it's raining, and players only love you when they're playing. Add the bass back in. Some women, they will come and they will go, and when the rain washes you clear, you know. Fuck you and you and you. I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through. Listen, I could bum it and to turn it up and throw potential. And the sky's the limit. You can go nuts with it, but it's fun. It's a lot of different shit to keep track of, but yeah.
Hey man, you manage it. You manage it well, dude.
It's fun, bro. It's fun.
That's fucking fire.
5 out of 5 backwards hats for me all day, every day.
Hell yeah.
Dude. So you have really like mastered that sequencer is what's going on.
I would say mastered. I mean, there's still so much more I could be doing with it. You know, I think this is only an extension of what I would do with a mouse and keyboard in Ableton, right?
Okay.
And like a lot of people will buy something like this, and they'll expect, okay, well now that I have this, I can do all this and that.
I'm
the
a
other
pro.
thing.
Yeah.
It's not that. I've used this and I've MIDI mapped Ableton to turn things on and off using this.
Okay.
And that's all it is. So everything I'm doing here, I could do with a mouse. But
it's a faster mouse and keyboard, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a more expedited way of getting from point A to point B.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, man, it's fun. It's definitely a lot of fun. I mean, the problem I'm kind of in a rut right now where I've been using like the same sounds and everything for so long, and I only have like a couple of like instruments saved.
Yeah.
So like I could go through, like, if you guys watch like Mark Rebier at all, like he has crazy presets for everything, like of all different synthesizers, different basses, different drum kits. And I feel like I need to build more of like an arsenal of shit like that, and find a way to keep it working. But,
you do know that at some point, I don't care what it takes, it's going to happen. I'm going to put him and Rachel in a room, right? I'm going to make that happen.
No.
I got to see Rachel.
Rachel's fire.
She's amazing.
She's a looper?
Yeah, well, she plays all the instruments. She does rap. She does singing. She does she
That's
does the
crazy.
live looping and stuff, and like
yeah,
it's
she's
just-
hard.
classically trained on the piano, I believe.
Oh,
And
shit.
I think she's classically trained singer. I could be mistaken on that, so don't quote me on that. But she's got
That's
an
nice.
amazing voice too.
You guys gotta send me a link.
and she's eclectic. Like she's kind of like, in the bestest way, like in the best, most adorable and amazing way, and like with a good heart and soul. Like she's a great person, and like when you're saying
Fact.
stuff like other sounds, her beats aren't like normal. They are
They're not normal.
eclectic.
Right, she's got like
AF.
a nice setup.
Yeah,
I got
so
you.
what I'm saying is that if you want like different, I'm not saying that's the be all end all, but just for a different
Yeah.
sound and thoughts,
No, I'm always watching stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's the key. Or there's this other guy I'm obsessed with on Twitch. If you guys have seen this guy, his name's Autopilot. But like his live looping, it's like the arrangements are just like unbelievable. He has all these background vocals and crazy things going on.
Damn.
He has like 10 of these, all
Hell yeah.
on both sides of him. And it's
Hell yeah,
like,
dude.
I don't
Let
know
me-
how he does it.
Let me ask you this, Billy.
Yeah,
Because a lot of people don't know her. Do you know Kimbra?
Kimbra. Yeah, I've heard that name before. She did a song
Yeah.
with Cobra Starship that I've heard of
Did
before. I think.
Did she?
I'm pretty sure. Pretty
Well,
sure.
she's the woman who sang it with Godier in Somebody That I Used to Know.
Yes.
Yes, she does live looping stuff too, where she'll do it with her
Really?
vocals and make harmonies and shit. Yeah, yeah. You should look up some of her stuff. If you like the live looping stuff, she's freaking awesome at it.
Is this the one?
And
I don't
she
know.
does a lot of jazz. She does like pop stuff. I mean, she's gone more for pop.
She's
like
nuts,
her first
right?
album was really jazzy, but she's gone more pop, but she's still so good with the pop too. And I don't
Dude,
even like
there's-
pop. So
Yeah.
she's fucking unreal and so underrated.
There's so much you can do with these live looping setups, man.
Mhm.
There's like, it's just like the sky is the limit. And I've seen some people do some like shit. And I'm just like, yo, what? I've seen people that are like
Oh, yeah.
playing like, you ever see like the pedals that are on like an organ at a church?
Yeah.
They're like
Yeah.
their feet. I've seen guys that are doing live looping using that as their bass. And I'm like, you're a freak. They're playing guitar and then doing that. I'm like, no, like what? Like there's some Twitch is like the best for that type of stuff too, because like there's so many people doing, like everybody's setup is just so different. And that's
It
my
is.
favorite thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a pioneer period right now where people are still
Yeah.
figuring this shit out.
Yeah,
Everybody's
sure.
kind of in the same boat. It's like, hey, what works? We're just throwing equipment together and seeing what happens, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's some crazy.
Well,
ones
that's
out there,
why.
dude.
Like, that's why the cool thing is to go like when you. I mean, I know you know this. I'm not. People are like, oh, everybody's trying to fix you. I get that, but that's not the point. The point is just anytime you can absorb more, and you can just
Oh, it's
hear
always better.
something different, even if it's not for
100%.
you. It's just a different style, a different approach, and at one point,
Oh, yeah.
someday down the road, something might resonate that you never thought would, and that comes with conversation, with music, with.
It's so
it doesn't
weird.
matter, like all of that, right? So you just have to be a
Yeah,
sponge
like-
and absorb it.
You have to be a sponge. Like
Yeah.
this is so bizarre what I'm about to say, but the next song that I'm putting out, I wrote it the night after. Somehow I ended up front row at Skrillex in
Hell
October,
yeah.
and it was sick. But like I never realized. I liked him before,
Like,
like, I
whoops.
knew a couple songs. But like I'm standing there in front of like these giant speakers, and like I'm just noticing like the attention to detail that goes into like some of his beats.
Yeah.
And I'm just hearing all these things. I'm like, holy shit. And it changed everything. So I went back the next day. And the next day, the song that I'm putting out in July just came out of me. But it wouldn't have happened if I didn't go see Skrillex the night before.
Yeah.
And that's not even like my kind of music. Like, totally different world of stuff. So it's
Dude,
like sometimes like stuff that's totally different brings you like the most.
I've
Exactly.
been noticing that also. Becca, my girlfriend, she just jumped in the chat. What's up? Hey, girl. She listens to like some of that EDM type of stuff, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's not my cup of tea at all. But same thing for you. Like I've had a few opportunities recently to gain some perspective on it and sit down and just listen in front of it in some quality headphones and speakers. And it is actually kind of impressive how many nuances can go into, because I have a decent understanding of how to make beats and like how to put things into a computer, right? Some of the detail that these guys can put into their EDM shit is like, damn, dude, there is a
It's
lot
insane.
going on. Like
The sound design, dude.
it's not just one MIDI drum track on the thing. There's probably a full production of layers going on in their DAW. Like it's a full on production. So
It's craziness.
not my cup
and
of
you-
tea, but still impressive. You know what I
what's
mean?
so weird, man? For some reason, like EDM, like I don't know if you guys, I mean, you guys probably know this feeling. Like at least for me, I don't really listen to the music that I cover. Like the songs that I play, I don't listen to any of them. Like it's hard for me to like kind of like blur that line between like work and pleasure sometimes.
For sure.
And I find that I can't fully like escape. Like if I'm just trying to zone out and like escape to something, I can't do it to like music that I can play. And I end up turning to like a lot of EDM stuff and like a lot of dubstep type of shit and like stuff like that, or like future bass even, where I'm like listening to this stuff and I can zone, like that's my escape and I love that shit. And like most of the concerts that I go to, ironically, are mostly like DJs performing like that kind of stuff. Yeah. Which is so weird. I would never expect that, but like that's like my I have a hard time like getting lost in normal stuff, and like the EDM is kind of like my way out.
Well, and it
I
was
agree.
funny because one of the sorry, Kat.
No, I was just agreeing. That's all. I can't play shit, so it's not like I can play it, so I can't listen. Right. But the stuff I have to listen to constantly because it comes up consistently on reaction channels, requests, because like doing them, it's not the same, but it is kind of. I get that. I get what you're saying. Like I have to go completely away from that in order to just like chillax. I can't.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's weird.
And that was the thing. Like the first song we reacted to by Rachel, the name of it escapes me, but
Playpen.
It was Playpen. It was one of those songs that like we typically go into a reaction, like especially if it's the first time we're hearing somebody, listening for the mix, listening for their message, and then just kind of like overall what the instruments are doing. And so I'm diving into this song with this headset, like this mindset in mind. And I get about like 20 seconds into it. And I realize that like this song isn't meant to be broken down. Like, sure, there's a message in it, but it's like this song is meant to be felt.
It's a vibe.
Right.
Like, and that has changed my perspective on just because it was kind of like an EDM lo-fi rap thing. Like I don't even
really
know
think
what
there's it's just her creation. I don't even know if it's got a title or not, Like,
it just is.
It's just called dope.
Yeah, right. Listening back to it later, I was like I was laying down in bed typing out some messages to people, replying to comments, whatever, and I had it playing on Spotify, and I'm like, dude, this song, like, it's weird. Just the way the rhythm hits, like, the feeling is just weird, and it feels cool. And so, like, that's one of those songs I go back to when I just get tired of feeling the same shit from music over and over and over again.
Totally get that, yeah.
Yeah, it's I need to find more of those. Exhorter has a few of those that are that way.
A couple of those, yeah.
That's important to me, too.
You find something that makes you feel something.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
Or maybe be able to not have to feel what it's in your head, but just go quiet and listen to it and be in that space versus being in your own emotions, your own stresses, your own head, and tune that out for just a minute because you just vibe. Right? And I'm not the vibey person. I like the angry shit. I like people like getting mad and everything. But every once in a while, and I don't care if it's mainstream. I don't care what genre it is. I don't care if and I prefer independent. But there's some things that just hit different. Like when you hear it said, "My life be like ooh,
right? Like instantly puts you in a certain.
You're just there, and it's like, let's go.
Right.
But that's the thing. Like, oh, I remember.
But that's the thing about like.
It's exactly what I'm going.
Oh yeah,
dude. Big South Park fan.
Me too, bro. Me too.
The way that your brain works is mind-blowing, by the way. I just want to tell you that. And, I have complete respect for anybody that's creative. I am not creative in that way. Don't come at me in the comments, y'all. When I say I'm not creative, y'all know what I mean. Stop. But what I'm saying is it's really cool as what Skullz calls me as a listener versus an artist, right? I'm a pure listener because I don't create.
Pure listener, yeah.
Yeah, I don't create any of it, and
you're an observer.
Right, and I still have opinions, but yet it just blows my mind how you guys approach it, especially you and what you're doing. The last person I felt that way with when it came to this type of content was Rachel, and that's why I keep mentioning her. But it's that whole being able to do the multitasking, but your brain works so fast. It's like
I don't
you don't have to think
Just
about
gotta
it. You
zone
just
out.
know. You know, and you know what you need to do, and you just do it. It's like an instinct thing. It's like me learning my job, doing it day in, day out forever. It's experience,
Yeah.
but it's also your instinct, and you're really
I
great
think
at
it's
it.
just I think it's like half instinct and half like just like practice and repetition,
Definitely.
Because
Yeah.
I don't know, I hear things. It's more so like I'd say with me, it's like more so I can hear it in my head. It's more so of learning like how to use these different tools where you can translate it to something that other people can hear too.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you know,
it
and
almost feels like you're speaking. It's like you know how to speak, but it all comes from like a concept in your head,
it's
and
easier
then
than
you start.
speaking. It's like
It's easier than speaking. Wow, wow,
yeah,
okay.
but it's
Yeah,
like
well, I mean, like if it's in there, if it's in your head, and you know what you want to hear, and you know how to
it's
get it.
like that's the thing, man. Like for the longest time, like my main focus was just being I want to be the best guitar player possible, And then one day, like the flip just switched, and I was like, oh my god, like there's so much more to it than that. And I realized, like, the way I look at the guitar now, the guitar is my tool for figuring out how to take what's in here and get it out. Like, if you watch my videos, even like, or my live streams, like, you'll see, like, I'll listen to a song, and before I sing something, I'll play it on guitar real quick, like a melody for a new song I haven't heard before. And I'll if I play it, I'll be like, okay, I can play it, I can sing it. You know what I'm saying? So my fingers have to get it first.
Yeah.
And then I can translate that. And by doing it that way, I'm able to bring it to life somewhere else. That's like my way of translating something. I don't know how to explain it.
That's crazy. That's cool though.
It helps a lot. Everything that I do comes from the guitar first. 100%.
Wow.
It's like
Well,
it's
that's
just a
your
tool for
conduit.
like, translating the language. Yeah.
It's literally your conduit. Some people have the piano. Some people have, like they have their choice of instrument. Some people have to hear it in a specific way. But once they can speak, quote, that language, it suddenly all makes sense, right?
Well,
Yeah.
I think music also just speaks to people deeper than words can. Like music can like music like just bridges the gaps. Like you could be in a room full of people and nobody speaks the same language. If someone starts playing the piano or playing the guitar, like everyone's just on board and understands,
Dude,
So,
I think the craziest shit ever. You ever watch a video of like even like I have a friend that has a stutter, but he'll start singing a song and it just goes away. It's just gone. It magically vanishes. Like music does things to people, man. So it's just like a therapeutic thing. But it has properties that affect the brain like that. It's just so crazy to me. But I think it's stuff like that.
I think that's why a cappella music hits so much different, is because it's music that's based entirely on the human voice, and like there's some sort of way that those just sound waves hit you that like your body just knows like that's not steel and wood. That is like a human voice making all of these noises and sounds, and it just makes you feel a certain way. And to be honest, I think that's why a lot of churches kind of stick to just vocal choirs and very minimalistic instruments. Is because it creates an ambiance and a feeling that's it feels heavier than some other type of music, but it definitely speaks to you more than just somebody speaking to you. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, totally.
yeah, and that's like the like people working together. That's like kind of like what the Bible tries to go for. So it's that harmony of voices working together, that unity. It just it's poetic in a way.
It
Yeah,
is.
it does something. Man, my guitar teacher, when I was studying the gypsy jazz, my teacher Stefan Rembelt, he was kind of like a Mr. Miyagi type of approach, and everything that everything he taught me ended up having like some kind of crazy like big picture behind it, and everything had like a metaphor for something, and he'd always compare like the different ways of approaching the guitar to like the different elements almost, and like your fire was like the technical aspect, right, and like water was like this ethereal like way that everything kind of like rings out, like the legato type of thing, and like air was just like the knowledge of what you're doing. And it was just like, but like earth was always like this archaic thing, and it's like there's always like this archaic part of music that'll always touch people. It's just like people are human, and they all react to certain things if you play them a certain way. It's really weird, man. And that's one thing on Omegle too I've noticed is like if you play what I used to do when I was like a kid and I was in like middle school just starting to play, I'd actually go on there and I would play little riffs for people. and I would pay really close attention to what would people stop and listen to for a second and what they'd skip. Yeah. And it was like really interesting, like from like a psychological standpoint. What's the word? Psychologic. What's the
psychological?
I can't say it. It's a big word, but it makes a big difference, and music affects people in different ways. It's really weird to watch, like when you start playing stuff and you see the reaction, even at the bar. Like you guys probably experienced it too. You play a certain song, a certain riff. People change.
People go crazy.
People change.
Have you ever seen? And this is just a random thing because first you made me think frequencies because we could go conspiracy theorists, but I'm not really going there right now.
You talking about the shapes?
No, I'm just talking about just the frequencies. Like if you hit a certain frequency, then you resonate with people. You actually get people to. It's a whole. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah, no, that stuff's totally real. Yeah,
and
100%.
then,
like the brown note.
Yeah,
I haven't found it yet. I have an 8-string. I don't play it. I'm scared I'm going to find that note.
But also there are people that have created a musical language. Like they speak to each other through music. They used to do it way back in the day. Like it can be a complete, and some people, like autistic people, have issues, communicating, but you get music and you play, like when they're kids, like I'm talking before they can say, my head hurts, my foot hurts, or my stomach hurts, right? And it's just the same as like sign language, where that was just their way of being able to communicate, and they create this whole language or they would make sounds or music or like little, not a riff, but you know what I'm saying, I know
exactly what you're talking about, yeah.
And then they would be able to communicate what they wanted to say, but that's how their brain worked. It's just so cool how diverse it is. And then people are like, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. I'm like, God damn it. Why'd you fuck it all up? Like, why?
I can't remember the word. The word's escaping me right now. But there's I had a lot of friends that I went to Berkeley with that had serious perfect pitch, but they would also see color. Oh, synesthesia. Synesthesia is what it's called.
Oh yeah.
They would hear things, but they would actually see colors that correspond to every note, or they would see different shapes, or weird things. Like they would actually see something. So some of the kids in my ear training 4 classes, they had the cheat codes because they could see the notes, they could they could see it. It's some weird shit.
I know. I have a little bit of that going on. I know that certain notes, the way that certain notes sound, give off different, like a blue.
You
or
associate
a red,
it with something else.
Yeah, exactly. Like certain notes feel cooler and certain notes feel hotter than other ones, right? Some notes feel more aggressive, and those notes often tend to lean red in my perspective, right? And then some notes feel easier and smoother. Well, those are more blue notes or whatever. Yeah, I get it.
We gotta put them in ear training 4, bro. We see.
Yeah.
It's just like that though.
How many mushrooms you guys do? This is some mushroom shit.
Never done mushrooms once.
No. Hear me out. I'm gonna say something that's a little bit. Just hear me out. And I know Skullz. I know you've heard part of this before. Mm-hmm. So there's been an experience in my life where if you're listening to try to listen to a recording or whatever, and it's that white noise, you're on a call but nobody's there, but you're waiting to see if somebody, if you're listening to a playback of something, but there's nothing there. It's just the noise in the room. Especially, I'm not just saying you have to be high for it, but if you've been up for a couple days anyway, and you're stressed out. You literally can sit there and listen and listen and listen, fast forward, listen, right? And all of a sudden you start hearing voices and you think, oh, I'm tripping, right? You're freaking out because you hear an entire conversation, people actually speaking to each other. It makes sense, but you don't know, did I just tune into an alien channel? What just happened? and then I personally, I've had that happen, and you find out that your brain actually decides that white noise, after a while, it'll drive you a little kind of cray-cray, right? It wants to make sense of it. So your brain decides, okay, these consistent white noise patterns have now, I'm going to try to make sense. I've turned it into a word. And so it literally, you will hear things. That's when people say they're hearing things and it's that type of an issue. It's because their brain is literally trying to comprehend what they're hearing. And
that's
so
really interesting, actually.
People that
in the middle of the night every night.
People that see colors, sometimes they say that they're that's their way of interpreting sound or emotion or feeling. It's instead of just feeling it, their brain says, but you kind of sort of need to see it too. Like, it's just a thing.
Right.
No, I get that too. I mean, like I don't know if
Yes,
it
like
could be
seeing
partially
faces
too,
and
like,
patterns. Don't ever let me look at my shower curtain while I'm peeing, because then I can't look away because the damn face is.
Well, I think someone said it too, where it's like you think of cool sounds or cool qualities of things, and then warm qualities. And like I think when I'm thinking about those things, I do associate that with like temperature. So like if I'm hearing cool sounds, I'm thinking like blue. You know, if I'm hearing the warmer sounds, I'm thinking orange, red, yellow kind of thing. So I get that to an extent.
What if your brain is created enough to actually you're seeing it? Like, it makes it. Like, you see it, and it's not in a crazy way, like, not in a bad way. It's
Well,
just...
that's like a weird thought in itself, where it's like when you're just thinking of something, like you feel like I don't know if you're, I mean, everyone's different. I feel like I can see it in my head, in my mind's eye, but I'm not actually seeing it with my eyes.
Right.
You know?
But how would you know
Like,
if you are? How would you know?
You could tell, like, if he's saying, like, you can imagine it.
No, I know,
Bro,
but...
like,
I'm gonna have to go on hallucinogenics to figure that shit out.
Like, there were kids in my class that are seeing, like, Guitar Hero type of shit and then just writing it down perfectly every time. Like, it was bullshit. They had, like, the cheat code, man.
Right.
Seeing faces and patterns is called pareidolia. I learned that from a weird like ghost, like these people see ghosts and post it on YouTube or whatever, and then some dude takes them all and puts them all together and narrates it. He often talks about that, like he'll freeze frame something. And he's like, it looks like there's a shadowy figure over here. Is this an actual ghost or is this just pareidolia? And like, because that's a real thing for people. Like we try, like Kat was saying, we try and associate faces and words and things with unfamiliar things. That's where our subconscious goes to first. So it's a real thing. And I didn't know about it until I started going down a rabbit hole one day of this dude posting these weird ghost videos and was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm learning stuff. And also watching the worst recorded potato videos of ghosts in the world.
Those are the best. It's always the low quality ones, man.
Always. Why are they always low quality?
Always the low quality video.
Well, people always like to say that music is subjective, and I understand that sentiment. However, there's a lot more to it than I like it or I don't like it. And a lot of it has to do with psychology and the way that your brain functions and how you process and perceive music as a person. Some people are not, quote, quote, not music people. Some people are, quote, quote, like, they want to hear just the music, or they just want to hear the words. It's just how they're built, how their brain functions. And they say subjective, but they're talking about, well, just because you don't like it doesn't mean I can't like it. But they don't understand that statement is so much deeper than that.
Well, there's an emotional element, and then there's a technical element. Yeah. Like you can't watch what Billy just did on the guitar and be like, oh, he's not good. You just can't do it. He's objectively
check my YouTube comments, man. These fuckers,
man. Well, I mean, they don't have to connect with it on an emotional level, and that may deter them. But you can't look at what you're doing and be like, he doesn't know what he's doing. You clearly know what you're doing. So there's two levels to it, I think, and I think some people conflate the two sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's always the one guy, play something musical. I'll show you something musical, buddy. Oh, man. Fucking Instagram and YouTube comments. I gotta stop looking at them, man. It's toxic. I gotta stop reading them.
Dude, you're getting to that point now where you have to kind of make that choice, right?
No, dude, I've been like, it's hard, but like the last couple of weeks, like since that short really started blowing up, cause it's like it's just constant stimulation, right? Like it's bad. So I've gotten to a point where like I have to stop checking it. Like I force myself for like days at a time sometimes to just not look at it. Yeah. I can look at it. But the problem is I'll look at like a million good comments. It's going to be that one motherfucker that has that one thing to say that I'm like, I hate you. And I really want to write back to it so bad, but I have to stop myself because I don't even want him to have the gratification of knowing I saw it.
It's not good for you too. Like he wins if you fucking
that's what I'm saying.
Comment back. And
I don't burn up over it. I don't check my Instagram DMs that much anymore. Like I'm really slow. I've been really like I try to check it like once a day. Honestly, like I'm trying to get like zone out of that.
Yeah. Sure.
It's hard though. I check a lot.
I mean, as far as the comments go for our channel, I've got to the point where I just designate one day out of the week where, like, 2 hours before bed, I'm just going to go through and get through as many as I can, and then that's it. Otherwise, my whole week is just sucked up with.
Look,
as soon as I see it, I reply.
Most of you guys are watching our videos while you're pooping, right? And you're in the bathroom. Okay, so.
It's-
Guess what? Guess when I'm responding
replying
to your comments.
That's right.
Guess what I'm doing?
That's fucking facts, Matt.
That's when I find it, dude.
That's the realest thing that I've ever heard anybody say on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Like you're shitting while
That's
you're
so
watching
true.
my videos, while I'm shitting while I'm responding to you. So here we are.
That's how it goes, man. Hey, one guy. That's
YouTube's just
right
a
now.
big shit show. That's all it is.
That's what I say in my next intro, just to throw somebody off. And I wonder how many people are actually just sitting there, like,
Do it.
a lot.
Do it.
Yeah,
Probably
that's
a lot.
all. That's all the internet is. It's a place we meet in the bathroom.
Pretty much.
Okay, see, I'm a little different because I'm always like, I have this thing where I'm afraid like the camera will turn on. Have you ever seen those compilation videos of people that their camera turned on while they're like doing random shit or they're in the bathroom?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden
yeah.
you just see like an up look on their face, you see up their nose, and you see them like, being
it's a real
weird.
flattering
That's not even the worst one. That's not even the worst one. The worst one I saw was like someone was like, with that moment you realize you're using your live on Instagram when you're using your camera to shave your balls.
Oh no.
Oh no!
I run
like,
into that
bruh.
problem all the time. That's a concern of mine.
That's one
Yeah.
different kind of
Watch
live
out for
stream.
that.
Oh man.
That's a
That's your
question.
live stream for Omegle right there.
That's
Skip.
That's a question
Skip.
I actually wanted. That's a question I actually wanted to ask you, Billy. Have you ever been on Omegle and you ran into someone that you knew randomly?
Yeah, actually, one of my
Really?
students. I before the pandemic started, I taught at a college near me, and I would help with like a jazz band there, and it's around Christmas time, and this kid pops up, and I'm like, wait a second, and he's like, Billy. I'm like, bro, what are you doing on here? He's like, oh, I'm just playing trombone for people. He's like,
Nice.
He's actually playing the trombone. I'm like, what the hell?
Nice, dude.
So, yeah, I put him in one of
Did
my
you
I was like
play
back
for
when
each
I
other?
first started. The what?
Did you play for each other?
Oh, yeah, I played on a Christmas song. It was
Nice.
nice.
Hell yeah,
Or the
dude.
worst, I mean, I've seen, well, you know what's really funny, man? When I first started making the videos, because back in like, beginning of high school, I used to go on Omegle a lot just to like play guitar and under the guitar tag. And I met a lot of other guitar players. And there's like a small community of like a bunch of Omegle guitar players on Facebook, and they had like a group together. And there's some people that I've seen on there that I just happened to pop across, years later as I started making these videos. And it was just weird to see those people again. Like they're still on there after all these years.
That's crazy.
That's
So
awesome,
every
man.
now and then I'll run across one of those guys or something. It's been a long time.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, there's so many weird things on there, man. It's a weird website. I hate it, honestly. It's not a safe place. It's really dangerous, man. There's people just constantly like pulling my IP and like.
Oh, really?
It's a nightmare. Yeah.
I thought you'd be more concerned about like the random, like, schlong.
I've narrowed it down now. I feel like the time of day that I normally film is pretty safe.
Fair enough.
Time, though. But I've narrowed it down. Maybe I'll see like 4 or 5 in a session of filming, which is pretty good. It used to be a lot more.
I'm not gonna
I used to
ask
put a lot
like
of
what
interest.
time. I'm not gonna ask what time because then
It
the
depends.
creeps might come out.
Well, normally,
We gotta
the
get
last
Billy.
the last few I've been filming on Thursdays, which is tough though. I mean, during the summer it's so different. You have to keep in mind like a lot of the people on there like go to school during the day and shit. You got to keep
Yeah.
that type of thing in mind.
Mhm.
But it's tricky, man. Like I feel like the sweet spot. I mean, nothing good happens on there after like 2 a.m. If you're on there
Oh,
past
yeah.
2 a.m., it's just
Oh yeah.
it's a dark place. That or like a Monday during the day, like you're in a dark place, man.
Oh yeah.
Right.
A dark place, And ironically, like there's been times where I've had to like kind of clutch up and like tough it up, and it's like the video goes out on Wednesday, but it's Monday, and I've been busy all weekend. But I have
Gotta
to,
get something in.
I have Monday to Wednesday to make a whole video, which is like that's not a lot of time. That's hard. Those videos take me a long time, man. But yeah, there's certain times that I just will not go on there. I think the safest bet Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday if you have to, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday are usually like the ideal days. Maybe between like any time between like I don't know, like 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. It's probably like
Well, fair enough.
a good bet.
Hey, you should make an OnlyFans for the off the wall ones.
They hit me up actually for a sponsored video.
No
My mom
shit.
wanted me to
Did
do
they?
it. Yeah.
Oh
I
my
had to say
god.
no. It would have been nice. Like, it would have been a nice paycheck. I had to say no to it.
Damn.
It sucked.
All about
It sucked.
I'm trying to think of how I would put together an ad for it, and there's no way.
No,
I could do it without
not
laughing.
even for that. Like they just wanted me to post guitar videos on there. That's all it was.
Really?
Yeah.
Because technically, OnlyFans.
No, it's fine.
That's how it started. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem with it is, it's a banned term on like TikTok, which is like my biggest platform. I can't even promote my page there on TikTok.
Well, that makes sense actually, though. That makes sense because OnlyFans really wanted to be. OnlyFans really wanted to be a musician website. Yeah. They were trying to kick off all the sex workers off there a while back. So yeah, it makes sense that he's trying to draw you in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, smart marketing, but
man,
there's a question for you.
At this point.
Hit me.
Bill's asking how many hours on Omegle per YouTube video. That's a good question.
5 to 8, probably 5 to 8.
Ooh.
In a really good day, maybe 4, maybe 4.
That's working,
it's
man.
hard.
Full-time job.
Yep,
man.
that's working.
I mean, it's a lot, but I mean, by the end of it, and keep in mind, there's so many. I have every reaction that I've ever had on Omegle. Every interaction I've ever had with a human being on Omegle is saved on like a hard drive.
Damn.
I have just like terabytes worth of shit.
Yeah,
that's where that coffee. That's where that coffee comes in handy. That you got.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, yeah, it's crazy though, because like the biggest problem I run to is like when I'll have like a great reaction and somebody's like, I don't want to be in your video. Like that's like the biggest thing that sucks.
Yeah,
for sure.
But like I'll probably get like it's really hard because I find that the videos that perform the best on TikTok are the ones where somebody pulls like a random song out of the air and then I just do it on the spot, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like those are the most authentic reactions when I can pull that off. But I obviously like there's a lot, like I read the comments and I see songs that people want to hear. Like in the last video I did like that song from Stranger Things that's been blowing up and like that new Joji song, like a bunch of new stuff. Like I try to have something ready. So like my set list is really just for when people say I don't know what I want, anything or whatever. Like I have stuff like that. I'll either play an original or like something that's like I'm ready. I've practiced and I'm ready to go with.
Yeah, for sure.
But for the most part, it's all off the top, and a lot of those videos like that blow up. It's legitimately like my first time playing those songs most of the time. So
nice, dude. That's legit.
Yeah, it's weird, but it's hard to get like 20 minutes worth of that. Just getting those kind of reactions takes a long time. And now I film my YouTube videos with TikTok in mind. Every YouTube video that I film, each reaction I'm gauging as if it were a TikTok interaction, and then I'm putting it together and making a YouTube video.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
It makes a lot of sense.
But TikTok hates me now, so
I got a question for you, man.
Hit me.
I know it's hard to say, but do you have a favorite song of your own, like one of your personal songs that's your favorite?
That's really tricky.
It's tough to say. I know it's kind of an unfair question.
It's always changing. I could give you like a top 3, maybe.
Okay, sure.
Definitely, Cigarettes and Chardonnay.
Okay. I think that's probably my favorite of yours also. So
yeah, that's like
that's
one I push the hardest for sure.
So if someone, I don't know, let's say a random YouTuber out there decided that they wanted to take the stems from that song and put some real drums behind it and then do a cover video of it or something like that, would you be cool with that?
Yeah, of course. The problem though, the problem that happens though, right? Those so the songs that are on the EP, and that one song Monsters and Dark Skies, those when they get copyright claims, I don't have control over it.
That's fine.
And that's why
it's gonna go on my personal page, and I don't.
Yeah, you're fine with that. You're fine with that.
Yeah,
but like I like if you like for example the video that blew up where the girls are like, oh, you're lip syncing this and that.
Yeah.
If you pay attention, the track that I'm playing along with in last night is one that I made on the spot looping because I knew that if I played the actual backing track, I would get hit. Yeah. You know. And it's just such a nightmare, man. The shit that I've had to go through with those songs. Absolutely, I really got fucked over with them. It's not like anybody's fault. It's just the way that we did it was just wrong. The next songs that I put out though, like my next song, if somebody plays the next song I'm playing on drums, I'll be impressed because it's like it's fast. It's a drum and bass song actually, which is really random, but
challenge accepted, sir.
Dude, it would be sick. I'd love to see that. Because I'm trying to figure out right now how the fuck I'm going to play it with my band live. I don't know how we're going to do it.
I will hold off then and wait until that comes out, and then maybe we can.
That would be sick because then I can help. That would help me promote that too. It's going out on July 8th.
Dude, perfect.
But yeah, man, that song's gonna be. I'm proud of that one. This is the first song I'm putting out that I've mixed and mastered myself too. Like,
excellent.
Everything you're hearing is me.
Dude, perfect. Love that.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's
cool,
I'm looking forward to it, man. And
I'll have to react to it too.
Wanted to get some clarification from you and just make sure it was cool if I.
Of course, you know, you guys are welcome to use anything you ever want, like for real.
Dude,
and if you guys ever want stems and stuff, hit me up. I have all that shit. I can send it to you.
Oh, dude.
Well, I'm not gonna remix
man after my own heart over here.
But I'm not gonna remix anything. But I'll sure as hell give it to other people to take a look at.
Yeah,
I'll put it on my like. That's what I do. I'll put it on my story. I'll send it to reactors and be like, "You need to check this out." I will tell people. I'll drop it in the Discord servers. I'll drop it in reaction requests. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because that's what I can do.
And Kat's very good at it.
I love that, Kat. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Am I?
But no, like for real, like I think there's so much. Like a lot of like these musicians are like, "No, I don't want anybody to post a video using my song." Like you're crazy.
Why wouldn't
like, you're actually insane.
No,
like,
because I've heard songs that I'm like, wait a minute, where did this come from? There was the one that I couldn't tell you for the life of me. It was something that somebody posted, and he does like these like kind of sort of eclectic like jumpy videos on Instagram. His name is Life of the Bald Dad or something like that, and he does on top of these songs. And I heard a song, and I was like, ooh, you know. I don't care. Like, I found the song and went and added it to Spotify, and I went and, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I even shared the video into my server. Like,
right.
I don't play around with that. I also playlisted it on my YouTube playlist, which, you know, people ask me all the time, where do you get all the music that you suggest in reactions? That's where it's all at, y'all. I keep telling you, nobody listens to me.
And, you know, especially with this song, like, because this is the first time putting a song out, I'm not putting a single dollar into promoting it. Yeah. I'm not spending any money on it.
You don't have to.
It's all just going to be through TikTok. That's it. TikTok and YouTube promotion. That's
literally don't have to. I'm telling you that. Like, a community like ours is very small. Like, there we be few, but we be mighty. Yeah. Because we've got the people, like, for example, Elsewhere community specifically. I can tell you, I can name off like 5-6 people, a couple of them are in the chat right now,
right? Who
will take your song and run and go to the different reaction channels and the different servers. I'm in 70 servers. And drop it all over the place.
Jeez. I don't even know how to use the one that I have. Like, I don't even...
She's like the dude in Alfred in Batman Dark Knight. She's got all the
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah.
And literally, I'm doing it all off the laptop. Like, I'm not even. And my camera died. I tried to get back on, and it won't let me. But I'm just saying, like, that's what people will. Whoa, Patrick, thank you. You tipped 50. Keep being awesome. Love you guys. Appreciate you, Patrick.
Let's go.
Hey, much love, bro. We appreciate that.
Especially because you've got the followers on TikTok and these. I don't TikTok. I don't do that.
Yep.
I do Instagram. That's as far as I'm going. And Discord.
No, Instagram's good too. No, everything goes such a long way, but I'm really the way it is. Like the power is in like people like that are willing to put your stuff out there for you. You know, it's the most important thing. That's why I said that having a community of people that genuinely give a shit, it's the most important thing out of anything. It's one thing to have a bunch of listens, a bunch of plays, but it's another thing to have people that are willing to push your shit for you.
Well, guess what?
It's so much more powerful.
You probably already know this, but if you put out a reel or a clip of the song, right, after you release it, and then when someone posts it in their story randomly, whether it has words or not, and you repost it on yours, people will go crazy. They want to know that you saw that they saw and you reposted what they posted, and it means everything. And then you have the Inception thing going on where it's like,
that happens a lot.
That's very true.
True. You know, it's marketing without spending a dime, but it's, you know, people want to push your music. They really appreciate you. They love you for who you are and for your talent. And that's the thing is you don't really have to do much. You just have to be you, and they'll do it.
You just got to do it. You just got to do it. That's the hardest part sometimes. Just do it. You just got to put it out there.
Dude, that's how it was for us, man. Just start putting.
Shia LaBeouf. Just do it.
Just do it.
Oh, they're talking about the Wonderwall again.
Yeah, I see that. The Wonderwall
Foundation. Read the chat. I don't have it up right now.
The Wonderwall Foundation has been formed, Billy. You're in trouble, man.
Yeah, just hit the exit button.
No, God damn it, no! No! I haven't been reading the chat this whole time. Look at this shit.
Is that the GoFundMe name?
No, there's no GoFundMe.
The Wonderwall Foundation.
No, no.
No,
Hey.
no.
Anyone can start one. Just saying.
No.
Here's
No,
what
no,
you gotta do.
no.
You just gotta.
Doesn't work. It has to be a
trademark
single
Wonderwall
donation.
Foundation.
No fund.
I prefer
Single.
Champagne Supernova, so
There you go. Yeah,
I'm
I
always
think me too.
looking for beats and for songs that are not copyright that I can use for the intro. Like while we were waiting, which by the way we didn't do this time, we were supposed to, but I got distracted and clicked the wrong button. So, but there would have been a song, and usually it's a beat by somebody I know, either Sack Juggalo, 15th Bend, whoever. But if it's an artist, I usually use their music, right, to lead in. But if I'm worried about copyright, because, eventually someday I might actually get monetized, who knows?
Yeah.
But I always look for that
Feel the
kind of
feeling.
stuff. And they're right, the intro, outro, stuff like that, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fun fact: when I first started like grinding YouTube, probably for the first year, I made probably the first 6 months, honestly. I made a song per week and released it under a fake name, as like a lo-fi beat to be background music for the videos, because I was too afraid somebody else's video song would get copyrighted or something.
Smart, man. That's actually really
But
smart.
I ended up getting copyright claimed anyway, so I stopped giving a shit.
Well, and
Just
that's
using
that's the thing. Like even on your own music, they
So,
still come back and they're like,
yeah.
"No, we want the money for that." And you're like, "What? That's
Can't
my
win.
music."
Yep. Yeah.
It's like, wait,
Well, you know
where's
what would
my
happen? Like
paycheck
I would
from?
use a because I would make the beats really quick. They'd be like some like splice sample or something. And
Yeah.
I'd take like some random thing, and they then those would start getting copyrighted out like a year later after somebody would take that same sample from Splice and put
they
it
would
as a
use
song.
it. Yep.
Like you can't do that. It doesn't. You got to change it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you can't
Whatever,
use the
dude.
exact same thing. That's why they give you these jumping off points on Splice.
Right.
Like
man,
that's
It's a
presets
struggle.
are supposed to be a jumping off point.
right. You're supposed to roll with it and then make it
Yeah.
your own. That's it.
Yeah.
But no. So no, it was fun. It was a grind though, man. It's
Hell
still
yeah.
a grind.
Still a grind every day, man. We grind like
You
Tony.
guys know it. You guys are doing it.
Yeah,
We're all
fuck yeah.
doing it.
Well, speaking of the grind, we got to get to it early tomorrow morning. But I feel
Yeah,
like
I
that's a
feel
good
ya.
spot here.
Should-
Call
yeah.
the night.
Yeah, what is
I
it, Billy?
agree.
Is it like 1 a or midnight or 1 a.m. over there?
Bruh.
Yeah, almost 1 a.m. over here.
Bruh,
Damn.
Same
we
with
went,
Skullz.
For you, man.
bruh, we're going fucking 4.5 hours.
Hell
Like,
yeah,
yeah.
man.
Is
That's
it
like
just
every
me?
stream.
Is it just me or did that fly?
It flies,
Like,
man.
straight
Time
up,
flies when
straight
you're having
up.
fun, baby.
Every
Yeah.
time
Man.
307 shows up, it's like a 3.5, 4
Hey,
hours.
last question I got for you guys. Where does
Absolutely.
307? Is that your area code or is that like?
It is.
That's it.
I knew
course
it. I knew it.
307 out here in Wyoming, man.
That's the most Wyoming shit. I love that. That's perfect for you guys.
It-
That's so
it was-
perfect.
It was funny because my boss, like, I was talking about the whole YouTube thing. He's like, doesn't that, like, hurt your reach? And I was like, dude, you have to understand that less than 1%, and I mean a significant number, less than 1% of people from Wyoming actually follow us.
Yeah.
Like, we have, all of our
Zero.
followers are, like, East Coast.
All
East
over the
Coast,
place, man.
Germany, France, like,
one
everywhere.
of them.
but-
Big time.
Everywhere but our local followers.
Yep.
yeah.
No, I love that, man.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. But yeah, man, it was great. It's great to actually get to like chat with you guys. Like, I always
Oh,
watch you guys
absolutely.
reacting to the videos and stuff, and
Yeah,
it's
man.
cool to actually get to have a conversation, man. It's been nice.
Oh, it was cool, man.
It's unbelievable to see you on the screen and have you just react in real time to us, man, and not
That's it,
you know,
bro.
like, keep moving down.
Reaction-based
So,
content.
this is- I
Everyone's
love it,
like, stop it, chat. Nobody sell your houses. I guess they're gonna get out of hand.
Well,
yeah,
Billy,
we gotta end it. It's over.
I just want to tell you, thank you so much for being on this platform. I know that, and
Yes.
shout out to 307 because they made this happen. Obviously, they connected the dots. You're amazing. Your content's amazing. Everyone that I had react to it since, in the last like month or two, honestly, is just blown away. People love it. You're
That's awesome.
You're snowballing. Your grind. Your rise is coming. Like you're there. You're just on an upward trajectory.
I'm trying, yo.
And to
I
be
don't know what the
honest,
hell I'm doing, Cap.
I'm honest. I'm honestly humbled that you even spent the time to sit there and break down that entire how you do it and your thought process like that.
Oh, big time.
That's like
No, I
somebody
got
said
you
in the
guys.
chat. It's like a master class. Like you literally are. No, it's seeing inside your brain, and it matters because we all respect you. We love what you do. We know
I
how many
appreciate that.
people love it, and we know where you're going because it's up. It's that simple. And that
I
you
hope so.
stopped here on the way means the world to us. So thank
I really
you for
appreciate
that.
that, Cat. Thank you. No, thank you guys for
Thanks,
having
bro.
me. It was fun.
Of
No, it's
course,
good
man.
to chat with all you guys, man. It's fun. And it's good. And I'll tell you what, man. It's also nice to like also see like because you guys are doing the reaction thing too. Like, it's nice to see like how you guys kind of approach that type of world too. Because it's at the end of the day, it's like the same game. It's all just like reaction based content, you know.
Yeah, that's.
So it's nice to hear like what works for you guys and how you guys are kind of able to navigate it too, because it helps me grow too.
For sure.
Know?
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's all about community and learning from each other, man.
I'll tell you what, man. That's the one thing I've learned from all this, man. It's like you never know who you're going to learn the most valuable shit from.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's always right around the corner. You know, I feel like everybody has something to teach each other.
Yep.
So, man, I really appreciate you guys having me on here.
Dude, yes.
Yeah, man.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. Billy Wilkins, dope artist, dope person. Bro, if you ever want to come back on here, like, it's open-ended.
If you guys need me, let me know, man. I'm a text away.
Yeah. We should definitely do this again some point. We'll stay in contact. Much love,
man.
bro.
Sure, we'll talk again.
Hell yeah.
So.
Yep.
Oh,
all right, yo, have a great rest of your night, you guys.
Well, hang on. Chris is going to take us all out.
Should I do the thing?
Do the thing.
Do the thing.
Well, if you guys like this episode as much as we did, leave a thumbs up, smash the subscribe button, click the bell, become part of the notification gang. We'll see you guys next time. Bow.
And we'll see y'all elsewhere.
Yeah.
What they said.
Take it easy, guys.
Take it easy, guys. Have a good night.
All right, good night, everybody. Yo, take care.
Much love.
See y'all later.